So now it's 80. We get 84.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can see me.
Mr. Sagoe, you're welcome. I'll introduce you with some aplomb before you start. I'm called Professor Henson.
Hi, Professor Henson.
Yes, sir. So should I welcome them and then hand them over to you like sheep so that you can shepherd them? Should I welcome them?
Sure.
Okay. So please, I want to say good morning and welcome to this potentially very stimulating discussion on business analytics. I mean, we are talking about fourth industrial revolution. I was looking at a job recently for a big international organization, and they were saying that you have to understand the fourth industrial revolution and understand analytics. I said, wow. Soon these things will be almost like a sine qua non for getting a good job. You need to understand analytics. So good morning and welcome to this session on business analytics. We have a particularly seasoned alumnus of the university who used to be president of the University of Ghana North American Association Alumni Group. And he has so graciously agreed to do this for us for free. I was chatting with him earlier and he said he can charge up to $4,000 per head to do this sort of training. So we are very happy to have him. I see a very eclectic mix of people here. I see colleague, senior lecturers from the Department of Marketing. I see Master of Philosophy students. I see undergraduate students. I think I even see some PhD students. So all said, we are going to have a very rollicking time. And Mr. Emmanuel Sagoe, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana, I want to thank you profusely for agreeing to do this with us. We have a particularly willing group of participants. So I wish you all a rollicking time and God bless us all. Thank you and welcome to all participants. Mr. Sagoe, your call.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Hansen. And thank you all for giving me the opportunity to host this program. I really appreciate that. And I hope, to be very, very, resourceful, This program was actually hosted last year during the 70th anniversary of University of Ghana. And people became very interested, and we decided to do it again. It's a pure hands-on program, and the objective is that we want everybody walk out today being able to do something technical, So we want to make sure by the time everybody leaves, you can create tables, you can insert record, you can do updates, and you can get started. I always say that to be taught IT is a luxury. So the key thing about IT is getting people started, getting somebody to practically do one or two things, and then you can, sky's the limit, you can run from there. That's why you see a lot of people sit in their rooms and they start programming, and next time they come out with something big. So IT is something everybody can learn on your own, but the key thing is getting started. So the objective of today is to get everybody started, so that you can run with it. All right, so this program is a business intelligence program, and we're gonna go through database development, database programming, which is a fundamental of all IT programming. Once you understand programming, the logic, you can do any programming easily, so the focus is on logic. So it's logic, logic, logic. So everything we're gonna do, just focus so much on the logic, why this, why that, and once you get the logic, you can fly with it, So after database development, we're gonna go through ETL development. ETL is how to extract data, how to transform the data, and how to load the data. And then after that, we're gonna do the analytics, which is report development, Okay. So I'm gonna start this by first going over the evolution of database management system, what it used to be and what it is now, so that you have a good idea of the field, a good idea of the industry, so that you can have a good idea also of the various career areas and various skill sets, So all this started with database development and database administration, where people were first of all using Excel, and using site-based database, simple databases, One thing is that we're going to focus more on the technical side. So I'm not going to focus on what I call the textbook side, So we'll be skipping those definitions and all that, I'll leave that. Once you get the practical stuff, you can fill in that part. So we're going to focus more on the practical part. Yeah. So with database administration and database development, and also importantly, after the introduction, you don't need to take any notes, because I'll put everything in a script. So just focus on the screen and focus on what we are doing, So after introduction, please don't worry yourself taking notes. Focus on the logic. I'll put everything in a script and I'll send it to you. You guys, everybody will have a copy of it, Yeah, so with database administration, database development, it's more about creating tables, and then inserting records, like Excel sheets. Let's say, for instance, students. You want to store the information of students, right? So storing information of students. Anyway, 1 second, let me share my screen so that everybody can see this. Could you please enable my share? Ms. Abaite, could you please enable my share? I can share my screen. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, this is my studio. So that's what we're doing, evolution of database management system. So as I said, it started with database administration and database development. So for instance, let's assume you want to store information of students, right? So you want to start with a student ID, first name, last name, you know, maybe hall, you know, and stuff like that, you know, and you're going to keep this all in Excel, you know, or in a simple database. And then you're going to create a table like maybe student registration or table for professors or table for
Are they office? Are they do Zoom meeting? Huh?
I think if we can mute everybody for now, that'd be good. So assume you have it like a student table, you have a course table, that's the course information like course ID, course name, you know, and you have like professor table, which will contain something like professor first name, professor last name, you know, and stuff like that. Those were the fundamental basics of database development, you know, and database administrators will administer the servers, make sure the server is up and running, make sure connections are intact, you know, and make sure they resolve issues. That's for the first career of database development. And then from there came in ETL. ETL is how to extract, transform, and load data, you know. And then this is where like you extract data. For instance, let's say I extract a company, a bank, for instance, buys another company, for instance, and let's say they have their employee table. That's the employee first name, last name, and stuff like that. And then the company also has this table that stores also its employee in different formats. So let's say, for instance, Bank of Ghana buys maybe Agri Development Bank, for instance, right? Agri Development Bank has its employee table, which stores employee first name, last name, and stuff like that. But let's say the dates of birth, they store it in the form of, let's say, 4-digit year, 2-digit month, 2-digit day. And let's say Bank of Ghana stores its employee birth date spelled in English, like January, fully spelled January, you know, with a 2-digit day and 2-digit month, for instance, right? You want to convert all these two date formats into one date format, you know, so that it will be uniform and consistent, right? So you extract the data from the other bank, and as you extract, you transform it. You know, transformation stage is where you bring the two data formats together so that they become one format, right? And then you load that data. So that is what the ETL is all about. It's about taking data from different sources, transforming them to one format, or applying logic which you're gonna go through and load them into a different table. You know, so for now, all you need to care about is that the ETL. So one thing too is as the evolution goes on, each of these new areas also spring up a new career, you know. So over here, the career becomes database administrators and developers. And then over here, the career that came out of this was ETL developers, you know. And then came in report developers, report development, which is actually led to analytics, what we call analytics now, right? So with report development, people create reports which will display something like weekly sales, monthly sales, or let's say in terms of students, how many students have registered for this semester, for instance? How many of them are male? How many of them are females? How many of them are in the various halls, right? Or a report to tell, for instance, a trend, like is there an increase in the number of students every year, or is there an increase every semester, and stuff like that. That's report development. And report development, of course, also brought up report developers. So as evolution takes place, different careers spring out of it. So with all this came in data warehouse. Data warehouse is also a database where you focus more on what we call fact and dimension tables, which will come later. So don't worry about understanding that. Just important is that the data warehouse, kind of what we call fact and dimension tables. So we'll go for the fact and dimension table, what the fact and dimension tables are. So from there came in what we call data mining. And remember, each of this comes with new career. All this comes with, so now you have data warehouse developers, data mining, and all that. And then came in what we call big data. Big data is huge, it's so huge. So big data is basically, now data could be in the form of voice, audio. It could also be in the form of text messages, like all the data text messages you're sending on Twitter, on Facebook Messenger and all that. All that is also now part of the traditional data, So that brings us to what we call structured data and unstructured data. Right. So structured data is traditionally what you have, the well fine-tuned data, like Excel sheets where you have first name, last name, and all that clean. Unstructured data is, hey, I'm data, I'm dealing with data like Twitter text messages, and all that. How do you extract all these text messages from Twitter, all this video, all those things, and then put it in a database and make business sense out of it? So that, for instance, we can tell how many people on Twitter are talking about, for instance, the Black Star game. How many people in Kumasi are talking about maybe House of Fools versus Ashanti Kotoko, right? So how do you, the text message people are sending, how do you collect all that data, put it in a database and make business sense? How many people are talking about the up and coming election, for instance? People are testing, but we want to capture all their text messages they're sending and then make business sense out of it. That is big data, And big data, the companies and tools involve Hadoop. And by the way, Hadoop itself is a career on its own. All this career springs up like huge salary, And then we have MapReduce. We have Pig. We have Impala. We have Scala. All these are programming languages and interfaces to manage big data. And each of these creates a career on its own. All right. So that brings us to the structured and unstructured data. And then from there comes in data science. And by the way, I'm talking to one of my colleagues, and if everything goes well, we will see if we can also organize a typical data science, a pure data science workshop, so just to keep you posted on that. Then comes in data science. So what is data science? So up to this stage, what we're dealing with is what we call descriptive analytics or descriptive data. You know, what is descriptive data or descriptive analytics? Descriptive analytics is like, okay, we're taking historic data or current data and make business sense out of it, right? Like, let's say we're taking current students database of the University of Ghana, and we want to make sense out of it. For instance, how many people registered, how many people came and were finally admitted, how many people, relocated to other schools, how many people, between the age of this and that, you know, were admitted in the first year, you know, and stuff like that, right? That is what we call descriptive analytics. We're talking about the current situation, current business state, you know, from the business. So data is just to give you insight, right? So up to this time, what we're talking about the descriptive analytics. And then with data science, what we're talking about prescriptive analytics, you know, and we're talking about like projective. You know, in this case, you are projecting, doing predictions. So data science, now if you're taking University of Ghana or maybe we're taking a high school data and predict students' performance. Okay, this student did well in this course, this well in that course, so he's likely to do well in this other course. You know, so we will recommend this for this student, right? We make such recommendation for this student, right? That's where data science comes in. You know, it takes the present data, analyze the present data, and make predictions about the present data. And it also could be behavioral. It can be used to determine behavior or for medical purposes. Okay, this guy suffered this disease, suffered that other disease, he's likely to suffer this other disease. Or this guy took this medication, took that other medication, he's likely to have this effect or this, you know, symptoms, right? So that's where what data science is useful, you know. All right, so and now this brings us, let's say this summarizes to some database management system, the evolution, you know. But important thing I want you to know is that throughout the evolution, everything that comes new just leads to a new career. So the field is unlimited. Sky is the limit. You know, so IT is out of control. You know, because now, and then also comes in what we call cloud database. You know, now you have cloud database, you know, and cloud database, you have like AWS, which is Amazon Web Services. You know, you have Microsoft Azure. You have Microsoft Azure, you know, Google Cloud. You know, so this cloud, you know, okay. So, and now we have other evolution coming into the picture for security reasons. So now we have things like cybersecurity, you know, and the evolution goes on and on and on, you know. But this is just to tell you that the career in IT is just uncontrollable, you know, and the good thing too is that the new career don't kill the old career, you know. Yeah, if anything at all, you just need to upgrade, you know. So that's one good thing about IT. And one thing too I want to tell you is that IT is super easy to get in, you know. You can just spend 3 to 4 months and become very good in IT and grab a job in IT, you know. My program, I trained people with no background in IT, right? And by the time I'm done in about 4 months, they're able to pick mid-level IT jobs. The objective is to train you to become a mid-level, you know. and their average salaries, initial salaries have been around 80,000, 90,000. I mean, now I even hardly hear of anything $80,000. They normally at least get about $90,000, you know, and $100,000, $115,000, $120,000 a year, right? Just to give you an idea of it. And they didn't spend 2 years, 4 years. They only spent what, 4 to 6 months? And I've had students who actually been, as they are doing the course, take certification, they do very well and they get a job. You know, so you can spend just a couple of months and be good at IT. What's important is you need time. You know, once you have time, IT is something that you need time to analyze, sit down and understand the logic, which you're gonna see today, you know. All right, any question before we continue, any question?
Hello, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm Ebenezer Akakabula. When we started, you mentioned we shouldn't take any notes and that you were going to give us the note afterwards. But then I went to ask, you will definitely take some kind of test or examination, which will be required. I don't know. Since we are not taking notes and the notes will be given us after the program, isn't it going to affect us in a way in case you want to refer or go through what we've learned earlier?
Well, that is why I'll send you. So what I'm putting now, if you can see my screen, what I'm putting down now is something I'm gonna send you. So it's gonna contain all the stuff we're doing, the summary of it. You know, so with that, you should be able to refer to it. And if you want to read details about it, then you can refer to a textbook or Google. Does that answer your question? Yeah, the objective is that when we start to do the logic, I want you to focus on the logic. You know, because remember the secret is I want to make sure before everybody leaves here, you can do something. Because once you can do something, you can keep build on the rest and get complicated. You know, but to walk out of the class today without being able to at least write a code or create table and do insight will prolong, your learning of IT or getting into IT. And so that's why I don't encourage people to take notes, you know, yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead, please.
I just wanted to find out, with respect to all the different programming languages, do you think there are some that are top priority? Maybe they are primary programming languages that every person who is in analytics has to know? Do you think there are certain programs that are like that?
Oh, great question. One thing is, with IT, all the areas are super great, right? Whichever one you start with, you can easily, fly with it. But one thing is, if we're talking about database programming, the first language you want to start learn is SQL, which is what we're going to do today. You know, and
yes, please.
Also, once you get SQL very well, you can fly everywhere.
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, and also, if you want to go further, the next language you want to learn is Python. You know,
okay,
yeah.
Python. Yes.
So as far as database is concerned, these are the two languages you want to consider. You know, the first one being SQL.
Thank you very much.
Let me use, you're welcome. Let me use the opportunity to also point this out. So today's training is going to be based on Microsoft platform. But however, I have background in Microsoft, Oracle, SAP, and all that. So I always teach my program in such a way that you can apply it to any company or any application or any vendor. And also, my business intelligence program is done in such a way that once you know one, you can easily, you just need just about 2 weeks to adapt the other. So for instance, once I teach you report development, which we're gonna start with reporting services, you can easily learn Tableau in just 2 weeks. Or you can easily learn business object or crystal report within just about 2 weeks. So once I teach you ETL, we're gonna use SSIS. Once you get SSIS very well, you can easily adapt any ETL tool, you know, like Informatica, any of them, within just about 2 weeks, maximum 3 weeks. You know, so that's one great thing about this program, you know. So you get the foundation that will easily enable you to adapt any other business intelligence application, you know. Yeah, so, and my students, that's how, what it has been. It has been very great, you know, so that's, I mean, a very important thing to note. Okay, all right. Last question and then we move on. Any other questions?
Yeah, hello, sir. I have a question. Yeah.
So go ahead, please.
So I want to know if there's a difference between data science and data analytics, or is that the same thing that can be used interchangeably?
Well, data science and data analytics, I mean, data science analytics anyway. You know, so these terms are, as you said, sometimes just used interchangeably, you know, so it depends on the conversation. But at the bottom line is that data science is also analytics anyway. As I said, data science is prescriptive analytics. But however, I see a lot of people confuse data analysis with data analytics. Those are completely two different fields or two different areas. Because data analysis is more of the business kind of things, you know, and data analytics is a database, typical database kind of thing, you know. Okay. All right.
One last question.
Now, all right. Okay. So let's move on to the next phase.
I wish I could ask a last question.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Your last question.
Yeah. I'm very interested in cybersecurity, and so I really want to understand how all these can be leveraged, you know, in cybersecurity or to improve the odds of cybersecurity.
Oh, come again.
My question is that I want to know, you mentioned cybersecurity as part of the evolving story of databases, but you kind of didn't throw too much light on how all what you've talked about can be leveraged, you know, so to say, in cybersecurity. What are we looking at that for someone like me who is very interested in cybersecurity, I should concentrate on and pick up well so that it could be used in cybersecurity?
All right, sure. Great question. So cybersecurity comes in database because, first of all, we're talking about data privacy. I think somebody needs to mute, or if we can mute everybody. So cybersecurity comes in first of all with data security. You know, you're dealing with database, right? You have people's information, people's social security number, people's date of birth, you know, and other relevant salary, like, I mean, information like salary and all that, right? So you have people's addresses. You don't want people to know, you know. So you don't want hackers to hack into these databases and have access to all this information. You have student grades, you know, and all that. So you have the army at war. You don't want people to get access to the army database, see their tactics, see how many people have been killed today, how many, and all that, you know. So you want data protection, and that's where cybersecurity comes in. And therefore, In database, we have something we call data governance. So we're talking about data governance, you know, and stuff like that, you know, and data privacy, especially when it comes to health, you know, data privacy, you know, and other security concerns, you know. So as far as database is concerned, we start from here, data governance, you know, and today we'll do some encryption, how to encrypt data, you know, so that people cannot see the code behind and all that, you know, so that is encryption, you know. So if you want to start from this angle, we're talking about encryption, we're talking about data privacy, we're talking about data governance, you know. So that's how you leverage database when it comes to IT, cybersecurity, you know. Yeah. All right. I think we're gonna move on. So now we're gonna try to get our hands dirty, you know, and move on to the practical stuff. So we're gonna start with first of all, your tool. I hope everybody install your tool. You know, so first is how to open Management Studio. As you can see, this is my Management Studio, right? To make it easy, but first you can go to your start and then scroll over here and you should see Microsoft Tools, you know, and underneath you should find SQL Server Management Studio, this one, right? So again, just go to start, scroll through.
We can't see your screen, please.
Oh, sorry. I'm sharing though. Is there anybody who can see my screen, or all of you can see my screen?
Yes, we can. Yes, please, I can see it.
Yes, I can see your screen left. Yes, I
can see your screen, but then.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Then the person who cannot see my screen, I believe you probably have other windows open. So try to minimize.
We can see your screen, but we cannot see the
start. You opening the visual.
We can see your screen, but
we can only see the SQL.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me share my screen. Do you see now if I go to start?
Yeah, it's great. We can see.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right. So start, and then on this side, depending on what computer you're using, just scroll down. So you see SQL Server Tools. You know, I mean Microsoft SQL Server Tools. If you click down, you should see this Microsoft SQL Server Management. Click on that. And then it will open, as you can see. And when it opens, just click connect and it should be connected. Or if put period here, if there's no period, I mean full stop. You can put full stop here for server name if it is not there already, but by default should be. And then just click connect and you should be connected. If you can't find it there, just type in your search at the bottom, just type in SQL and then it will pop up right here, as you can see. And then click on it. And then it opens and then just click connect.
Sorry, mine is showing 2016, 2017.
Choose the 2017.
All right, thank you.
You know, in that case, well, you choose the 2017, and if you have problem, let me know, and I have an alternative for you.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, so mine is saying the server management studio is loading user settings, and that it might take some few minutes.
It's loading user settings.
Yeah, and I'm
all right. Cool.
okay.
All right. Are we good?
Hello.
And
No, not exactly.
Mine is giving me the 2016 one.
Is it the configuration one?
Okay. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this to make it easy. Just type just in your search. Just in your search.
Hello, sir.
Just type SQL in your search. Just type SQL in your search, right? And then up here, you should see Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. Click on that to open. So again, just go to your search window at the bottom, and just type SQL. S as in Sam, Q as in Queen, L as in Larry. And then you should see Microsoft SQL Server. If you don't see that, that means you didn't install. But if you
I can
install,
see it. Yeah, I can
Hello,
see it.
sir.
When I open, it gives me
yeah.
the 2016.
Please, mine is 18.
All right, whichever one you see, that's fine.
Okay,
As
so
far
18
as
is
you
fine,
see,
please.
yeah, whichever one you see, please, is fine.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So all we want to do is
At mine, the 2017, I have several options: configuration, import, and then installation.
you should have Management Studio. Okay, so don't go that route. Forget about that route. Just type in your search window. Just type SQL. You see, look at my search.
Okay.
In my search window, just type SQL. S as in Sam, Q as in Queen, L as in Larry, and then you should see Microsoft SQL Server. And then just click on that. Click on that, and it should open.
I have a question.
Sure.
Say.
Some of us, yeah, for me, I'm using Linux, so I wasn't able to set up the management studio. So is there any other alternative? I was able to set up the command line version.
We are using. You can, but you're gonna be a bit. Number one, if you're using Linux, the other alternative is maybe partition your laptop, which I don't really recommend because you need to wipe out everything and partition your laptop to Windows versus, yeah. But I think that the 2018 or 19 version, you can directly install it on Linux, but I haven't tried it, so I can't confirm.
Yes, so I'm using the 2019, but I only wanted to know whether the management studio, there's an alternative. I think that one, it's not available for Linux. It's only the command line tools.
Yeah, but for this, I mean, the easiest, the best is to have this on a Windows laptop.
Okay. Thank you. Then I will install VirtualBox and do a virtual machine.
Sure. All right.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yes. I have after the Microsoft SQL Server opening, it said connect to server. You should select the server name. So I wanted to know
the server name. Put full stop. So look at my screen. Look at my screen. So SQL, right?
Yeah.
This is my management studio. So I select it. It's gonna pop up in a minute. You see? So here, put period, server name, put full stop.
Yeah.
Just full stop.
Full stop. Okay.
Yeah, just put full stop there and just click on connect.
Okay.
What if you write your desktop's name?
What's that?
What if you write your desktop's name? Mine is what can be great to fix.
If you want a desktop name.
Yeah.
Okay, either you put full stop or you can type localhost. But I mean, for teaching purposes,
Mine,
to make it easy, just
mine
put
came
full stop.
automatically.
Yours did what?
Automatically, the server name.
I can hardly hear you.
Yeah, what he's trying to say is that it picked the name of the PC.
Yeah, so
So
click
you know that.
connect.
Yeah, so you just go ahead and click connect.
Okay.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, if you pick the name of your PC, just go ahead and click connect.
Okay.
All right, let's move on now. I hope we are good now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great.
We are good.
Sorry, but I'm still lost.
Okay. How can we help you? Can you share your screen?
Okay.
Okay, share your screen and let's see. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. Share your screen and let's see what's going on.
So I come here. I'm sharing now.
Okay, sure.
I can't find my search, but when I go to the where are you? This is what I find. The 1617. I can't
Okay,
find where
click.
to start.
Yeah, I don't see one thing there, but click each of them. Okay. So I don't see it here. So click the 2016 and let me see.
Okay.
Yes. You see SQL Management Studio, the second one?
This one?
Yes, yes, that one. Click that one.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, let's make sure you're connected and then move on. Okay, great. Yeah, so click connect.
Connect.
All right, great, super. All right, stop sharing your screen and then let me get back. All right, great. You're welcome. All right, so now that everybody is connected, the next thing we want to know is how to connect to a table or database, right? Okay, all right, let me pick a
Hello,
different
sorry,
way.
my network is connected and I'm on it.
What's that? All right, we got to move on. So last question. Somebody want to say something?
At this point, we can stop writing notes, right? We should just focus.
Yes, at this point, yes, stop writing notes at this point and just focus on the screen, you know. Okay, so now, first thing is that, the first thing is let's all create a database. You know, we're gonna use the interface to create, we're not gonna do that programmatically. So to create a database, over here on your left, if you are connected, you should see on your left here. On your left, you can click on databases and then select new database. So again, on the left here, if it's not already open, first, if you see just SQL Server, click on the plus sign and it should open this drop down.
So
once you get this drop down, right click on databases and then select new database. And then the name, let's type, let's type UG. UG for University of Ghana for the name.
Sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, please, mine says a network related or instance specific error occurred while establishing the connection to the SQL server. So the system cannot find the file specified. When I inserted full stop.
Okay, let's do this. It will be better if you share your screen real quick. So let me stop my screen and let's do that real quick. Share your screen real quick. Are you sharing your screen?
Yeah, that is very useful.
Seems to be able to share it.
Can you share your screen?
Yes, please, but I can't seem to be able to share the screen.
Where do I go to share the screen?
It's down. It's down.
Okay. I think she should try using the desktop name for the server name, and that will work.
Is that your screen or there?
Or you can get a desktop name, but the thing is, if the desktop name is not already there, it's not already populated.
He said when you get here.
Because I tried changing the name of the server and it gave me the same issue, but when I maintained the desktop name, that worked for me.
So when you come
Yeah,
here,
whichever works for you, just use and connect.
Okay, then I'll try that.
So are we good?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, good.
all right, let's move on.
Hello, sir.
Hello,
Yeah.
Sir, please, mine under databases, I have system databases and databases snapshots. I can't see.
Okay, that's fine. That is fine. That's fine. Then you are good. So just follow what I'm gonna do from now. But you are good. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen again. But we need to move on now. So again, I hope we're set.
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
So again, on the left here, you should see SQL Server, right?
Okay.
Click on the plus sign if it's not already open.
Yes, I'm in. And so
Harry, what do you see? Your this thing is on. The audio is on.
Is there a
Sir,
problem?
please, can you tell them to mute their mic for us?
Yeah. Could you please mute, please? Or if you need help, let me use 2 minutes to help you real quick, but we really got to move on. We got to be very judicious with our time. So we have a lot to do, but I'm more than willing to help. But if you want me to help you, let's do it real quick. Hello?
I'm also having problems with my server name.
The server name, just put period, full stop, just put full stop, right? But there are other reasons why you cannot connect. That's what I wanted to see, right? There are other reasons that you may not be able to connect, but that's why I wanted to see your screen.
Hello, sir, please, I'm not.
Okay, those who can connect, do one thing. In your search, type in services, right?
Okay.
And then when services comes up, click on services to open.
Oh, okay.
Right? And then scroll down till you see, I think, M for Microsoft. Scroll down till you see Microsoft. No, I think let's go to S to see S. Yes. Scroll down to S and then make sure under status, SQL Server is running, because maybe it's not running. Make sure SQL Server is running. So again, those who are having issues, type services or service in your search window. It will pop up here. Click on it. Scroll to S. Scroll all the way to S. And then look for SQL Server. You know, the SQL Server. Make sure under status is running. If it is not running, right click and then start it. Right click and collect and click on start. And whilst you are here, please, those of you, everybody, make sure SQL Server agent is running. You see mine is not running. Right click on it and select start because you will need it. Right? So please make sure these two are running. All right, we got to move on. We got to move on now. Okay. Are we good? Are we good? Okay. So now let's create our database.
Yes, we are, sir.
So on the right, if you are connected, if you look on your right, on the left, you should see SQL Server, right? Click on the drop down and you will see databases, right? Right click on databases and then select new database. Please do it together with me. And then where it says database name, type UG, University of Ghana. So type UG. And then click OK. If you see over here, these two files is what's going to be used to create a database. You know, this is called the master data file, which will end with the extension of .mdf, and then this is your log file. Every database is created with at least two main files. You know, the master data file and the log file. You know.
Sir, please, after putting the database name as UG, what else again, please?
Click OK.
Okay.
So here, just put UG and then click OK.
Okay.
And then,
all right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Once you click OK, your database is created. To see your database, on the database, click the plus sign, and then you should see UG. This is your database.
Yes, okay.
Right. Okay. So now, now we're gonna create some tables. But first, let me show you a few things, and then we come back to create a table. But I'll pause at a later time, at some point, and then I'll let you install. I'll help you to install AdventureWorks database. You know, so let's look at a typical table. Like this is a database called AdventureWorks. If I open and I go on the tables, these are all tables. So for instance, this is the employee table, right? So if I want to see the employee table, I'll type select star. Star means give me every single column. We will come to that. But for now, I just want you to see the employee table, right? So over here, what you see human resources is called schema. And then employees, the table, right? Schema is like a container, like organizer, an organizer, right? So human resources schema stores all the tables relating to human resources. Like you can see, like job candidate, like shift, employee, department, right? Let's look at the employee table. So if I'm looking at the employee table, I go select star from my database, which is the AdventureWorks here. AdventureWorks. And then you bring dot. Dot is to connect you, like I'm going to Winneba, right? I fly from New York to Accra, right? From Accra, I take a car from Accra, from airport, let's say to Central Accra, and then I pick a car from Central Accra to Winneba, right? Okay, all these various stops, you connect them in database with period, with full stop, right? So I go to Ghana, which is my main database. I'm from there, I'm connect to Central Accra. So that's my human resources schema, right? And then now to my table, my destination, which is Winneba. So employee. This tool is IntelliSense, so as you type, it pops up where you so you can just select that. So now if I run this, you see it gives me the employee data. As you can see, business entity ID is like the employee number or employee ID, or as you can see, you have organization level, you have job title. So you see like job title, vice president, senior tool designer, You see date, birth date. You see gender. You see marital status, high date, right? So this is the data in the employee table, right? So if you look at, for instance, the department table, I do select star from. The star means give me every column. What is column? These are columns. These are columns. Business entity ID is a column. National ID is a column. Login ID is a column. Job title is a column, right? And these are rows, right? So in database, you have your database. You have your schema. And you have your table. And then you have columns and rows. I said these are columns, the entity ID, these are columns and rows, right? And then in between column and row is the value or the field you want, or the cell, like this number, like the number 2, like senior tool designer, that's the value or the field, right? Okay, so now, again, schemas are like organizers or container, right? So this human resources schema, that's where all the tables relating to human resources are stored. If you see person schema is like a container, right? Take it like courses or like hall of residence. Of course, I have to start with Commonwealth. So say like this is Commonwealth Hall. That's where all the Commonwealth, anything relating to Commonwealth is stored. This is like person schema, it's like Legon Hall. There's all information relating to all the tables relating to Legon Hall. That's where they are stored. And then production schema, that's where all the, let's say production water hall, all the water hall scheme information of that water hall tables are stored. Remember, location is the table name, production is the schema. Document is the table name, production is the schema. Okay. If you come to sales, there's a sales schema. Again, schema is nothing but organizer or a container, right? At least at this level. So credit card is the table, sales is the schema. Let's look at a credit card table, for instance. So select star, give me every column. From my database is AdventureWorks, so AdventureWorks dot, this time not human resources. I'm looking at credit card, my schema is sales. So sales dot credit card, right? And then just highlight and then click execute. Right, it gives me my credit card table. This is the information in my credit card table. These are the columns: credit card ID, credit card type, card number, expiration date. This is the information stored in my credit card table, right? So schemas are organizers where tables are stored, and the default schema of every database is called DBO schema, which we'll come and talk about. I think I'm gonna skip that, and so that we start to get our hands dirty. So now let's go and create, we've created our own database, so we're gonna create our own tables. We're not gonna create a schema, we're gonna use the default schema. If you see over here, we have DBOs, right? DBO schema is a default schema. So see a container organizer like boxes. If I'm moving to somewhere, I have a box, I'll pack all my socks. I have a box, I'll pack all my shoes. I have a box, I'll pack all my calorie sets, you know. Yeah, so that's how schema works. That's like schema, you know, or you have drawers. You have a drawer for your shirts, you have drawer for your socks, you have drawer for your perfumes. Those are organizers. That's how schemas are, right? Okay. And the default schema is DBO, right? Database owner. You know, and DBO schema is the default schema. DBO schema is the default schema. So today we're going to use the DBO schema. So let's go to our database and create our table. So now that we're going to go to our database, important thing is look right here. Instead of typing all this, right, I can also type just select star from human resources dot employee without the database name, right? But look what happens. If I do this, it doesn't see it because the human resources is stored in AdventureWorks database, right? So you need to come up here. You see up here where it says master, you need to come here, click this drop down and select your database. So always come here and come and select your database unless you go by this 3 format name, you know.
So how do you select that toolbar? The
Click
toolbar
on
that
this drop down.
display.
You see this drop down? Click on the drop down icon right here. And then you can select. So I'm going to select.
I have a question, sir, please.
Go ahead, please.
Please, the toolbar that's displaying the master. Yes, where you just selected the database. How do you display it? Because by default, it's not displayed.
Oh, that's funny. By default, it should be there. So, yeah, by default, it should be there. So if you're not seeing
Sir, I think I also have the same problem here. Mine too is not displaying.
I think it will display when you start writing the queries.
Mine too.
Oh, okay. So if it's not displaying, okay, do this. Click over here. You see new query?
Okay.
Click on new query.
Okay.
Click on new query.
All right. I have it now. Thank you very much.
Click on new query. Yeah, okay.
All right. I've seen it now. Thank you very
much. I don't have it. I don't have it.
If you click on new query.
Okay, I have it.
You see new query up here. New query.
Before the new query, my UG base, when I click OK, doesn't pick.
Can you share your screen real quick?
Sure. Share screen.
I don't see your screen though.
My screen is here.
Okay, great. So yeah, so you've typed UG, right? So
yes,
just click OK at the bottom. Click OK.
Yes, when I click, gives me this.
Create UG field. You say database already exists. You already created it.
You already created it.
So click OK. Click OK. Click cancel. Cancel. Click cancel.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you see where it says databases, click the plus sign next to databases. You see your UG is already created.
Okay.
Yeah. So so click on new query. Click on new query. Okay. Now click. You see where it says master?
Yes.
Click the drop down. Click the drop down and select UG. Select UG. Okay, great. Now let me switch back to my screen. Stop sharing, please.
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So now we're going to go ahead and create our own table. But before I go, a quick one, real quick one. So anyway, so first, what I was saying is, if I do select star from human resource and employee right now, and I was in masters database, right? And I execute, it's not going to execute because it doesn't see, I mean, execute, but give me an error because it doesn't see the schema. Because this schema is not created under masters database. It's created under what? AdventureWorks database. So either you use the three-part name, that's the database name, schema name, and your table, and then you don't bother whatever is here, it wouldn't matter, it will run. If it's a masters, it will find it, right? If you are using a two-part name or a one-part name, then you need to select the appropriate database where the schema and the database is, right? So in this case, I need to come here and select AdventureWorks, and then it will run. Because the human resource schema is stored under AdventureWorks, and the table employee is also stored under AdventureWorks. So basically, I cannot go to Nigeria and be looking for Winneba or Cape Coast. I have to go to Ghana. So you always need to go to the appropriate database. All right. Okay. So before we go on, a quick one. Every major database, you have system tables. You know, system tables is the fundamental or foundation for your database. And under system tables, if you go to system tables, you see this system tables. The most important one is master database. Master database contains all the key information needed to create your database, you know. And then you have the model database. Model database is just like a template to enable you to create database. And then the MSDB database is a very important database. It's the database that stores information about your jobs. When you say jobs, what you mean by scheduled jobs? If I schedule, for instance, a backup job to run, to always back up my database as 2 a.m. when everybody's asleep, or 6 a.m. When I schedule that backup, all that information will be stored here in my MSDB, you know, and at 2 a.m. it will kick off and the job will run and my backup will take place. So every job you schedule, the information is kept here in your MSDB database, right? And the TempDB is just a temporary database, you know. So these are system databases. You can later read about them. The key important ones are the master database and the MSDB. Okay, let me save this. If you want to save your work, always come to save us. Remember, don't be typing now, but just to show you if you want to save it with us. So I'm gonna save this here. I'm gonna name this UG workshop. Okay, all right, so now let's have some fun. So please, this workshop is supposed to be fun, you know, so please enjoy it. No stress, you know, so please, if you're not having fun, let me know at any point in time, because I also want you to know IT is fun. IT is so much fun, you know, so have fun doing it and enjoy the logic. If you have fun and you enjoy the logic, as it gets complicated, you enjoy the complexity, you know. So now, please let's switch here. You go to the drop down here and switch to UG and select your UG database. So please go to your drop down on the top left and then click the drop down and then select UG, the UG database you created. Is there anyone who couldn't create the UG database?
Yeah, please. I don't think I have the UG database.
Come again?
I don't have the UG database.
Okay, to create the UG database, you see over here,
Yes.
Click the drop down, right? And then right click on databases. Are we on the same page?
Yes, please.
And then select new database. And then type UG in the database name. You see where you see database name?
Yes, please.
Type UG. And then click OK at the bottom. Yeah. And then, as I said, every database is created with two key primary files: the master database and the log database file. You know, if you scroll all the way, you see this where by default they're going. You know, all right. So click OK. So you type in the database and click OK. You know, I already created this, so you know. So again, quickly, go over here, right click on databases, click on new database, put in UG for the database name, and then click OK. Are we good?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay. So
Thank
now, you're welcome. The next thing you want to do is click on a new query. Click on new query. Click on new query. You know, and when you click on new query, come over here to this drop down and then select UG. Select UG. Okay. All right. Let's get our hands dirty and have some fun. So now with database, we talk about database. So database is a repository where you store tables. You store tables and database objects. Okay, and then tables. You know, but here I'm going to be brief. And then tables, right? Okay. So now we've created our database. We're going to create tables. So to create a table, please mute. Somebody needs to mute. If we can mute everybody. Okay. So to create a table, you need a few things. First, you need a table name. And then you need a column name. And by the way, if you type in anything English, this is comment. This is called comment, how you comment something. Comment is like a note. Like all this I'm typing, these are notes, right? But there's a command. But these are notes I'm typing. So you can use a couple of dashes as comments, you know. So now with the column name, you need two things, important things there. What you call data type and data size. Very important. So what is data type and data size? Okay. If I want to store a name, right? Like first name. I want to create a column for first names. First name, people's name is stored in what? Alphabet, characters, right? So my data type have to be in database we call characters varchar, right? You can call either varchar or char. They are the same thing. Varchar or char, or sorry, or n char, n varchar, sorry. These are just different standard. You call one Unicode, one non-Unicode, right? You don't have to worry about that now, but basically it's, let's say English. Let's say this is British English, this is American English, right? It's the same thing. So here we say water, here we say water. That's all it is. So just different standard, you know. If you look at VentureWorks, let's look at some of the tables. If you look at the employee table, for instance, you see the employee business entity ID, which is like a student ID or employee number. The data type is integer, because it's normal. As you can see here, integer is normal, right? If you see something like job title, it says NVoucher. NVoucher means it's alphabets, right? And if you see the 50 here, is data size. Data size is how many alphabets or characters you allow. So this, they allow up to 50 characters, right? If you look at birth dates, the data type is dates. Data type tells you the format of what is going to be stored. Is it a number? Is it currency? Is it dates? Is it characters? So if it's a number, you say it's going to store integer. If it is first name, last name, which is character, you say it's going to be voucher or NVoucher, right?
Hello, sir. Please, sorry to interrupt you, please.
Go ahead.
Hello, sir. Yes. Please, where do I access that drop-down menu that you are having access to there?
Oh, you guys haven't installed, but at some point, maybe when we take a break or something, I'll help you guys to install this. But you don't have to worry it for now. I'm only using it for display purpose. But I'll make sure everybody get this today. So don't worry about that.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. You know,
yes,
that is data type and data sizes, right? So as I said, anything character or alphabet, you're gonna use voucher or NVoucher. And NVoucher and voucher, the difference is just one is Unicode, one is non-Unicode. See it like accents, you know, see it like British English versus American English. That's all. Or see it like Fanti and Ashanti, you know, but it's the same thing. They're for the same purpose. Okay, there are a few different, but I don't want to bring that in at this point. Okay, so if you look here, where they say gender and marital status, you see they say NCHA.
Hello, sir.
Right? NCHA 1.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, I want to find out, does caps really matters here?
No, caps doesn't matter in SQL Server. If you deal with Postgres, then caps matter. But for SQL Server, caps doesn't matter. It's not case sensitive.
All right.
Okay, so if you look at marital status, we have CHA. If you look at gender, we have CHA. So CHA, or in Ashanti, we say NCHA. It's for fixed length, right? Where the characters are fixed. So let's say fixed characters.
Okay.
For instance, let's say if we are using regions in Ghana, let's say Central Region, we use CR. Let's say Greater Accra, we use GR. Meaning we are using what? 2 fixed characters for every region, right? So the characters are fixed. So every region will only use what? 2 digits. So that's its fixed characters. So if you are using fixed characters, then you use what? CHA or NCHA. Remember, CHA and NCHA is the same thing. This is how we call it in Fanti. This is how we call it in Ashanti. That's all, by the same thing. So voucher is for varied length. When the length is varied. For instance, first name. Somebody's first name is Eric, which is 4 letters. Somebody's name is Ebenezer, which is a lot of characters. Somebody's name is Mary, which is just 4 characters. Somebody's first name is Joe, which is just 3 characters. So first name varies. First name varies. That's why we have voucher, means it varies. You know, okay. And then if you're gonna store student ID and stuff, if it's gonna be normal, then the data type is integer, int, right? If you're gonna store money, the data type is money. We use money for currency in database, right? If you're gonna store dates, the data type is date. If you're gonna store date time, then date with, if you wanna store date with time, then the data type is gonna be date time, right? Okay, so these are data types.
Hello, sir. Sir.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, I want to ask a question. Here, before you do the coding, there's this tray dash. I don't know how to call it, but then I see
It's called comments.
comment.
You use it to do comment, to notes, for notes.
Okay.
If you want to take notes, yes.
So I see 3, I see 4, I see.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it could be any length. And also, if you have multiple statements, like the quick, brown, fox, jumps, you can also do this. You don't want to comment each line if you have 50 lines. You can just use / with a star and come here, star, /
Just like C++.
You can either comment with dashes. It doesn't matter how many dashes, as long as it's more than one. Or you can use / with star and star for multi-line comments. You know, so comments. Comments, you can use periods. Comments, you know, or you can use /ABC and then / to close. That's how you can comment, right? Okay, so back to data type and data size. So now we know the various data types, and then you can specify data size. Data size is how much characters you want to allow. When you use integer, you don't need to specify data size. When you use money, you don't need to specify data size. When you use date and date time, you don't need to specify data size. But when you use varchar and nvarchar, you need to specify data size. Okay, so let's create our first table. So our first table, let's create, for instance, employee table. So employee is the table name. So everybody, please, let's create this. So the table name is employee. So first you start with create, the command create. So create table, employee, right? And then you bracket open, and you go first name. Remember, it's not case sensitive, so you can type it anyhow, that's fine. Or you don't want to start with first name anyway. Every table try to start with an ID, right? Because you want to uniquely identify data, you know. So every table try to start with ID. So I'm gonna say employee ID, or you can make it emp ID. So employee ID is my column name. My data type is gonna be integer. Int doesn't need a data size. First name. My first name is it varies. Everybody's first name is different number of characters, right? So I'm gonna use varchar. Varchar, let's say I'm gonna allow up to 60 characters maximum, right? And then last name, remember to bring comma in between each of them, you know. And then last name, the data type for last name is gonna be varchar. And then last name, let's say I want to give last name maximum of 55 characters. You know, you can go to the next line if your screen is short. you know, so I can come to the next line. So let's say date of birth. Date of birth is going to be date. So my data type is date. Let's say salary. Salary, my data type is going to be money. You know, and then let's say city. So city, you know, let me use, okay, no, good. So let's go say gender. Gender. If I'm gonna use fully spelled male and fully spelled female, from what I've explained so far about varied character, varchar, and char, if I'm gonna use a fully spelled male and female, who can tell me what would be the data type?
Varchar.
Varchar. Excellent, varchar, because it varies, right?
Varchar.
And if I'm gonna use just F and M, F for female
Char.
and M for male, if I'm gonna use just one. Char. Excellent. Excellent. So we're gonna use char for this, and we're gonna say char 1 for the data size. You know, so we're gonna use char means we're gonna use a character, and then the data size of 1 means we're gonna allow only 1 character. Okay. All right. So I think we can just deal with this for now, and then we can just close it with another bracket. So please, everybody, let's create our first table. So make sure you have create table, employee, which is the table name, bracket opens, employee ID, which is your first column name. The data type is int, which is integer. And then your second column is first name, which is characters. So your data type is varchar, and your data type is you're allowing up to 60 characters. And then last name is going to be varchar because it's characters, it varies. And the data type is going to be up to 55 characters. And then birthday, yeah.
Yeah, please, if you want to come to, if your line is short and you want to come to the next page, as in to continue the date of birth and the salary, money, and the gender. Because mine in the first line ended at last name
Enter. Hit enter.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, hit enter key. Just
enter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Press your enter key, and it will go to the next line.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I noticed that with yours, you have 2 different colors for the fonts. You have create table in blue, then employees in black. Does that make a difference? Because mine is all one color.
That is a bit strange, but if it works, don't worry. But basically what it does is the blue colors are reserved words, they are reserved commands. You know, anything in color blue is reserved commands. You know, reserved keywords. We call them reserved keywords.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So please, you have a question?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, please.
Please, for the varchar, you said we can also write it as n varchar or n char. Okay,
correct.
So for in one line, maybe for first name you use varchar. Can you use n varchar for the last name, or you have to follow the same thing throughout?
Great question. You can do that, but it's unprofessional. This brings in the question of best practices. You know, you want to be consistent across board. So for best practices, you want to keep to one standard. Either you're using Unicode or non-Unicode. You know, it's like you want to speak Fanti Ashanti. You know, either you are speaking, in fact, that brings me a very funny thing. We used to say Fantis always makes Fanti with English, but I think in Ghana now everybody is a Fanti, because in Ghana everybody, you hardly come across anybody who speaks their language without English. The Ashanti will speak Ashanti with English. You know, the Gan will speak Gan with English. I think the Gans do a good job. They are the one people I think I can exclude. But I think if the bottom line is now, it looks like every Ghanaian is a Fanti because they have English in their language coming when they speak. All right, so you want to make sure you go with one standard. And for this purpose of this class, we're going to use VACHA. We're not going to use N VACHA for the purpose of this class. So we're going to stick to VACHA throughout. But to answer your question, technically, it's correct. You can mix, but practically and best practice, you don't want to do that.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Okay. So now, please, let's highlight our tables. And please make sure you have selected UG. If you don't select UG, it's going to be created in master or somewhere, wherever
wherever the selection is.
So make sure you select UG. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Hello, sir. Please, I was following, but I had a network issue here and my device went off, the network went off. I just joined and I'm lost. I don't know where you are. I don't know if there's a way you could help me.
You know, unfortunately, I think you may end up lost for the rest because that would take us back and we have a lot to cover.
Okay.
Sir, I have a question. Is there a reason why you have double close at the end of gender chart?
Of course.
Yes, because this one is closing the opening.
Okay.
This one closes this one.
All right. Okay. I noticed. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. So, by the way, the guy who is lost, where are you exactly? Yeah, 1 second. The guy who is lost, exactly where are you lost? If I can help you real quick. Where were you disconnected?
I was disconnected right from the onset when you started, when you go into the database. And we started.
Just, you know what? At this point, you're not really lost. All you need to do is create a database, right? And then the rest you pick it up. So just create database. Just follow this. Follow what I'm highlighting here. Just do this. But before you do that, did you create your database?
No, I didn't start.
Okay. Real quick. Just go here. Right click on databases on your left.
Okay.
Right click on databases here and select new database.
Excuse me, sir. Please, if you can share a screen so that it will be faster.
Okay, all right. Share your screen real quick. But you have to be real quick because I can only give you just 3 minutes. Please share your screen real quick.
Because I am following what you are doing. I have some difficulty here.
All right, if you have difficulty, sorry, we have to move on.
Okay. I am just following.
All right, we don't want observers in this class. We don't want followers.
Thank you.
This is a hands-on practical class.
Hello, sir.
And randomly, I can be calling everybody to.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, sir. Please, so after I've created the UG, so where do I go to now create my table?
After you created a UG, click. Do you have this white pane? A white window?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, so if you have that, make sure UG is selected here.
Okay.
This drop down.
Okay.
This drop down, select UG.
Okay.
And if you select UG there, in this pane, please now type what I have here, create table.
Okay.
Yeah, and please, this workshop is going to be hands-on. We don't want it, observers. This is not a student lecture kind of thing. It's more of a hands-on practical thing. So please try to do what we're doing. Try not to be an observer. Try not to be make this a student lecture. This is not lectures. you know, so try to be a participant and try to create the object. We'll be more than happy for you to walk out of here being able to do something. Because the bottom line is we want everybody to be able to walk out of here being able to create an object. Because once you get that, believe me, sky's the limit. Once you're able to do one or two things, you can then fly from there. Yeah, go ahead.
Please, I noticed that at your execute, you have a green arrow, but mine is like an exclamation mark of red.
Yes, I also have the same thing.
All right, so let's do this, then we come to that, right?
Okay.
Okay, so now please highlight your create table. Highlight it. Highlight your create table statement and then click on execute. But make sure you are you've selected UG under your database. Make sure you selected UG under your database.
Please click on hot. Say.
Click on highlight. First highlight.
Say.
Yeah, hello?
First highlight and click on.
And then click on execute.
Hello.
Execute.
You said we should
right
highlight it.
This is funny.
But before you execute, make sure UG is selected in this drop down.
Sir, please, I was given this. There is already an object named employee in the database.
Well, then you already created it.
Okay.
So we will come to that and you see what you see it. So that's good.
Mine has the same. Mine has the same comment as the earlier person who commented. There's a red exclamation by execute.
If you get an error message that the table already exists, it means you've already executed.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
But
okay,
mine doesn't say that.
Sir, they say that my sentence is true.
It has a red exclamation by execute.
Excuse me, sir. Please, sir. There is no problem with it. If you have the exclamation mark and in commands, there's no problem. There is no. It just tells you command.
All right, guys, let's follow this, and then we'll come to the questions. First, make sure UG is selected in your drop down, and then highlight your create table statement, and then click execute. When you click execute, it should be successful. You should see here, command completed successfully. If you have already created, please mute, please. If you already created, then you get please mute, please. If you already created, then you have.
So I think someone needs to actually mute their mic.
Mr. Baite, are you there? If you can mute everybody.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. Ima, there's somebody whose mic, the background sound is really hurting my ears.
Yeah, Mr. Baite, are you there?
I'm here.
Mr. Baite.
I'm here.
Could you mute everybody? No, so after they finish the questions, mute everybody. But please unmute if you have a question.
Yeah, and can anyone who wants to ask a question raise their hand so that they'll be picked?
All right, that's a great suggestion. So use the raise your hand icon to raise your hand if you have a question. Where can we locate raise your hand icon? Let me see so that everybody can. I think it's next to.
If you click on the more, you see the raise your hand icon. You see other things there. It's easy.
Okay. All right. So guys, if you have a question, go to more. But I don't see
the raise hand. If you want to give a thumbs up,
So I think mine, I'm not seeing that they raise a hand button, so I don't know.
I don't see, yeah, me too. I don't see the raise your hand icon.
Please
Yes.
check reactions.
No,
Raise hand is not
it's
the same.
actually written raise hand. Raise hand.
Where is it? Where is it located?
If you are using the PC, you see the icons. If you are using your phone, you see raise hand.
You have to click on participants.
Participant.
No.
Yes.
No,
Then
you have
it's
to.
at the end of the there.
Raise hand. Okay, I've not seen it. I've not seen it. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So good one.
All right.
Click on participants and then raise your hand. Okay. All right. Cool. So importantly, make sure this is typed correctly. Highlight it. Click create. Click execute. And then your command should be executed. And you should get over here, command completed successfully. You know. And then if you want to see where your table is, give me 1 second and I'll come to those of you who have questions. If you want to see where your table is created, everybody, first of all, you need to see where your table is created so that you know the in and out of your database. Go to databases, and then go to your UG database, and then go to tables, and then you should see your employee table. So this is your table, and if you click drop down, you see columns. You see employee ID, first name, last name, da 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 da, right? And you see your data types and data sizes. Is there anyone who has a problem with that?
Yes, I have a problem. So please, I have a problem.
What's the
I can
problem?
only see system tables, file tables, and external tables.
Then you have not, or system tables. Did you highlight and create?
Yes, please.
Yes,
The
I
message,
did.
there is already an object named employee in the database, but when I went to the tables, I saw system tables, file tables, and
All
external
right,
tables.
can you share your screen real quick?
So please, I'm using my phone.
Yeah.
I'm not
Okay,
sure
I
I can
can share
help.
mine because
I can also share mine. I also have the same issue.
Okay, who have the same issue, or go ahead and share yours.
Okay, let me share it, please.
Oh.
Okay, all right. So check your spelling. Voucher, you have E. In programming, spelling is very important. Look, voucher, where is highlighted? Yeah, red, yes. Always look at your red lines. Your red line indicate a problem.
Okay.
Yes, now highlight and execute.
Sir.
This is the problem
And by
I
the
was
way,
referring to.
if you have only one code, you don't need to highlight. If you have only one code, you can just execute. But please, for now, for teaching, for simplicity, just highlight. But I just want you to know.
Okay.
Okay. Any other issue? Any other issue, guys?
So please, it's still the same thing. I can't see my employee table.
Mine also. But then mine has been completed successfully.
I think.
Yeah, those who can see
Let's do
here
one at
should
a time.
refresh.
One at a time. That's why maybe the raise your hand icon will be good.
Sir, please, can you hear me?
Please,
yeah.
You see, on the left hand side, there's a refresh icon at the top. When they get there, they should just refresh and then it will appear.
Oh, that's correct.
It takes time to.
Mm-hmm. Great. So let me show you. Let me share my screen and show you guys.
Okay, yes, it worked.
Yep, refresh, yes. If you don't see your table, refresh. And for now, to be easy for you guys, always refresh at the table database level. So go to your UG.
Okay, it
all
worked.
the way, last but one, select refresh.
Okay.
You know, yeah, great. Thank you very much.
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir, please, with the execute command, there was a red exclamation mark on the left of it. And when I right-click on the command we created, this is what I see on my screen, and it's in red, message 102, level 50,
All right,
stage
show me
1,
your
line.
screen. Show me your screen. Share your screen.
I'm using my phone. I'm using my phone.
Well, it will be tough for me to help you.
And it shows incorrect syntax.
Then there is an error somewhere.
So you're using it. Go ahead with your what's your problem again? Can you go over again?
Okay, MSG102.
You know,
Command
it's gonna
level.
be very tough for me to help
Hello,
you.
sir.
I need to see the error. Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Please, I have incorrect intax near, so I don't know where I
Share
went
your
wrong.
screen. Share your screen real quick.
Okay, I'll do that.
While she's sharing, could you show me where to find the refresh?
The refresh. Okay. Look on your UG. Right click on your UG database.
Okay.
And then last but one, you should see refresh bottom. Last but one, you should see refresh.
Yeah, please, I'll share my screen.
Okay. So you see, you have a dash between table and employee. Between
okay.
Table,
and then voucher is wrong. The spelling of the voucher.
So remove the dash first. Remove
okay.
the dash.
Okay.
Could you remove the dash?
Okay, I'll do that.
The name to
do it now. We want to make sure.
Yes. I want to do it now. Yes, sir. Please, I've removed the dash.
Yeah, and then you need a space. You need a space.
Okay, I've created that.
Okay, good. Now go to your voucher.
Okay.
You are missing C. You are missing C.
I'm missing C. Yes. Yes. And then the date of birth. I think there's a problem there too.
You are missing, no, it's correct, but you are missing the data type. You need data type date. After the date of birth, space and date.
Space and date. Yes, please. Yes. Thank you very much, sir.
Execute. Highlight and execute.
Okay.
The feature. There's a problem.
There's a problem with the gender. It should be char.
Voucher. Spell the voucher correct. I mean char. It should be char.
Yes, char.
Remove
the
V.
Okay.
One.
Remove the V.
Please, I'm coming, sir.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, good. Now highlight and execute.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please,
thank you very much, sir.
Voucher and the chart. Difference between the voucher and the chart.
The difference between voucher and chart is the voucher married like first name. Everybody's first name. Some people's first name is just 3 letters, like Joe. Somebody's first name is Mary, which is 4 letters, right? Somebody's first name is Joseph, which is a lot of characters, right? So everybody's first name is different length, different number of characters. So it's about the number of characters. So first name, last name, any column that the data you're gonna store, is the number of characters is different from each and every record. You wanna use voucher. For records that's gonna have fixed length, like if you're gonna use F for a female, M for male, then you want to use char. Char is for fixed length.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. Any question before we move on? Any issues? All right, good. It looked like great. Good job. So,
sir, please, how do I find the now I have created, it says the command is successful. So do I go to the database or the tables?
So go to UG. Go to your UG.
Yes.
Stop sharing your screen. And let me share my screen. Okay. All right. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. To see your table, go to your UG database. And then first of all, refresh. Right click. Okay. Last but one, you should see a refresh. And then click the plus icon and then go to tables. And you should see your table employee.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. All right. So now let's insert some records. So to insert some records, before we insert record, let's look at our employee table. So to look at your employee table, type select. Select means give me or return to me. So select star. Star means every column from employee, right? And before we do that, let me show you one thing. We didn't create a schema. We are using the default schema. Default schema is whenever you create a table and you don't specify a column, a schema, the database will automatically put that table in the default schema, which can automatically count the database. The default schema is the DBO. So if you look over here, though we didn't specify the DBO schema, we put our table in the DBO schema. So all our tables we're going to use will be created in the DBO schema. And therefore, we are using the one party name. So just type select star from employee, meaning give me employee table, and then highlight it and click execute. And then you should see this, right? If you want to write this with a DBO schema, you can do select star from DBO dot employee.
Hello, sir.
Yep.
Hello, sir.
Go ahead.
Please, my execute is still in red exclamation.
But it will come.
Okay. Share your screen.
I don't think it's a show of cautions. I think it's just an icon difference. But it's
sure. Share your screen real quick and let's see.
Okay. So the execute is still in red.
Okay, show us. Your execute is in red. Okay, highlight everything.
Yes.
Highlight everything you type. Now,
yes,
I want to make sure everything is highlighted. Okay, do this. You see, close the window on the right. Close the window on the right, all the way to the right. Close that properties window. Close the property windows on the right.
I don't know why the other part is not showing.
So first close the properties window on the right. Close that window.
I'm not getting how to close. There's an icon blocking
the
me.
X. Close the X. The X up there.
Okay, I've seen it.
Yes. Now scroll down. Use your scroll. Scroll. Look down. The scroll bar at the bottom, all the way at the bottom.
Okay.
Yes. Scroll to the left. Scroll to the left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So everything is actually highlighted.
Yes. So now click on execute.
It's still in red exclamation.
Yes. Click on it. Just click on it.
Okay. I'll have.
Yes. It's created.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So now go and look at our table. Go and look at our table. So refresh. Right click on UG. Right click on UG Clara. And then refresh. Now click the plus sign. And then tables.
The plus sign.
Click on the plus sign next to table or just click on it. Okay, so that's your table right there. All right, so let's move on. Stop sharing your screen.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, so now, please type select star from employees. And then highlight it and then click execute. And then you don't have to worry about the second one. The second one, I just want to show you if you still want to type the schema, you can do it this way. So now, let's do this. We have a few minutes for break, but let's see if we can do this real quick. So now we want to insert record, right? So we use the insert. command. So you type insert into employee, right? And you list the columns you want to insert into, right? The column you want to insert into is, you want to insert record into the employee ID column. Employee ID. We also want to insert record for first name. We also want to insert record for last name. We also want to insert record for date of birth. You also want to insert record for salary. And you also want to insert record for gender. Right? So this, you are just listing the records you want to insert data into, right? And then come to the next line. You can do it on the same line, but for simplicity, just come to the next line. Now type values. The values you want to insert, right?
Excuse me, sir. Your columns is employee ID, the first one.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So employee ID it should be employee ID, good catch. So employee ID, first name, this you are telling it the columns you want to insert records. And then here, the values, what values you want to supply. So put in here, we want to value one, first employee, we want to give employee ID 1. And then first name, we want to use Mary. Now, with integers and numbers, you don't have to put it in quotes, but for alphabets, characters, you want to put it in quotes. So Mary, you want to put Mary in single quotes. Anything, characters with names and stuff, you have to put it in single quotes in your index. So Mary, let's say last name Ofori. And then give me like 5 minutes, we'll be done and we'll take a break. And then the dates of birth, you also want to put that in quotes. So let's say Mary Ofori was born to, let's say 8/1985. Let's say 1985. Let's say her salary is 3,000. And let's say her gender. Gender is a character, so you want to put in single quotes. She's female, so F. And then close it. Right. So insert into employee. Employee ID, first name, last name, date of birth, salary, gender. These are the columns you want to insert records for, right? And the values of records you want. One is employee ID, Mary, Ofori, the date of birth, and then her salary, and then her gender, F for gender. If you're on the same page, highlight, and then do what? Execute. Execute. Please don't execute it more than once. Execute, and the record is in there, right? After you execute, start from employee, and then highlight again, and execute. Boom, we're done. We have one record in there. All right, any problem? Are we all good?
No.
What's the problem? Okay, those of you who are good, you can proceed. You can for your break. You know, we're breaking. You know.
Invalid column name, employee ID.
Okay, sure. It's 12. Those of you who are done, you can go. Proceed for your break, and then we will be back at 1. I believe it's 12 in Ghana. We'll be back. We should be back at 1. Those of you who have problems, you can stay with me to resolve your issues. So
some mics are some microphones are on.
Please unmute if you don't have a question. Unmute. Mr. Baite, if you can unmute everybody, and then the person. Okay, go ahead, your question.
Okay, sir,
Hello,
please,
sir.
I have a problem.
What's the problem?
Okay, so after highlighting and executing, I get this error, conversion failed from
All right,
converting
it's
the
a data
date.
type issue. So bring up your screen.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir. Mine says one row affected.
Yes, so it's done. It's good. So go ahead and do select star from employees. One row affected is good. It means it was successful. Okay, so conversion failed. It's a data type issue. So you have to make sure. Okay, so employee ID is one. First name Angela, last name Amegu. You have the date of birth.
Hello, sir.
You have
Please, sorry
salary.
to interrupt. Please. Hello,
Let's
sir.
look at your create table. I think it may come from your create table statement.
So, sir,
Okay.
if you have one row affected, where do you go next, please?
If you get one row affected, it means you are successful. So now
Okay.
go and type select star from employee to see that record.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so
Hello, sir.
let's see. So you have create table employee int. Let's match it. Employee ID int. And you provided one. Last name voucher 55. Let's match it. Last name. And last name you are supplying Amehu.
Yes.
And birth date. Date. And birth date. Yeah. Okay. I think your birth date 15. I think it's switch it around and make it 7/15.
Okay.
Okay, good. Now do select star from employee and let's see.
So,
all right, great.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Stop sharing your screen.
So, sir, after selecting staff from employee and everything is fine, we should just leave it this way till we return from break, right?
Exactly. Leave it till return from the break.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
One row affected.
I am
who else
also
have a
affected.
problem?
Hello, sir, please.
I
I'm also
do.
affected.
I'm sharing my screen.
Okay, yes.
I'm
From
sharing
here,
my screen.
from here,
Okay,
so I
let's
can
see
do
your
mine.
screen. Somebody needs to mute. There's some noise. Somebody needs to mute. Okay. All right, so it says somebody needs to mute. It says incorrect syntax near values. So let's see. No, because you have only highlighted one line. You need to highlight the whole insert statement. No, not from the create table, the insert, yes. Highlight those two lines. Yes, and then execute. Yep. Now go and do select star from employee. Who else has a problem?
Sir, please, I can't find my table.
I have a problem.
Sir, I have a problem too.
Let me see your screen. Oh, yeah, because
I'm sharing my screen.
After values, you need to open your bracket, but you don't have an open bracket.
Okay.
Yep, and now execute. Great.
Yeah, please let me also show mine, please.
All right, go ahead. Okay, so you have.
This is mine.
Okay, so insert and into, you need to space them. You have insert and into.
Okay.
Okay, so insert into employee ID, first name, last name, da.
Sir,
you need
please,
to
I have a
put
question.
Date, 1 second. You need to put the date in quotes. The date, no, not that date, not that, the values.
Here.
Yes.
Okay.
Put that in quotes.
Okay.
Yep, now highlight and execute.
Okay, let me do a correction here.
Sure.
So should I highlight all?
Yes, highlight all the insert statement, the whole insert statement, yeah?
Okay.
Okay, invalid object name employee. So, yes. Spell it, interchange the L and the O. Look at your employee, L and O.
Yes, here.
Insert into.
Yes.
I have a problem.
Sure, no problem. Let's finish with this and we'll get to you. Okay, last
name.
Check it with your the last name spelling on the table, on your create table. So create table, you have last name.
Yes.
No, you have last name. Look at your create table statement. Your create table, your spellings is name instead of name.
Yes.
So this is what you do. Fix it.
Yes, please.
And then put M there and let me show you what to do.
Yes, please. I've done that.
Yeah, but now you need to drop the table. So go down, go all the way down, all the way. No, just put, no, don't scroll. After insert statement, go to the next line.
Okay.
Yeah, hit enter.
Yes.
Okay, type drop.
Okay.
Drop table, employee.
Okay.
Remove the E, drop table, employee. And then highlight it and drop it. Highlight it and drop it.
Okay.
Yeah, execute. Click execute. Okay, good. Now go and run the create table again.
Okay.
Go and run the first line, create table.
Yes.
Highlight.
So I'll highlight and execute.
Excellent. Yep. No, highlight it all. You are missing the last part.
Okay.
Click the plus sign. Yes, and now highlight.
Oh, Jenny.
Oh,
you know what? Start from the end. It will make your life easy.
Okay.
Sir.
Yes,
yeah.
Sir, I'm done.
Okay, great. So let's move to the next guy.
Yes.
Please, I'm sharing my screen.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Okay, stop sharing your screen so that the next guy can share
yes,
his
please.
Screen.
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Sir, please.
You need to use your headset.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Sir, please, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So I also have a
successfully.
Go ahead with your question, please.
Yes, I'm also facing a challenge.
So share your screen, please.
I have, sir.
I don't see your screen.
I have the problem.
Oh, please,
I don't see your screen.
Please, can I share my screen?
Yeah, please share your screen. Share your screen.
Please, I get started. Why? This is my UG. So when I get in the center, there's nothing DB.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
hello,
still don't
sir.
see your screen. I see. Yeah.
Sir, please, can I share mine?
Yeah, please share your screen.
Sir, please, can I share mine?
Yes, please do.
Sir, please, can you see?
No, I don't see your screen. All right, let's move to the next guy. Unfortunately, I can't see your screen.
I think
So
Eben
please
Cobb
figure it out and come
has
back.
to stop sharing. Eben Cobb has to stop sharing.
Hello, sir.
Eben Cobb, stop sharing your screen.
Hello, sir.
I am trying to cancel, but then it's not working here.
Go to stop share.
Mr. Baite, are you there?
Hello, sir.
Sir, please, can I share mine?
Yes, but Eben Cobb needs to stop sharing the screen.
Yeah, just a quick question.
He's asking if you are there.
Yeah, go
Hello,
ahead.
sir.
Hello?
Yes.
What's the problem?
Mr. Baite, if you can stop Eben Cobb from sharing the screen.
Eben
Cobb.
Hello, sir. Just a quick one.
Sure, go ahead.
Mine is I have one rule affected.
Yes, so it's successful.
Okay.
So now go ahead and do select star from employee.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, sir, please.
Yeah, hello, sir.
Okay, great. So somebody's sharing their screen. Who is sharing your screen? Go ahead, your issue.
Yes, please, I have.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello,
go
sir.
ahead, please.
My two is I have only one.
You have only one.
Only one.
Can you come again with your question?
I say I have my only one.
I don't understand that.
Oh.
What do you have only one?
Is it one rule affected?
Please.
Yes, one rule accepted.
Affected.
I don't see your screen. I don't see anything on your screen.
Please, can I?
What do you have on your screen to show me? I don't see anything on your screen. Are we on the same page? Okay, what's your question? What's your question?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, please, can I share mine, please?
All right, somebody needs to share your question, but somebody has a question, but somebody's sharing your screen, but I don't.
Yes.
What's your question?
Yes,
whoever is sharing your screen, what's your question?
Yes, following by Sagoe. My assistant just went out. So when I get this way.
Oh, you need to use your headset because you're echoing,
Yes.
so I can hardly hear you. All right, let's move to the next guy. Figure it out and come back.
Please check my statement. Hello.
Oh, please stop sharing and let the next guy share. Please stop sharing and let the next guy share. Okay, go ahead. Please enlarge your screen.
Okay.
Maximize your screen, please.
Yes.
Please, okay, great. So incorrect sentence near So let's see what it is. So you have employee ID, last name, date of birth, salary, gender, values. 1. Yeah, you are missing last name. No, but where's your first name?
I did not input it.
Okay, so so insert into employee. You have MPID, last name, birth date, salary, gender. So let's see. 1 for MPID, 2 last name for Afari, your date of birth, your salary, and gender.
Sir,
Please
maybe
highlight.
there's no space between date of birth and salary. There's no space. It's
Oh,
not
the space
having
doesn't
space.
matter. The space doesn't matter though.
Oh, okay.
As long as it has a comma there. Please highlight
Yes.
again. Highlight and execute again, and let's see. Okay. So you have string binary truncation error. Okay. You see, I don't where you have your table. I don't see your create table statement, but don't worry. Drag the blue bar so that we can see. You see where you see we have employee table on the left?
Yes.
Yes, I want to see the whole thing. So drag it so that we can see the whole thing.
I think it's missing one of the names.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, so whenever you see truncation, it means you have a data size which is smaller than what you are trying to put in there. You see, last name, you have last name 1. Last name cannot be 1 character.
Okay.
So where is your create table statement? You need to go to your create table statement. Last name, you need to increase the number of characters. Okay. Whenever you see the word truncate, it means you are trying to put something bigger than what you have declared.
Okay.
You want to fix it now? Whilst we did you?
Okay, I can stop.
Yes. So please, can I share now?
Can I share
Yes,
mine?
go ahead, please.
Say, please, can you see?
Yeah, please, can you see
Yeah,
my?
I can see. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yeah, hello, sir.
Yeah, I'm listening. What's
please, please. With my, I had a problem with my service providers. I quickly changed it, and I was able to create a database and then the table. But because of I wasn't getting the right connection. I wrote down the create table code.
I'm the one showing now. Hello.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead, please. I'm
listening. Please, mine is completed successfully, but I can't see mine.
Okay, yours is completed successfully, right?
Yeah, yes, please.
Okay. Which command led to the completed successfully? It looks like drop.
Yes.
So let's do this. Right click on your UG database. Right click on UG and do a refresh. Okay. Yes, right over there. Do a refresh.
Fine, done.
Okay.
Now click on tables and let's see what you have in there. Okay, the table is dropped. So you want to create the table. So right click on your create table statement and then create the table. No. Highlight the red. Sorry, not right click. Highlight your create table statement. Come to your screen, the main screen. No, not there.
The main, okay.
What you typed, your create table statement. Highlight the create table statement. Yes. And then execute.
Execute. Okay. I'm done.
Okay. No, we execute.
Yes, I've executed it.
We don't see you execute.
Oh.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Do the select star from employee.
Select.
Highlight the select star from employee. Your second command, select star from employee.
This one.
Yes.
Okay.
And then execute. Okay, good. Now do the insert. Highlight the insert. Click the plus sign. Go back and click the plus sign. Yeah. And then click execute. Good. Now do the select star from employee again and see the records.
Okay.
Execute.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So let's move to the next
sir,
guy.
please. Yes, please.
So stop sharing your screen. Let the next guy share.
Okay. I've stopped.
So the next guy.
Yeah, sir, please. Can you see my screen now?
I see your screen now.
Yes, please. I had problem with my network, so I quickly changed the service provider. But before then, I created the database and then with the table. But because I wasn't connected anymore, I wrote down the code, the create table code. I wanted to do it now, but I don't have the DBO employee, so I'm quite stuck there.
No, you don't need that one. It's automatically going to be there. So just create your table. So let's go to the next guy. Do this. Do this? Go and type. You say you wrote the create table statement,
yes,
right?
Please. Yes, please. Yes, sir.
So go and type your create table statement and then come back.
Okay. Yes, sir. Please. By then I accidentally created multiple queries. So how do I leave the fourth query to the first query, please?
Come again.
I mean, with the queries, I think I created multiple new queries. So I'm on the fourth one. How do I change to the first one, please?
I don't get it.
So please, I mean, this side up here, it should be the first query, but I'm on the fourth query. That means I accidentally created multiple queries. But I want to go
I
to
don't
the
see
first
the
query.
multiple queries. Where are they? I don't
no,
see.
I mean, you can see SQL query 4.
It is gone. Where is it? So where is the query?
So please, I mean here.
Yeah, but I don't see the query. It says SQL query 4, but I don't see the query. Okay, so do this. Close that window. Click the plus sign to close. X to close it.
Yes, please.
Good. Click on new query. Click on new query.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So please, I have.
Yeah. Now go and create your table here. Go and type your create table statement here.
Yes,
and
please.
If possible, the insert statement here, and then get back.
Yes, please.
Okay. Let's move to the next guy. So stop sharing and let's move to the next guy.
Yes, please. I have.
Thank you. Thank you. Sure. All right. So the next guy. What's the issue?
Hello, sir.
Yes,
hello,
sir.
Yeah, mine is
Yes,
just
sir.
a quick one. So I observed that whilst you were typing, you have different font colors for your codes that you write, but mine doesn't show that, but it still does it. Is there a setting that I need to do?
Come again.
No, I observed that in your codes, you have different colors, blue, green, but I don't have that in mind, despite that it still works. So I wanted to find out if it's a setting I need to do to get that color showing.
Go back. Let's see your screen. Let's see your screen.
No, so I'm actually using a different computer for the.
Okay. Don't worry. As far as your code is executing, that's fine. You don't have to worry about the coloring.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. You're welcome. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. Anybody else
please,
with a
I
question?
also have a problem.
All right. Share your screen, please.
Okay.
Okay.
So please, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
I don't know where the problem is. I've executed, but it looks like it's not.
Yeah, do this. Close the properties window on the right. On the right, on your right.
Okay.
Say properties. Properties on the right.
Okay.
Good. Now you've created your table. So insert the C, change the C of insert to R.
R, okay.
Yes. Okay, insert into employee. Employee ID, first name, last name, date of birth, salary, gender. Okay, so after gender, remove that column and replace the column with a closed bracket. After gender, right after gender, remove the comma and replace the comma No, after gender.
Okay, okay.
Take your mouse to gender. Go and click on gender.
Yes, please. Something is blocking. Okay.
No,
remove the
means
comma.
the word gender.
I should remove the whole gender.
No. Remove the comma after gender.
Okay.
The word.
And then put this in there. Oh, 1 second. Put close bracket.
Okay.
Remove your mouse and remove your mouse and let's see. Okay, now values.
Okay.
Did you create your table?
Yes, please.
Did you create a database? Okay,
yes,
so
please.
now let's do this. Where you have select star from employee, go and highlight that and then run it and let's see.
Select staff and employee.
Yes, highlight it and then run it. Highlight that and execute.
Is it from the insert or the select side?
No, select star from employee.
Okay.
Highlight and insert. And execute. Execute.
Okay.
Okay. So you need to create it. I think it's not created. But first let's do it. Okay, yeah. So go and click highlight your create table statement. Yeah, highlight the create table, highlight the whole line, and then execute. Execute. It says it's already there.
It's there.
Okay, so
I've done it.
Okay. I see why. The spellings is wrong.
Okay.
You have emupu. So, okay, so you see you have employee, the create table, instead of employee, you have an O after M. So you want to drop that table. So do this, type drop table. Type drop table, go to the bottom, the last line. And then enter, hit enter. And then type drop table. And then the table name you have up there, employee. EMO.
EMO.
Yes, select it. It have come, select it. Yeah, select the last one, EMO employee.
Oh, okay, this one. Yes.
Yes, select
that. Okay. So enter.
Yes, select it. And then highlight that whole statement and execute. Execute. Okay, now go and fix the name. Go and remove the O in your create table. Go to your create table, the create table up there, your first line. Okay. Remove the O. Good. So employee. Now highlight it and make sure everything is correct. Yeah, okay, so highlight it and execute. Okay, good. Okay. So now do the insert, highlight the insert and execute. Okay, good. Now do the select star for employee. Highlight the select star from employee.
Should I execute?
Yes, execute.
Okay.
Okay, great. We're good.
Thank you.
Right. You're welcome. All right. Who else has a problem?
Yeah, please.
Please, I have a question.
What's your question? Please go ahead, please.
Yeah, I wanted to find out between R and then between R and using SQL for data analytics, what are the benefits, the pros and cons? Because I tend to use R a lot.
R is mainly typically from data science. And you said R and what? What are you are comparing R to?
The SQL
See, this is where I am.
Okay, R is for
It's where I
data
am.
science, and then SQL is for SQL Server programming.
Okay.
It's good to know both.
Okay.
It's good to know both so that you can deal with relational database, because SQL is for relational database and R is for data science.
Okay.
So it's good to know both.
Thank you,
sir. All right. Yeah. Who else has a problem?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
That's my screen, so I'm stuck, and it says incorrect syntax.
So incorrect syntax near keyword values.
Yes, please.
So let's see what the issue is. Can you highlight and execute again? Highlight your insert statement and execute again. No. You highlight all. Highlight the 2 lines or highlight insert to the values line. And then execute. Yep. So that was the issue. You were only highlighting 1 line. So now do the select star from employee. Select star from employee. No, you are missing the S. Select the whole thing, you are missing the S. All right, good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Yeah. Yes. Any other problem?
Yes, please. I'm sharing.
Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I'm sharing my screen right now.
Same problem. So I just
Sure.
want to.
What's the problem?
Yeah, please, I tried to highlight it. Same incorrect syntax here.
Can you highlight what is giving you a problem? Can you highlight what's giving you a problem?
Yes, please.
Execute it and let's see.
Yeah, please, I'm done.
So incorrect syntax near. So let's see where you have 55. You are missing the last name. You are missing the column name last name. So before the bracket, before the 55, type last name.
Last name.
Yes. No. Before. So try to understand this. See how you have column name, data type. Column name, data type, right?
Yes.
So you have employee ID. The data type is integer, right?
Yes, please.
You have first name. The data type is voucher, right?
Yes, please.
And the data size is 60, right?
Yes.
Now you need, after the comma, you need last name. So type last name. And then the last name, your data type is 55. Great. And then you have, you see where you say date? You need the date of birth.
Okay. So the date of birth will come before the date.
So type before date, type date of birth. But important thing is try to understand the logic.
Okay.
Don't just do it. Just try to understand the logic. No, don't. no, don't type. That's not what you can do. But try to understand this. Try to understand this. That's what's important.
Okay.
You type the column name and then the data type, right?
Yes.
So you have employee ID and the data type is integer. Are we good there?
Yes.
Now, the next column is first name. And first name, you're going to insert Mary, Joseph, Kofi, Kwame, right?
Yes.
They are characters, right?
Yes.
They are alphabet. So the alphabet is what? Varchar. You call it Varchar in database, right?
Yes.
So you say, oh, okay, the first name, I'm going to store Varchar characters there. And the data size is 60, right?
Yes.
Now, the last name, you say, I'm going to store last name. The last name, you need Varchar. You need a data type. The data type is Varchar. The last name is characters, right?
Yes.
Exactly. So you want to say last name, I'm going to store characters. So bring Varchar, type Varchar there. After last name, type Varchar. Just like you have over there, first name.
I'm done.
Okay, so the date. Before the date, you want to type date of birth, which is the column name. So no one thing. It's column name, data type, data size, if needed. So column name, data type, that is a must. You always need a column name and a data type. So date of birth, data type is date. Yes, that's correct. And then salary is money. We need to see the gender. I don't see the gender. So you either scroll or maximize your screen.
Please, I'm done. It is.
Okay, so gender, child 1. So you want to remove the, is there a comma after there? Okay, now highlight. Highlight that line and then execute.
Okay, please, I'm done.
Okay, good. So now you want to go and do an insert.
Yes.
So follow the command for the insert and then do the insert. Any other question? Any other guy? Issues?
Hello.
Hello, sir.
I think I'm going to take the last
Yes,
but
sir.
one, and I need to take a break, grab something to eat myself.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So I seem to have some duplication. I don't know whether I did something wrong, but this is my screen. Whatever I seem to be typing down here seems to be replicating at the top. I don't know whether I did something wrong with my
What is
setup.
replicating? What is replicating?
As in the quotes that I write at this side seem to be duplicating at the top.
Can you show me an example? What is the duplicate?
Okay, so for instance, let me try entering another code down here, and you see that at the top here, it's also writing.
All right, sure.
I'm not sure if it's something that I did wrong in getting, and that is how come.
No problem, but can you do so that we see what the issue is?
Okay, so let me type select, and then star, and as I type, you see the same thing up here, the same here.
Sure, can you do so that we see?
Okay, select star, and then.
I don't see your screen. Are you sharing your screen?
Yes, I've shared the screen.
I don't see you typing though.
Oh, okay, just a second. Let me stop and re-share it. I want to share it again. Oh, I think somebody is already in
Okay, whoever is sharing, please go ahead with your question, please.
Hello, I think it's me.
All right, please go ahead, please.
Okay, I actually got lost along the way. So, one second, let me just share my screen. This is where I've gotten to, and I don't have any. I'm stuck.
Uh-huh.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So you have your crate table.
Yeah.
Crate, you are missing E. The crate, you are missing R and you are missing E. Crate table.
I'm missing. Okay.
It's crate table. So you are missing E. Add the E.
I'm lost. E where, please?
Crate, the first line. You see your first line?
Yeah.
Yes. It's supposed to be crate with an E. You need an E after T.
Yeah, but on mine is CREATE.
Whose screen are we looking at right now?
And it's not mine.
All right. One thing, I need to see your screen.
Okay.
Okay. Whose screen are we looking at right now?
Okay. This
Courage. Who is Courage Ado?
Okay, Courage Ado. Go ahead, and then after that we see the lady. But you got to be very fast because I need to go grab something to eat real quick. Courage. What's the issue? Courage. All right. If Courage is not ready, let's go with the lady.
Okay, let me share my screen now. All right.
Share screen. Courage.
Okay.
Can you stop sharing your screen? Ms.
I'm
Abaite,
sharing my screen right now.
I don't see your screen. Ms. Abaite, can you? Okay. All right. I see your screen now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. I got stuck along the line. So this is where I'm actually at right now.
So on comment to the crate, remove the 3 dots from the crate, before the crate.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Go and change the master. You see where it says master on the left?
Yes.
Change it to UG.
Change it to UG. All right. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Now go and put your mouse next to salary. You see where it says salary?
Salary, yes.
Go and put your mouse there and hit enter so that it goes to the next line so that we can see everything.
Okay. All right.
Okay, good. So you need a closing bracket at the end.
At the end, okay. All right. Yes.
Okay, so create table, employee, employee ID, integer, last name, voucher, first name, voucher, last name, date of birth, date, salary, money, gender. Yeah.
Okay.
Now highlight and execute.
Okay, so highlight all and then execute.
Highlight all. Start from the end. Okay, you got it.
All right. Commands completed. I did that.
Okay, good. So now type select star from employee. Go to the next line.
Next line,
click,
okay.
Click somewhere, click anywhere outside, and then hit enter to the next line.
Okay, all right.
And then do select star from employee.
Okay, so.
Select.
Okay, select.
Star from employee.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, select star.
From employee.
From
employee.
Employee. Okay.
And then highlight and execute.
Okay, so. Okay, so execute.
Highlight the whole line. Highlight the whole line and execute.
I did that.
Okay. Okay, good. So now go and do the insert. All right, guys, I need to take a break quick and come back because I need to be back
thank you.
at 12. You're welcome. So I'll see. So go and do the insert and then we get back. Right?
Okay.
All right, guys. I'll be right back. All right. So
hello, please, sir, please, if someone,
I need to go.
Please, but
I need to go grab some. Go ahead.
So please, if those that are able to done it, they could stay online and help us through, please.
Okay. All right, guys. Please help those who have been able to do. Please stay on.
Yes.
Help the other guys, please.
All right, see you, please.
Okay, sir. It's difficult for us to regulate because everyone will be talking, and so I don't know. The one
yeah, please. I'm sharing my screen. I need someone to help me, please.
Okay, so
hello,
let me
hello?
see. Let me see. Yeah,
yes,
this is
make it bolder.
Yeah, please.
Make it
please,
bigger.
I've shared my screen. Can someone help me, please?
Make it bigger so we can read.
Hello.
But what we are having is different from what you were told to do. if I see correct.
Hello?
Your screen is too small.
Hello?
Hello.
Please, can someone coordinate this? Because yes, we can help, but then if
please,
everyone is talking, if
yes,
everyone
please, I
is
think
talking together, it will be a little bit confusing. So I don't know who is in charge of this,
please.
but
but
okay, good. Hello?
Hello? Okay, so let me coordinate it. If there are any issue, other people can also have an input. So with this one, I hope you can hear me.
But yeah, we can hear you, please.
Okay, so the last line where you have the insert into, you see,
yes, please.
where you have the F, there should be a closed bracket. There should be a closed bracket at the end of the line.
Okay, here.
Yes.
Yeah, please, like this.
Okay, then you select that line and you execute.
Yes, please. Execute. Please, I've done it.
Good. So you can refresh, and you know how to refresh it. The refresh button is where you have the connect. You see that arrow? You see that. I mean, come to the where you have Object Explorer, not the SQL page.
Okay, please hold on.
No, maybe he should just go to the select star from employee and then execute.
Here.
Everything will be done.
Okay, please, I've done that.
That is it.
Yeah, so it's done.
That's it. That is done.
So,
yes.
Yeah. Yes, but please, quickly, I could see from other people's pages when they share the screen that after the external tables, they had DBO employee, but I don't have mine here. So I think I missed some steps because my network was off. So if you could help me through that, please.
I don't get what you're saying.
No, I mean below here. I mean here, external tables below it. I could see from multiple screens that other people's screen that they had DBO employee, but I think I missed that step when my network was off. Please.
So he was dubbing somebody's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know? Just go back to create table, highlight it and then execute and let's see.
But you execute and let's see the syntax that will come.
Yes, execute that one and let's see.
Okay.
So now create the table twice.
Yeah, please, I've done it.
Create the table twice.
Then how about doing it?
The table already exists.
Yes,
it exists somewhere, just that he doesn't seem to find it.
Exactly.
So go to external tables. Go to double click your external tables. It should be in there if you've done.
Okay.
Please, I have, but nothing is showing.
When you double click, nothing shows.
Yes, please.
Okay, so you know what? Let's reload. Go to where your mouse is, right? Let's reload the UG again.
Reload
the UG again.
Right click.
So click on that. Click on that.
Okay.
And now I actually want you to choose another database, then we come back to the UG database.
Okay, so please how do I do that, please?
So let's see if there are any other databases that are there. Okay, so click on the system database at the top.
Okay. Yes, I have.
Still not. Oh, sorry. Click on your query, the heading, query 5. Click on it. No. Yeah, click on it. Now go back to the UG.
How do you modify?
Click, at the top. No.
You mean here?
That you want to change?
No, up there. Yeah. Far left.
Please, I think there are multiple voices. Please, I'm being distracted, please.
Move to the left. Where the UG.
Assign a new value for the column that you want to update.
The blank.
So what is the female? You want to make it male?
Please, can you let me speak, please? Yeah.
Specify which row you want to update in the where clause.
Madam Augustina, please, can you allow me to talk, please?
Hey, was that on this one?
So, Alice, I think we should all mute and then allow one person to talk. Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. Sorry.
Okay, so can you go to where close to the execute button? You see this thing is, yes, now move to the next column where the UG is at on that same lane. No, execute, then the next drop down list. No, go to where execute is. The next one, go to your left. Yes, click down. So choose master and then choose UG again and let's see. Choose master first and then go back to UG and let's see if it will reload it. Click on, no. Go back that same place. Go and click on the UG again. Yes, and then now let's come back to the the tables. It's still not.
No,
And
he
then
has to go to
already run it. There's already employee in the database.
Okay,
Hello.
maybe can he select staff from the DBO employee? Select and execute that one. Let's see.
Yeah, he can't find a DBO employee.
But it looks like he has typed something like that there.
Yes.
Maybe he should select it and then execute and let's see maybe if we can find
for
it.
him to find it.
Okay.
For him to find, he go back to tables. Or let's start again. He should go to the minus, UG minus, the left hand object explorer. Now go to minus, UG, go to UG, and go to the minus sign, the left hand. Minus, there is minus, yeah, click it. Okay, now click on plus again. Now go to, yes, now wait. Now go to tables. Go to tables. Yes, go to tables. Now plus. Plus.
That's it.
Okay, nothing is there. Now let's go back. Let's refresh it. Go to UG and right click on it and refresh it. Refresh. Okay, now go to tables. Tables is down. Tables plus is down. Have you seen it? Now go to plus of DBO employee. Have you seen it? It's down. Now plus. This is what you wanted. Is it this?
I think it has appeared now.
Yes. Can you see
it?
Yes.
Yes, good.
Okay. You're welcome.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Please, maybe I can share my own so that you can take me. Please, can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yes, what I've gotten to. So I just need your assistance. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, we can see.
Okay. So please, I just want you to take me from here. Hello.
Hello.
Let me make a little contribution. You started with the default page, which is not in line with what we did. So you will have to delete up till from the bottom till the third to the fifth line. We delete everything first.
From here.
From where
Yes,
you have
please.
go
Yes.
to where you have another go. So all those code you have to remove them. Is that okay? Did you hear that?
Yes, please, I'm clearing.
Okay, then he should start all over again. Just.
Okay, then you can start all over again. So I should clear everything.
From go to go, remove everything.
Then
step at just clear every. Now it's fine.
Now it's fine. Claire use database SYN name Adventure Works. Claire that one too. Adventure Works.
Okay.
Claire. Yes, it's okay. Now the values.
Yeah, he has to complete his values.
So the values, so you bring the quotation mark. Please, are you listening? No, comma. Yeah, comma.
Comma, yes.
Comma. Space. Yeah, the quotation mark button. Okay, nice. Then
yes.
Type Mary. Type Mary.
Type Mary.
Mary.
I think it's
type
values.
the name Mary.
Check your spelling for values. It's S. You need the S.
Type the name. Okay, yes. Add S to the values. And type the name Mary. Mary. The mother of Jesus. Yes.
And then another exclamation.
Yes.
Good.
Then comma.
Comma,
yes.
Yes.
Comma. Another exclamation.
No, space. Good.
No, not semicolon.
Solomon. Exclamation. Then Ofori. Exclamation mark.
Yes.
Then comma.
Comma.
It is quotes instead of the exclamation mark.
It's apostrophe.
Okay.
Yes, space apostrophe. Then 2. Backward slash.
No, don't put any apostrophe after the 2,
apostrophe.
Please.
Bring the backward slash.
Yes, let's no, not forward slash, backward slash.
Backward slash. Yes, nice.
Good.
Then 8.
8.
Yes. Slash.
All right.
Another backward slash.
All right, finish with this and then let's
1985.
All right, please,
yes.
Let's wrap this up and then let's resume.
Okay.
So finish with that. Please finish helping her and then let's resume. Yeah, go ahead. You need to put single quote at the end. You need a single quote at the end.
I think it would be best to bring your values to the next line just to make it viewable for everyone.
Put your cursor, push your mouse in front of values and then hit enter.
Then press the enter key, yes.
No, in front of values.
In front of values.
Yes, and then press enter. Yep. And then there seems to be a space after 5. Remove the space after 5 of the date.
This side.
There's a space after the 5. Remove the space. Between the it looked like a space after the comma, after the single quote, the closing quote. Cool. So you have one for employee ID.
Yes.
First name, you have Ofori and Mary. Last name, you have Ofori. Date of birth.
Date of birth.
You need salary. You need comma. Bring comma and then put 3,000.
Okay.
Comma and 3,000. Please mute, guys.
Oh.
Bring 3,000 and then comma, comma. And then
You're disturbing.
quote F. Put F in single quote. Single quote, open F, single quote, close.
Okay.
Single quote, single quote. Remove the, no, go back. You need to go back, remove that. Yeah, and then now single quote, open, and then F. And then close it, single quote, and then now bracket close. Bracket close. And now highlight and execute. All right, great. Now just highlight your select star from employee and execute it. All right, execute. All right, good. We're in business. All right, thank you. Can you stop sharing your screen now?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Sure. All right, let me share my screen. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you all again. And also let me use the opportunity to say a big thank you to the Analytics Fire team, the team that really put this together. Big thank you to Professor Heinzen, also Professor Sintim, and also our almighty Adra Abrakwa. I started this with Adra Abrakwa, so we're a long way we've come. Big thank you to Rodalyn, big thank you to Professor George Oduro, and also Professor Soa, and also Mr. Abraham. Big thank you. There's a wonderful team that made this possible and put this together. Believe me, they pick it up and they run. They are amazing. These are great people, wonderful people. Very, very wonderful people, great people who really.
I'm not sure who's in the team right now on, so I'm gonna have to say thank you on everybody's behalf. But you have been so great since we started the UG at 70 Alumni Homecoming. You've spent so much time in Ghana just to help out. And so for those of you who have joined in and you don't know him, this is the man who has given a lot of his time and his efforts to be able to help people, and he's doing it for free. So I would like all of you to think personal thoughts of him, say prayers if you're a Christian, and let's just hope that he has the opportunity to be able to do this for us more and more. Bless you so much, Emmanuel. We're really grateful.
Oh, thank you. You're awesome. Thank you. Awesome, yeah. All right, before we continue, how is it going? You having fun? How am I doing?
Please, I have a quick question.
I'm really enjoying it.
Please, I have a quick question, please.
So thank you all, Dr.
Please,
Team,
I have a very short concern, please. So please, a quick one, please.
Go ahead.
So please, on my screen at the bottom of the console, I can see query completed with errors. But on your screen, it's successful. I don't know if I've done anything wrong somewhere, please.
All right, let me look that real quick and then let's jump back.
Yes, please.
So share your screen real quick.
Yes, please. Yes, please, I hope you can see my screen, please.
No, I don't.
But it shows that I'm
let
sharing,
me stop
please.
sharing mine. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, please. Here at the bottom here, I have query completed with errors.
Okay, query completed. Okay, first of all, it looks like you highlighted only one line. You need to highlight the whole insert command. Okay. So highlight the two lines, the insert and the values. Highlight those lines.
Yes, please, I have.
Yes, and then execute.
Okay, sir. All right, sir.
Yep.
Okay, done.
All right, cool.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. All right, let's switch back to my screen. And let's get started. But before I get started, do you like the way I'm teaching? Is it going
Yes,
well
sir.
with you?
Oh, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Very
sir.
good.
But yeah,
It is
just that the
very
network.
good.
It is very good.
Yes, why?
We
Yes,
are
that the
happy.
network is messing up. The
We're
network is
very
just
happy.
messing up.
Okay. All right, great.
This is great. This is great. Thank you very much, sir.
I am
You're welcome.
disappointed in my network.
All right, cool. All right, let's move on now. If I just
Yes,
please
sir.
enjoy it. This is supposed to be fun, so please enjoy it, have fun.
Yes,
So
sir.
now,
Hello, Emmanuel. A quick one.
Yeah.
May I suggest that the Zoom proceedings be recorded so that we can download
A
them?
lot of wait,
It's been recorded.
a lot of people are saying they don't
It's
understand.
already being recorded. Yeah.
He has to take his time and no this
All
thing
right.
or it's this thing. It's a free course.
All right, so let's move on. Let's move on.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
sir. Let's move on. So we have a lot to do. These are the kind of stuff we're going to be doing. If you can see my screen. We just started with database objects.
Hey, 3 to 5.
We haven't finished what we have to do before at 12. So before 12, so we're going to go back, get on that real quick.
Most people forget to turn
Sir,
on their
I think some people
their
have
microphone.
to mute their mic, please.
Anytime they ask a question and they finish, they forget to turn it on off.
Abraham, could you please mute everybody again?
Okay.
And please, after you unmute, if you have a question, and after you finish, please don't.
Yes, I think I actually heard somebody asking a tractor driver or something about the cost of something like that. I mean, we really need to try and keep everything muted as much as possible.
Yes.
Please, we can't hear anything the man is saying.
Is that Sagoe?
Please, his mic is muted.
He's muted. Sir, please, you're muted.
He's muted. Okay. I think I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we
we
can.
Okay, great. All right, so let's move on now. Now we created our first table, so now we inserted one record. So if you want to insert more record, very easy. Let's do this. Just copy your insert statement and then paste it, right? And then copy this. Copy here up to values. Don't include values. Do not include values. Copy only this part. Copy this part. Put a comma at the end here. And then go to the next line, paste, comma, paste, comma, paste. Right? We're going to be changing the values. So again, just go and copy your insert statement. Just copy, highlight, and copy it. And then paste it at the bottom. So let me just remove this. So that's all we're doing. Just copy everything here. Your insert statement, the whole insert statement. Come and paste it at the bottom. And then highlight this part. Highlight this part. And then copy. Do a Control V to copy, or however you copy, that's fine. Put a comma at the end. Hit enter. And then paste. Bring a comma, hit enter, and then paste, right? Bring a comma, hit enter, and paste. Are we on the same page? And then let's change the values. We already have one record in our table. We have Mary in our table. So change the 1 to 2. And then change the Mary to maybe John. So let's say John Osei. And then you can change the date of birth to anything you want. to 95. You can change the salary to 4,000, and it's male, so change the F to M.
Do you change the ones? Okay.
Yeah, you change the 1 to 2.
Okay.
For the first record.
All right.
And then the second record, we're changing the 1 to 3. And then change the Mary to any name. You can be changing this name, whatever name you want, you can change them, that's fine. You know, I'm gonna change this Mary to Rose. And then the last name, let's say Wilson. The dates, you can change it to whatever. I'm gonna make this 87. Make this 3005. And then Rose is female, so I'll leave it the F. Now here ID 4. I change this to maybe Eric. I change this to Osu. I change this to maybe 5, the year to maybe 2000. Change this to maybe 45, 4005. Eric is male, so I change this to M. Make this 5. Change this to Kate. Change it to Kate Lee. Change this to Sucks. Change it to 1992. We can keep the salary the same. And Kate is female. So please, important, remember, don't forget to put commas at the end. You need commas at the end. Apart from the last one. Don't put comma on at the end of the last one. So commas at the end, except the last one. And then highlights. And then executes. And now when I do select star from employee, I have 5 records. Are we good? Are we on the same page? Okay, so copy your first insert command.
Okay, so we select from insert and then execute?
Yes, execute.
Okay.
Yeah, make sure you highlight everything. Highlight the whole insert command, your new insert command, and then execute. And then when you are done, go and do select star from employee.
I wasn't successful, please.
What was the issue? Can you share real quick? Share your screen real quick.
Yes, please.
Please, I was told I'm not connected.
Sure. This is what I got.
I don't see your screen. Okay, good. So you selected other insert statements. You are also missing commas. So okay, so this is what you do. So start from the last but one. Start from the last but one.
Okay.
So the last but one, put comma at the end. Put comma at the end of the last but one.
This one
Your
like
last
that?
but one line. And then put comma at the one up, the next up.
Oh, okay.
And then put comma on the next up as well.
Okay.
Now highlight to the insert. Highlight from the bottom to the insert, from the last one to the, yep, exactly. Now execute. Okay, good. All right.
But on your screen, your employee details are showing, but mine are not.
Yeah, because you need to do the select star from employee. Highlight the select star from employee and execute. Select star from employee.
Select star, okay.
Or you can type, if you want, just type it. Execute, execute.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, good. All right, we got to move. This time I have to limit the number of questions now because we really got to move. Still feel free to ask questions, but just I have to limit so that we can cover a lot, you know, but still feel free to ask your question. All right, so now this is basically how to do multiple inserts, you know. So how to insert multiple records. Okay, now, if you look at this table, there's a problem here, and there's a problem. We did not define any rules, any conditions, so anybody can insert any record here without a problem, right? So now there's a problem we have. You don't have to do this, just look at what I'm doing. I'm demonstrating an issue to you here. Right now, anybody can come here and insert the same record without a problem, but it's bad. Then it will be duplicate, right? If I come here right now, we already inserted this guy. If I do this, it's executed. It shouldn't, but I did, right? So if I do select star from employee, now we have duplicates. See, we have John Osei twice with the same ID number. What changed? There's no changes. The date, the ID is the same, the date is the same, everything is the same. So duplicate, you don't want this, right? So you need to now bring in the rules. What are the rules? You need to bring something we call primary key. Primary key. So now we're going to talk about primary keys. First, we call this constraints. Constraints. What are constraints? Constraints are primary keys. Don't worry, I'll explain them to you. Primary keys, foreign keys. We have check constraints. We have default constraints. We have not null constraints. Okay, these are constraints. Let's start with primary key. Primary key uniquely identifies a record. Or uniquely identify records, right? For instance, everybody, you are uniquely identified by your student ID, right? Or your employee ID, right? Your employee ID, other employees cannot have the same ID. Everybody have unique employee ID, like social security number. Everybody have unique social security number. One social security number cannot belong to different people, right? One passport number cannot belong to different passports, right? That's what we call primary key. Primary key ensures unique identification of records. You know, because we don't have any rule, now we have duplicate primary keys. You don't want that, right? Because the danger in this is now, somebody can insert Mary here, Mary Smith here, right? With different information, but with the same ID, and it will work because we have no rules on this table. Bam, it's allowed. You don't want to have two people having the same employee ID. Now you have Mary and John having the same social security number. You don't want that. So we need to bring in rules. So we need to bring in what we call primary keys, right? So now I'm going to drop my table and recreate my table. To drop a table, you use the drop command, drop table employee, right? Okay, so all of you can do that. You can drop your table, so you can use your drop command. You can do drop table employee. So go ahead, do drop table employee. Drop your tables, you're going to recreate it with primary key. And from now on, any table you create, please include a primary key for best practice. In unique situation, you don't include primary key, that's fine, but for now. And now let's go and copy our create table statement again, and now include primary keys. So copy your create table statement and bring it here. And now we want to include primary key. Please let me know if you're moving fast. Are we on the same pace?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So now copy your create table statement and bring it. And here, after your employee ID integer, after the integer, just type constraints. Right? And then constraints, our primary key, we're gonna give it a name. So just do PK for the name, and then you can just say PK emp ID. Or to make it simple for you, just do PK employee ID. Right? And then just say primary key. That's it. Right? Okay, so that's all you're doing. First, make sure you drop your table with drop table employee. Go and copy your create table statement. And then after employee ID int, bring constraints, PK employee ID. You can name this whatever you want, ABC, whatever. You know, but it's good to prefix it with PK for everybody to know it's a primary key. And then just say primary key. Right? Are we good? If you are good with that, right click, highlight and execute. Highlight and execute. Highlight and execute. And then you can go to your UG and
Mine didn't work.
Yours didn't work. Okay. Share your screen real quick.
Okay. This is it.
Okay. Constraint. You are missing S in constraints.
Oh my God.
Okay, excellent. Okay, you need to drop the table. So highlight your drop table and execute it. Yep, and now go and highlight your create table again and execute. Okay, excellent. All right, stop sharing the screen.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, hello?
I have a problem. I executed, but that's incorrect syntax.
All right, share your screen real quick.
It should.
Maximize your screen so that we can see it all. Okay. Where you have constraints, after the constraints,
yeah.
Space, go to space, do a space, and type PK employee ID. PK employee ID. Or you can type anything there. It's just a name. PK employee ID and then primary key, space, primary key. Space, primary key. Okay, now highlight and execute. All right, great. Stop sharing your screen. All right, let's move. Any other one? Are we good? Are we good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So now we have our primary key created.
Sir,
So
please,
now,
this is Mary.
what's that?
Please, this is Mary. I've shared my screen.
I don't see your screen. Okay, I see your screen now.
Yes.
Okay, so create table employee ID, constraint, you're missing S, constraint, C-O-N-N-S, after the N.
And there's no comma after the constraints.
Yeah, and you also don't need S. Remove the comma and the S at the end.
Okay, okay.
Okay, and then constraint primary key, employee, after the emp ID, type primary key, space primary key.
Okay.
Before the comma.
Primary key.
Primary key, and then comma, bring comma there. And then comma after, no, primary key 2S. Primary key 2S, space in between.
Primary and key. Primary key.
Okay.
Okay,
yeah.
Now you're good. Execute, highlight and execute.
Okay.
Highlight it all. Start from the end. Start from the end to make your life easier. Start execute from the end of the second line.
Okay.
Gender chart.
Or you need to drop it. Highlight your drop table employee.
Okay.
And then execute that. No.
Okay,
do one
okay.
at a time. Do the drop table first. Yeah, and then now do the second one.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, let's move on. Any other person before we move on? Any other person? Okay, all right, let's move on. So let me share my screen again. So now we have create table employee. Our employee table is now created. Now, very importantly, refresh your UG. Refresh your UG database. Now go and look at your table. Now, if you look at your table employee and you go to columns, you see primary key, you have a key, a physical key right there, right? Now let's go ahead and insert the records we already have. So first, go to your original insert statement, and highlight your original insert statement and insert your first record. The old statement you already have. So insert, it went successfully. Now go and execute your multi-insert statement. Go to your multi-insert statement, insert it, right? It's successful. And now in my case, if I try to insert this Mary with the employee ID 2, it's not gonna allow me because already there's employee ID 2 in the table already. So check this out. See, violation of primary key constraint, it's not gonna allow me, right? Okay, good. So now, the rest of what I'm gonna do.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hello.
Can you go over again?
Okay, what I'm saying is, now I've inserted my records, right?
All right.
I've inserted my 5 records.
Yes.
Now, remember, now we have a primary key on this column, employee column, right? This, we put a primary key on it. Primary keys uniquely identifies a record. Also, primary key does not allow duplicates, right? So let me type that here. Primary key does not allow duplicate repetition of records. Right. And primary keys does not allow, no. Does not allow, no, meaning you can insert a record with the primary key empty. Okay, so to answer your question, now we have a primary key on this column, employee. So meaning it will make sure every employee ID is unique and it's not going to be repeated, right? So we already have employee ID 2. It's very simple. We don't want two people to have the same social security number, right? John already have social security number 2 or employee ID 2, right? So therefore, ID 2 is taken. We can give ID 2 to Mary. So we're trying to verify if our rule is working. So we're gonna try to assign employee ID 2 to Mary to see if it will allow us, though John has it already. So try, it did not allow us. It says violation of primary key constraints, right? You cannot insert duplicates because 2 is ID 2. Social security number 2 is already given. Are we good?
Please, before you come to the highlighting of the insert of Mary's Smith, like the duplicate you created, you highlighted once you executed them before you come to that.
Yes, what I highlighted it. I went to the statement we already have. We already have the insert statement, which we first use in our table, right?
Yes.
Remember, we have recreated our table, so we are reinserting the same records back into the tables.
Okay.
So it's the first, our original insert statement. We went back to insert it instead of typing a new insert statement.
Okay.
So just go back, execute your old insert statement,
All right.
your old single insert statement, and your old multi-insert statement.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, sir. My PC messed up, and so right from the beginning, I went off, but then I'm back. All I need is if you can scroll up so that I just take a pic of the steps, then we continue from there. I really want to catch up, but then because he has scrolled down, so if you can scroll up for me.
I'm sorry, it's gonna be difficult for you to catch up, and we're already behind.
I was following. I was using my phone to follow, but this time I just want to practice it. So I'm just taking a screenshot. Like if you can scroll up.
Okay, all right, screenshot, no problem.
Yes.
So here we go. So what do you want to screenshot? What do you want to screenshot?
Then I suggest you should copy everything and send it via the chat platform.
No, I want to start from. No, you can come down a bit.
All right, I'll only give you a minute, please.
Yes. You can come down a bit. I'm only taking a screenshot of where we started the practice itself when we came in. Yes, from here, sir. Right from here. Okay.
Sir, can I ask a question?
So you can
go ahead, please.
How do I find my list each time I want to view it? So, for instance, in the second column.
Just type select star from employees.
Okay.
And execute.
I did that, but it didn't work.
All right, let's look at yours, Mr. Screenshot.
Yes.
Are we done?
Yes, you can come down a bit. I've screenshot.
My friend, we need to move on. So we can't be doing this.
Okay.
So this is the last chance I can give you. All right, this is the last.
You can move on.
Okay. All right. Please share your screen. Please share your screen, please.
Is it me?
Yes, you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So each time I want to view my list, I don't see it.
Yeah, because you've not inserted. Your table is empty.
I did all what.
By the way, 1 second.
Yes.
Highlight the select star for employee and execute again. Let's confirm. Yeah, you have not inserted into the table. So go back and do an insert. Go and insert the first record. No, only the insert statement. Go to your first insert statement.
Okay.
Yes, insert your first record. Right there, insert into Mary, insert the Mary, yeah. Yep, and then go and insert the multiple records. Yeah, and then go and do select star from employee.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, let's move on. So now for what I'm gonna do now, you don't have to do with me, so please don't do. Just look what I'm doing unless you can keep up with the speed. Don't worry, when we get to where I want you to do something, I'll let you do. So don't worry. And remember, I'm gonna send you the script, right?
So please, I'm having a problem with my tables too.
All right, I'll take that and then we move on. So I'll take 2 more questions and we move on. So go ahead.
Let me share. Okay. This is my screen.
All right, so what's the issue? Invalid object, employee name.
I was trying to insert the multiple one, the 3 that I added.
All right, cool. Do select star from employee first and let's see. Select star from employee. Yeah, highlight and select. And
instead of OSE, she typed OSE 1. So I think that's where the problem is.
Yeah, but first, I want to make sure the object exists. So you have not created employee table. So I think you have dropped it. So go and create it. Highlight your first create table statement and create employee.
Sir, her employee IDs are all the same. They are all one.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. We'll fix that. Thank you. Let's create a table first.
Okay.
No, first create a table. Create a table first. Please mute, guys. Mute, guys. Okay, now insert your first record. Insert the first record. Do the first insert. Execute. Now, for your second one, you need to change the IDs. Change the 1 to 2, then the other one 3, and then 4. So do 2, 3, 4. And then hold on. As a matter of fact, you have some here already. So go here. Go to, you see where it says values?
Values.
Put your mouse in front of values. Put it in front of values and then enter. Enter. Okay, good. Change the 1 from here. You see where it says 1, change that 1 to 2. Start from there. No, anyway, as a matter of fact, don't worry. You have actually inserted that already. I see that you've inserted Salifu already, right?
Yes, please.
So let's do this. So put your mouse in front of values. In front of values. No, sorry, after values. After values.
Okay.
After values. And erase anything on that line after values. Delete everything after that line. Highlight everything. Good. Keep going. Yep, good. Now execute the rest. Now highlight from the 4 to the insert statement and execute.
From the value?
No, from insert. Highlight from insert to the to the end of your select statement. Yep, and then insert. Execute.
I have.
Conversion fail, data conversion. So you are missing something. So let's map this. So you have MPID 2.
The Sarah 3. The
Sarah
date is
Mensah.
1908.
Okay. So
So
I,
that
I
line,
should do,
the
so I
date.
should do
Yes,
what?
they're 19, they're 1980 something. You need to add
Oh,
84,
okay.
85, 80 something.
Okay. Is it okay?
Yeah. So highlight and run, execute again. All right, guys, I need to move on. We need to move on.
Okay.
Are we all good? Are we all good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now,
Let's proceed, please.
So could you please stop sharing your screen?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So now we have our table created. Now, please don't do what I'm going to do. Just focus unless you can keep up. When it comes to where I need you to do something, I'll tell you. So now we're going to do the other constraints. So now we have primary key constraint created. So let's assume in my table, I want to also add constraint on salary so that nobody insert, for instance, a salary beyond a certain amount. How do I enforce that? So select staff or employee. So now if I come, let's assume I don't want anybody to insert salary of, let's say, more than 5,000, right? How do I do that? So in my create statement, in my table, when I was creating my table, I can do that. I can also do it after I've created my table. I can do alter statement, no, alter table, employee, add constraints, but for the purpose of this class, I'll type, but I'll use the other route. But let me type this for now so I see what it is. So alter table employee, add constraints. Add constraints. Let's say it's a check constraints or CH. Salary. And it's a check constraint. And then salary should be less than 5,000. If I do this, this will alter my constraint, and I cannot have salary more than 100,000, right? I could have also put it at the time of creating the table. So if I do this, it's created. So now I have a check constraint on this. So let's see if I can insert salary of more than 100,000. So now, if I come here and I want to set employee ID 6, and it's Mary Blue, and I want to give Mary Blue, let's say, a salary of 60,000. 6,000. Let's see if it allows. It did not. It conflicts with check constraint, right? So I cannot put a salary of $6,000. So my check constraint is working. So this is how you can put constraints on tables so people cannot inflate their salary. You understand? Yeah. You can also do it for maybe on gender so that you only take male and female if you don't want to accept transgender. So you can create a check constraint on gender and then say, so if I want to create a check constraint on gender, it will be like this. Author table, employee, add constraints, check, CH, gen, you can name it wherever you want, it's just a name. And it's a check constraint, and the condition is that gender must be, so I can use the in command, in M or F. If I do this, it will only take gender of M and F. It's not gonna take gender of transgender, for instance. So let's assume Mary is transgender. And let me give Mary appropriate salary of maybe 2,000. If I try to insert this, it's not gonna allow me, right? Because I've restricted my gender to be only M and F. I'm not taking transgender, right? Okay, so this is how to apply check constraints. If I want to put check constraint on this table, at the time of creating the table, I would have done it this way. I would have come here and salary, I would have just said check. And then I would have just said constraint. Constraint check and say salary less than 5,000. No, so you can do it at the table creation level, or you can do it on after, whichever way is fine, you know. So mine is underlined, there's something here. Salary, money, constraints, or the constraint name, or CH, you can name it anything, so I can make it ABC, that's all. All right, so that's check constraint. So let's say if I want a default birth date, that if somebody doesn't provide a date of birth, I want to put a value there, right? So I can pick a date. So let's say, so I'm gonna alter my table and then employee, and then add constraints. My constraint is gonna be alter table. Alter table employee, add constraints. It's gonna be a default constraint. So default date of birth. And then I'm gonna make the date of birth, it's a default constraint. So by the way, so here, what we're doing is, here we're doing check constraints. Check constraint. Here, the check constraints on existing table. On existing table. Here, check constraints at the time of creating the table, right? And then now I'm gonna add a new constraint called default. And then my default is gonna be maybe, hello?
Jandi, workshop for the Namiko Franca Lomico. Okay, thank you.
1900. So let's say now we're going to put a default constraint of, let's say 11-1900. If you don't provide us,
people's mics are still on.
Right? Hello? Okay, so now this is a check constraint on a default check constraint. We are putting a default check constraint, meaning that on our column date of birth, when you are inserting and you provide a value, your value is going to be used. If you don't provide a value, it's going to use this value. So let's create and test it out. Incorrect sentence. Alter table employee, add constraints. That's my constraint name. Default. Incorrect sentence for definition for the table constraint.
So the column where you want the default.
Oh, thank you. So author table, this add constraint, this. Add constraint this. And then the column is date of birth, right? So author table employee add constraints. This is my constraint name. Is default. I think this should come here. Yeah. So let's try it. Date of birth is not recognized function, doesn't function. All right, so my syntax, something is wrong with my syntax. Author table employee add constraints. This is my constraint name. It's a default.
So the other check once you had the column inside the bracket with the value you want.
Yeah. Once again, let me do this. Also, let's get to the habit of this. Syntax. Whenever you have problem with syntax, just go to Google and anything, not only syntax, anything, and just Google and check. So we're looking for the Google for default constraint, right? So just type SQL Server.
I want to tell you about something you did.
Default constraints, right? And that's one to get to the habit of using Google, because when you start to work, greater part of your 90% of your time, you're going to be using Google to resolve issues. So that's one thing. By the way, when I first started teaching, when I tell people they need to learn how to use Google, they were wondering. But you have to learn how to use Google if you want to be IT, because you have to follow what people have documented step by step to resolve issues. Okay, so default constraint. Okay, so that's it. That's what we need. Author table. Oh no, this is my SQL. So this is the next one. That's what we need. SQL Server. So author table, author constraint, default. Okay, we need this for city. So we need to move from here. For date of birth. All right. So we execute and we're there, right? So now let's test this out. So let's copy one of our insert statements and try it out. So let's assume here we don't provide date of birth, right? And so we don't provide no date of birth here. So if you try to insert this with no date of birth, remember we didn't provide date of birth, so let's see what we give it if it will use our default value. It's gone, so let's see what to use. So as you can see, you used our default value, right? If you provide date of birth, then it will use your date of birth. So if you provide date of birth.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Please want to ask, let's say you want to use a time constraint whereby the time you are doing the editing should be the time used. How do you do that one?
Okay, I can do. So if you want to do that, let's do that now. If you want to use the current time, you use get dates. So if I use get date now for the date of birth, it will use the current time. So let's try it. So if we specify, like now we are specifying our own date, so it's not going to use this. Oh, by the way, we already have ID 6, so ID 7. Let's change this one to Jane. And Jane Pool. So it's inserted. And if you look at Jane pool, you see it's using today's date, right? So if you want to use a current date, you use get date, right? All right. I will leave the rest of the constraints to you. You can learn the rest of the constraint with what we've done so far. So we're going to jump to the next constraint, which is important that we need to do. That's foreign keys. So foreign keys. What is foreign keys? Foreign keys are used to check records to enforce what we call referential integrity, right? So for instance, if University of Ghana, before any department gets a record, that record should exist at the university registry, right? Or at the main university system, in the main university system, right? So before any department, they verify a student, or they put a student's record in the department, let's say history department. That person should first of all exist in the main university database so that people cannot insert fictitious students in various departments when they are not in the main database. Or look at the Hall of Residence. Before any student name appear in any Hall of Residence, let's say Legon Hall, that student should first of all exist at the main in the main university database, right? So that people don't insert fictitious students in there when they are not even in the main university database. You enforce that with what you call foreign keys. So foreign keys enforces referential integrity. Okay, so don't worry about it, you're going to understand it very soon. So let's say we have this employee table and we want to know employees and what they sold, right? Let's say we are dealing with sales. So every employee, they sell on commissions, for instance. So every employee, you want to know who they served, what customer they sold to, right? So I'm going to create a table. This you can do with me. So let's create table for customers. So create table or customer. Create table customer, right? Hold on, let me not create even customer. So we have employee. Let's say order. Let's do it order. So create table order. We're going to start with order ID, and it's going to be our order ID is going to be integer. And then our product ID. Product ID, I'm going to make a char and 3. And then I'm going to do so we have order ID, product ID, and then let's say order dates. So what would be the data type for order dates?
Just date.
Dates. Right? Okay. And then what we want here is we want employee ID so that we know what employees sold what products. Right? Employee ID, which is integer, right? We're done, close. So please type this and execute. Create table order. Actually make it orders. Create table orders. order ID, product ID, char 3, and then order date, and employee ID. All right, so please look at mine and create yours. So let me give you just a minute to create yours, and let's get back. So just 1 minute, please create this and test it, and let's continue. Are we good? Are we good? All right, it looks like we are good. Any question? Any question? All right, then let's move on.
After this, we execute, right? Oh.
Yes, after this, highlight and execute.
Okay.
And of course, do select star from orders to view after you execute. All right, I believe we're good. Anybody has a problem? Any problem? All right, let's move on. So now let's insert records into our orders table, right? Don't do this now. I'll tell you when you should insert. For now, just look at what I'm doing. So now, I'm gonna insert a record, insert into orders. Order ID, product ID, order date, employee ID, and then values. Values. So let's say order ID, my orders, I'm gonna start my order ID from 100. So order ID 100. My product ID, this is gonna be ORG for orange. And then my order date, let's say 2/3/2019. And then employee ID 20. So now that's what I want to demonstrate to you. So if I put employee ID 20 here, remember, we don't have employee ID 20, right? In our employee table, we don't have employee ID 20. So somebody want to play smart?
Hello, sir, question.
Yeah, go ahead.
The employee ID is an int, and you've put it inside quotes. I don't know if that's correct.
Oh, sorry, I did it by mistake. Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, so when you come here, we don't have employee ID 20, right? In our employee table. We have employee ID 1 to 7. But yet, we want to cook the books. We want to embezzle money. So we are fictitiously creating employee ID 20 to get money because employees get commission on sales. So that's how people can put in ghost names, for instance, right? So guess what? We don't have primary key rules created. So all the people who want to dupe the system will go and do this. Bam, they've succeeded. They've been able to plant employee ID 20 there. If I go to my orders table, employee ID 20 is there. How did this happen? You want to prevent this because next time somebody will go and put shoes in the system when we don't even sell shoes, you know, because they want to account for products sold, you know. So imagine somebody go into the university system and the course table insert a course that does not even exist. You know, I remember back in the days when we went on vacation and we came back from vacation, we're talking about movies. I'm talking about like Form 2 or Form 3 in Ghana. And somebody was like, oh, he watched this movie called Circumference of Alokoto. There's no such movie as Circumference of Alokoto. You know what I'm saying? How did he get a movie? So this is where you prevent people from inserting ghost names in system, right? So to avoid this, you create foreign keys. You want to create foreign keys, right? So we need to create foreign keys on our table. If you already created this, I will show you how to create that, and then I'll show you how to create it on the table as well. So for now, do this. You know, to make it easy, just drop this table if you already created and recreate it. So drop this table. So I want to make it much more easier. So drop table orders. Please, let's drop this table. Orders. And then now here, the employee ID. Let me take it to the next line. Just put here constraints. Sorry, put comma first, comma. As a matter of fact, you know what, you can go back to where it was. And just come to the next, put comma at the end of it, go to the next line and type constraints, right? And say foreign key. Foreign key references. References, the table employee, actually foreign key employee ID. No, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Constraint, I need to bring the constraint name. So FK employee ID is a foreign key. It references the employee table. And in the employee table, it references the employee ID. Right? So constraints, FK, this is a foreign key, references employee table and the employee ID. So why is it highlighted? Okay, hold on, let me figure out what's going on here. So constraints, a foreign key constraint. Okay, hold on. So as usual, let me go to my Google, see what I'm foreign key, what I'm doing wrong.
I think there's a comma after the ends before constraints.
There's a comma.
I see an underscore after the FK.
Yeah, that's fine. You can bring an underscore, that's fine. Yeah.
Before constraints, there's comma after ends. Should it be there?
Comma after ends. Well, you can leave it there. You can take it off. You know.
Please take off the comma before int.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So constraints. Okay, so we have constraint, the name, foreign key reference, da, da, da. All right, so now if we create this, but important thing, please understand what we're doing. What we're doing is basically we're tying the employee ID value in the orders table to the employee ID in the employee table, so that you cannot go and put employee that does not exist in the orders table, right? Okay, so what we are doing here is this employee ID in the orders table, we are tying this employee ID to the employee ID in the employee table, so that before you put employee ID in the orders table, it will go to the employee table and check if it exists. So if you look here, the interpretation is this. I want to create a constraint, right, on this employee ID field, but I want to reference it, tie it to the employee ID in the employee table, right? Okay, so let's create this. It's created. So now, if we refresh our tables, and we go and look at our orders table. Oh, I forgot one thing. I want to make the order ID primary key. Bear with me 1 second. Let me make the order ID primary key real quick. So in this case, I'll just type primary key. So let me do constraints. Constraint pk underscore order ID. Pk underscore order ID. And it's primary key. Okay. So please create table. Every table we want a primary key, as I said. Every table just have a primary key. So create table orders. Our order ID, we're making it a primary key. And then our product ID, order dates, employee ID, we are making it what? A foreign key. Because we are tying this employee ID to the employee ID in the employee table. So we are tying the student ID in Department of Political Science to the student ID at the university registry. Any question, please? Any questions? Any questions?
Please, there's a question. The foreign key references. The foreign key, is it a different function on its own, and then the references is also there?
Come again?
The foreign key constraint that we are applying. We have foreign key references. Is the foreign key alone like the key itself, and the references is more like an argument?
Yeah, the references is basically the argument. Yes, that's the argument with a condition.
Okay. Can I ask a question?
Oh, yes. It's like basically, I want to, let's say you are in Nigeria. You have a Ghanaian passport. I want to tie your passport to the Ghana passport office to make sure your passport is actually from the Ghana passport office. So I'm referencing, I'm tying. It's like you register a car. When you register a car, you have a license plate. Your license plate, I want to tie it to the DMV, Ghana DMV, to make sure your license plate is actually coming from the DMV. So that when the police stop you and they look at they look up your license plate, they search for it in the Ghana DMV database, they should see it. If they don't see it there, then it means it's a fictitious license plate, and it means it does not exist in the table. Are we good?
Yes.
I think a lady had a question. Please go ahead.
Yes, I did. I executed, but it gave me incorrect syntax.
All right, let's see what you have. Let's see your screen.
Okay. You are sharing. Okay, thank you. This is what you gave me.
I don't see your screen.
I'm sharing. Is it showing?
No, it's not.
Okay, let me share again.
Yeah.
Is it showing now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, so I created a table orders and then I ran and then this is, I executed and this is what I got.
Okay, highlight what you executed. Let's see. Okay, I see one thing. First of all, no, hold on.
Okay.
You see where you have employee into bracket, employee ID? You need to close that bracket.
Employee ID.
Third line.
Okay.
Before the drop table.
Okay.
You need to close. Yeah, you need to close. Remember, you need another close bracket for the main.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Okay, now run it and let's see. So you need to drop the table. You need to drop the table orders.
Okay.
And then we create it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Okay.
I also have a challenge, sir. Very quick
All right,
one.
share your screen real quick. Somebody should be managing the time for us because I get confused with the Ghana time in here so that we know when to break. I think we got to break at 2:40. 2:40.
20 more minutes.
Yeah, go ahead. What's your problem?
I executed and it told me
It's already exists, so drop it. You need to drop it.
Drop it first. Okay. Thank you.
Drop table orders. Highlight your drop table orders.
So we only got 20 minutes left.
Wow, we need to be speeding up. All right, let's go. We need to speed up. So if we created, now we need to All right, so yeah, we're on the foreign keys. So I think I've created mine. So if I look at my table now from orders, that's what I have. Important thing is, are we all on the same page? Are we on the same page?
No, please.
You are not sharing your screen.
I'm having a problem.
Sir, can you please share your screen, please?
Okay. I think I have to do this. We need to sacrifice a little bit. Let me spend a few minutes to bring a few people up to speed, and let's move on. That may mean we may end up maybe pushing the class a bit late than planned. But either way, we have to find a way to handle this. Yeah, please, the person who have a problem, go ahead and share your screen.
Okay. I'm sharing my screen now.
What's the issue?
Okay, I did drop my orders, but I'm still getting this error.
Yeah, because it says it still exists. So drop your orders table and let's see.
It's drop table orders.
Yeah, run it and let's see. Run it and let's see.
Okay.
No. Don't run everything together. Run one at a time. Run drop orders. Run drop orders first and let's see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now create your table.
I should create my table. I should run
no,
that
but
one.
your create table, you are missing your foreign keys.
No, I was now creating the order table.
Yeah, by your other table, you are missing the foreign keys.
I'm missing the foreign key.
Yes.
Okay.
So, okay, for now, let's do this. Create your orders table.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah, execute.
I did that. It said successfully completed
Yeah.
successfully. Okay.
Yeah, but this orders table, we need the one with the foreign key. So you want to drop this. You want to drop
Okay.
this, and then you have to watch my screen to see what I did.
Okay.
But to make your life easy, I'm going to send that script in the chat room. So
Okay.
just copy the script in the chat room.
Okay.
And if your tables are just like mine, you should be fine. Or copy
Okay.
and look at it and do yours.
Okay, sir.
So
Please let me share my.
Yeah, okay. So I'm putting in the chat room.
Okay.
I just put the script in the chat room. So copy that script, look on to create your table.
All right.
So go ahead and share your screen, please.
Okay.
Please stop sharing.
So this is my screen.
Yeah.
I executed the table orders, and this is what I got.
I need to see your full store. So put your cursor at where it says employee ID and hit enter. Employee ID on your create table orders table.
Employee ID.
After the order date, after order date. Order date.
Okay. Order date. Okay.
Yes, and then hit enter. Hit enter.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see what's wrong. Employee ID int constraint. The name is a foreign key. References employee. Do you have the employee table created?
Yes, please.
Okay, highlight it and execute, and let's see the error. Highlight and execute. Please start from the end. It makes your life easy. Start from the end. Click the X, click the plus sign, click the plus sign, click the plus sign.
The plus sign.
The plus sign on the left. The plus sign next to create, yes. Yeah, click on it. Click on the plus sign, yes. And no, click on it again. Now go and highlight. No, click on the plus sign again. Go and highlight your statement. No, click and then move your mouse away. Move your mouse away. Click somewhere else.
Okay.
Now highlight from the end. Highlight from the end.
Okay.
Yes, and then highlight. Keep going. And then highlight the up to the next line, up line. Yes, good. Now execute. No, you don't need that part. You don't need that part. You're only doing for the orders table. Yes, execute. Execute.
That's what I got.
There's no primary key. In your priority table, you didn't do the primary key.
The primary key.
This is going to take long, so we may have to move on.
Okay.
Because when we did the employee table, your employee table, you did not include the primary key. So let me help you when we take a break, right?
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, all right, let's move on. Let's move on. The rest who have issue now, I'll help you when we take a break. So let me share my screen. Do you see my screen?
No, not yet.
No, sir. No, sir. Not yet.
Okay. All right. Do you see my screen?
It's not sharing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's back. It's back.
Okay, good. So now we have our foreign key created, right? So this part is very, very important. That's why I'm spending time here, right? Because we're going to explain primary key and foreign key in terms of child, parent, orphan, right? So we've created a foreign key on our employee ID column, right? Because we want to tie it to the employee table. So now, if we look at our others table, that's what we have. So let's insert record into our others table. So now, if I try, now that I have foreign key created, let's see if it will allow me to insert this fictitious employee ID 20. See, it did not. It did not allow me to insert employee ID 20, right? Because now, before it allows you to insert any employee ID in any table, it will go to the employee table to verify, does the employee exist? So now let's use a valid employee ID 1. So if I put employee ID 1, which is valid, now it should work. It worked. So if you look at our others table, now we have employee ID 1 here. So basically employee 1 purchased Orange in 2019. And this is the order ID. Are we good? Are we good? Okay. So now next.
Yes. Yeah, we are.
Next is this. So we are basically what we're doing is we are learning foreign keys. In terms of child, parents, orphan. This is the best way. A lot of people understand foreign key in a wrong way, even mid-level.
Can I ask a question? Yes, I have a concern. I changed the 20 to 1, which is the employee ID, but it gave me an error.
All right. Let me look at it quick, but after that, I have to move on. I have to limit the questions now and move on. So let me look at your screen real quick.
This.
So you change to 1.
Yes.
Incorrect sentence near value. So insert into others, employee ID, da, 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 da. You need S, values. It's values, not value. You need an S to values.
All right, okay. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. All right, guys, we need to speed up now. I'll open up questions, but we need to move now. I have to shut the questions window for now, but I'll surely open it, so feel comfortable, just relax, but we'll come to questions. So now we're gonna learn foreign keys in terms of child, parent, orphan. This is the key to foreign keys. Foreign keys is not to join tables. You can join tables with common columns. So you join tables with common columns and not foreign keys. And not necessarily foreign keys, right? And there's the thing. What's a common column? A common column is a column that exists between 2 tables, right? So right now, employee ID is a common column. It exists between the 2 tables. So you can join employee ID, right? Before we created a foreign key, you could have still joined those 2 tables. So foreign key is not for joining tables. You join tables with common columns. So now foreign key is rather more for referential integrity, child, parent, orphans. So now we know, now that we have a foreign key, you cannot have a child in the others table. Our parent table at this point is the employee table. Employee is our parent table at this point. Others is the child table. That means before you have any child, any employee ID in the others table, it might exist in the parent table. You cannot have a child without a parent, right? Two parents come in or come together to give birth to a child, right?
Okay.
So the same situation here. Before you put a child in the others table, a child employee ID, it must exist in what? The parent employee table before to allow you. This also means that you cannot have orphans, and therefore you cannot delete a parent who has a child. So let's do this. Select star from employee and select star from others. Please feel free to ask me a question except you have an issue. But if you have a question, that feel free to ask me. But any issues, I'll open that question. I'll open that window at a later time. So
Should
if you
we
look
do
at
or
this,
what? We should just look.
yeah, just follow for now. But if you have a question, ask your question. If you have an issue, we'll come to that. But I need you to understand this. So here, if you look over here, this is our employee table, our parent table. Before you have a child, the common column is this employee ID. Is this employee ID that we brought into what? The others table, right? And we say, before you assign any employee to an order, it must exist in here, in the employee table, the parent table. Basically, you cannot have a child without a parent. For this one to exist, this parent one should exist before this child will exist. When we've tried to put in 20 as a child did not have a parent here. Right, there's no Virgin Mary here. You know, so you need a child should have a parent. Right, okay, so that also means you cannot kill a parent if the parent has a child. Bottom line, you cannot have orphans. Or you don't want to have orphans, right? So now, if I try to kill the parent one, let's see if it will allow me to kill this parent one, if it will defend this orphan and protect this orphan. So delete. To delete a record, you use delete. Delete employee. You need to bring a where employee ID. Employee ID equals to 1. We are deleting employee ID 1 from this table. So delete employee where employee ID equals to 1. Bam, it did not. It did not allow us, right? It says delete statement conflict with reference constraint, employee ID. Right. So just know you cannot delete a parent who has a child in the child table. And you cannot insert or born a child if it does not have a parent in the parent table, right? So this when we try to insert 20 as a child, and 20 was not in our employee table. The same way, you cannot delete a parent if the parent has a child. Any question here? Any question, please? Any question? Any question? Okay, so we
You
seem to be
cannot
good.
insert or born a child if it does not, you omitted not.
Or which one? You cannot insert or born a child
if it does not.
It does not. Thank you.
Yeah,
If it does not have a parent, right? So let's do some more examples. So let's insert. Let's do some insert. Let's insert some record into others. Please, if you don't understand, let me know and I'll go over. This is very important.
So I have a question, please.
Yeah, go ahead with the question.
Please, is there a way to insert a parent and ID in the parent table automatically if you create it in the child table? So if it doesn't exist in the parent table, and you try to reference it, is there a way to automatically create it just to correct if you're unable, you don't have it there in the first place?
Come again with your question.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to reference a column in the parent table, and you make the reference in the child table, so can it be automatically created, the column inside the parent table? Can it be automatically created so that the child will be able to reference it?
I don't get the question well. You mean?
If I understand him correctly, I think he just wants to be smart. In the case that since you can't insert the child without a reference to the parent, would you be able to do it at his end?
No, you can't do that automatically because you don't know who is going to buy apple. You don't know who is going to buy banana, right?
Oh, okay.
But you need to have your parent ahead.
Thank you.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
You need to have your parents ahead. You need to have your students before you can assign them courses, right?
Yeah.
Or you need to have your students before you can assign them halls. So you need to have your parents before you have your children. Yeah, you cannot do that, but you can automatically generate your parents' IDs without a problem. That you can do that with identity, but that out of scope for the class or something very simple. You know, I can show you at another time. All right, so let's insert another child.
Sir, I want to ask a question about images. For instance, in the case of orders and sales, if you want to insert something like a receipt, is it possible that you create a spot for that?
If you want to insert a receipt, the image of the receipt?
Yes, please.
Yes, you can. But you can insert that if you want. That's
okay,
image.
All right.
Yeah.
So image and any document at all.
Huh?
I was saying images or any document at all you can insert.
Yes, you can store any document, any image. Yes. All right, let's move on. So I want to insert another order, right? Let's say Apple. So order ID 102, 101. Order ID 101 is Apple. And let's say the student, the employee who sold the apple is employee number 4, for instance, right? So employee number 4 sold apple. And let's say sold it 2019, let's say 5/2019, right? So if I do this, bam, it's gone, right? So now if I run our 2 tables, we know 4 exists, so it's allowed. We inserted 4 as a child, and it exists in the parent, so it's allowed, right? So let's say the next order 102. let's say banana. It was bought on the 9th. And let's say by student 10. Will this work or not? The person who asked the document question, will this
No, it
statement
will not work.
Why
No,
not?
it will not work because the IDs
It
are up
has
to
no
7.
parent.
It has no
The
parent.
employee ID up to 7.
It's not about employee ID up to 7. I prefer the other answer.
Use the things. It has no parent.
It has no parent.
It has no parent.
Exactly. It does not exist in the parent table. You know, so if we try it, it did not, right? It will only take parents
Okay.
that exist. So let's say employee ID 4 again bought this product. Bam. All right. So now we all come to the fact that you cannot have orphans. That before you insert a child, the child should exist in the parent table. And we also now all understand that you cannot delete a parent if he has a child, right? So let's do a last demonstration and move on. So the last demonstration, let's see. Okay, let's try to delete 4. 4 has a child. Let's see if it will allow it to delete 4. It did not, because 4 has a child. So we cannot kill a parent if he has a child. We cannot born a child if he doesn't have a parent.
So,
You know,
sir, a parent can have 2 children.
Come again?
A parent can't have 2 children.
A parent can have 2 children.
Okay.
We actually have it now, right now. Let me show you.
Right.
We have a parent with 2 children right now. Parent 4 has 2 children.
Okay, yes.
This child bought apple, this child bought banana.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Okay.
One more question and then we move on. One more
I have a
question.
question. When can you delete?
You can, as matter of fact, good question. When can you delete? You typically don't want to delete. You typically want to do update or insert. You rarely delete, but there are times that you can delete, right? Let's assume this was a fictitious record and we found out, then we want to delete it. But it's a valid order, you don't want to delete it. This brings us to what we call update, right? So let's learn quick about update. And by the way, let me show you something real quick. And then when we go on break, you know. So first, let me show you something about delete. If you do delete without where, delete without a where clause will delete everything, right? So let's see. First, delete employee. If I do delete employee, it will wipe out everything in the employee record, right? Oh, but remember one thing. We may have a problem here, but let me do this. Begin tran. If you do begin tran, you can roll back. You know, if I do this, but in the first place, see what's something here. It's not going to allow us. Who can tell me why? We are trying to empty the employee table. It says no, it's not going to allow us. Why?
This is because the second database exists. That's for the child. It exists and it's using one of the columns.
That is one, but I want.
The children are there.
Exactly. Can you repeat that?
The children are in the table.
Exactly, because there are children here, the employee, there are parents in the employee table who have children in the others table.
Yeah.
That's why. Right? So before we empty everything in the employee table, we have to go and empty the parents, right? So let's try it.
does it mean that a parent might not have a child? Can the parents not have?
It depends on the parent. Some parents don't want to have children. Anyway, just kidding. So if it means a parent cannot have a child, no, parents can have children, right? But the issue is before you cannot have orphans, right? So a parent can have a child, but before you get rid of that parent, you have to go and get rid of the child or of the children.
Right.
And the parent can exist without not having a child. We have parents right now in our table. Employee ID 3, 4, 5. They don't have children.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question regarding the key we did earlier on the primary key.
All right, last question, and we move on. Last question.
Yeah, the primary key we did earlier on.
Yeah.
That we did the primary key in the parents, but it doesn't affect the child table.
No, the first one we did without constraints. We did without foreign keys. I did that to demonstrate with you. If you don't have constraints, people can do all kinds of things. And then we did the ones with constraints so that you see.
Yes, after we did the constraint, we put the primary key on the employee ID. So we couldn't use it twice on that table. But in this, the child, when we started creating the child tables, we had, for instance, we had an employee who had 2 orders.
Yes, because that is a foreign key. But
okay.
Great question. A primary key does not allow dupes or duplicates, but a foreign key does allow duplicates. Are we good?
Yes, sir.
A foreign key does allow duplicates. So a foreign key, you can have the same person buying a shoe, buying umbrella, buying banana, buying apple. But you cannot have the same person or the same employee ID for different people.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. All right. End of questions at this point. Let's move on. So now let's try to empty our delete orders. We are deleting everything.
Actually, we are 10 minutes after the break, so I don't know whether we should continue or not.
All right, give me 5 minutes and we take a break. 5 minutes and we take. Are we all in agreement? Unless you wanna take the break now.
Yes, I agree.
I agree.
I agree too.
Okay. All right. So give me just 5 minutes and we take a break.
Yes, please.
All right. So delete. So you start with, if you want to roll back, you start with begin tran or begin transaction and delete from orders. We are deleting everything from the orders table. It deleted everything, right? If you look at our orders table, it's gone. Everything is gone, right? But let me roll back. Let me roll back. This means that delete without a where will empty a table, right? So you don't want that. Delete without a where clause will empty the table. You know, so you always want to do delete with a where clause, right? So now if I do delete, let me keep this for you. If I do delete where order ID equals 4. So you have to be careful when you are doing delete. So if you are supposed to go and delete just one student because he has been sacked, and you go and do this delete without a where clause, it will delete all University of Ghana students. You don't want that. So you only want to go and delete the student who has been sacked. So this says 0 row affected. Oh, there's no other ID 4. So let's go and see. We are using other IDs. So
usually supposed to be employee ID.
yeah, but we want to use other ID here since we are dealing with the others table. Always try to use the primary keys for your where clauses, you know. So, oh, sorry, this is supposed to be orders. Select, start from orders. Okay, so order ID 101 and 102, right? So if you are selecting, if you are dealing with multiple columns, right? Instead of equal, you do in. So in, because if you do in 101 and 102. So if I do this, two records affected, right? So if you look at our orders table now, they are gone, right? So if I roll back, it will come, right? But now that we've done that, now we can go and delete the parent ID 4. We can go and delete parent ID 4 now. Are we good? All right, so let me roll back and let's take a break and come back. So I'm rolling back to our state. And then, so I think we're taking 15 minutes break. We're taking 15 minutes break, so let's get back in 15 minutes. But I will stay back. I'll stay behind for anybody with questions or with help if you have issues. So the rest, we can take a break and come back in 15 minutes.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Okay. Hi.
Yeah, hi.
Hello.
Yeah, I seem to be having some issues with the order, the ordering side.
Can I see your screen?
Oh, okay. So sorry, I'm using my phone and then working off my laptop. So it's
It will be very difficult for me to help you without looking at the screen.
Anyway, so I'll just play around with it and see. Hopefully
Okay. I think I'm also having the same issue, so we can do with mine.
Okay,
right.
so I'll
I'm sharing my screen right now.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so I got to the order table. I put in everything, but it's still giving me this.
Select from orders.
So highlight what you are doing so that we have an idea.
Okay,
Could you highlight?
I got here. Here, this is where I am.
Highlight
right
it.
now.
Okay, you don't want to highlight a lot of things. You always highlight one command at a time.
Okay.
So which one do you want to do?
I want to do that one, the one highlighted right now.
Well, then select it up to the end. The other line, the next line. Include the next line.
Okay. All right. And then execute?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, it says the table already exists. So highlight the drop table, highlight drop table, and execute.
Okay.
Okay, and now go and run it. But let me look at it quick before you run it. Okay, you go ahead and run it.
Okay. All right, it worked.
Okay, good. Yeah, so the issue is
select the
try to select one at a time. Select one command at a time.
All right.
Okay. Sure, thank you.
Thank you too.
Could you log off for the next person?
Sir, please, I'm also having the same issue.
All right, show us your screen, please.
Yes, could you copy what we've done onto the chat box?
What you've done.
When you say what you done, which part of
I
it?
mean, on your screen, what you have typed out so far. Could you just paste it in the
the
chat?
whole thing?
Yes.
That would be a lot on the screen.
Oh.
How would I do?
But I will forward all. I will send it all to you guys. After the class, I'll send the whole thing to you.
Can I see the last one?
The last one, sure. And I can send you the last one if you want.
Okay.
So which one do you want? Which part of it do you want?
The in, where the in is. Does it need to be capital or it doesn't matter?
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's not case sensitive. It can be small letter. It can be big letter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that part. Could you? I would like to see it, please.
Please, and the whole recording afterwards, please.
Sure, you get everything.
Okay,
No
sir,
problem.
please, can I share my screen now?
Yes, you can share your screen.
Okay, please.
All right, I'm sending this into the chat box for you.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, sir. From
please share your screen.
Please, can you see now?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay, so from this side, I run it and it's command successfully. But when I run this side, I get an error message. Oh, okay, fine, it's working. And I'm coming. Let me try this. Okay, I'm coming. Please, I'm coming. It wasn't working initially, so sorry. Okay. So please, with this session, should I drop it if I continue?
Click the plus sign on that line.
Okay, please.
It is hiding stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
so,
so you're trying
okay,
to, is this what is giving you problem?
Actually, it was the previous one, but I don't know how come it worked now. It was this side. When I select this, it tells me order something. Like I one, but it's working now, so I would like to stop.
Okay, then let me also share my screen. I'm having a little problem.
All right, go ahead, please.
Okay. So this is mine. From the create table, when I run, it's giving me problems. I don't know. Table employee, drop table employee, that one.
All right, please. I'm gonna send you everybody to send their names.
Okay.
I'm going to send everybody to send your name for your certificate. So I'm gonna send that very soon to you guys. Give me 1 second. Let me look at your stuff, right? Just 1 second.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
All right, go ahead, please.
So mine starts from drop table employee. When I execute, this is what I get. And then the next one to say.
So no, hold on. Let's do one step at a time. So drop table employee, the table is not there. So you want to create table employee.
I think the next one is that of the employee.
Yeah.
So
create table.
Yeah. So let's do this. You see where it says first name?
Like I drop and there's no database. Then I'm trying to select.
Take your mouse to first name. Take your mouse to first name. First name.
First name, okay.
Yeah, and then hit enter to take it the next line. Okay, now we can see your screen.
And the foreign key and when we need a transfer.
So you have first name, but create table, employee, ID. No, the constraint.
So if you say delete.
You need to remove the comma. No, just you need to remove the comma after constraints.
Okay.
Okay. So so creative employee ID int constraint primary key. No, you need to remove the comma before primary key. Remove the comma before primary key. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now run it.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right, you're welcome.
It
Who has
also
it?
have issues with my insert command.
All right, sure. Let's look at that.
Please, yes, right from here.
Okay, so insert into orders. So execute and let's see. Invalid object name orders. So do select star from orders. Highlight, I mean, run the select star from orders and let's see. Okay, it looks like you have dropped that table. So create it. Yep, and now do your insert. But before you do your insert, hold on. There's some lines. So insert into orders. Order ID, order ID. Okay, so run the insert statement and let's see.
This what comes.
Okay, hold on. Insert, conflict with foreign key. The employee, let's look at the employee table if you have employee ID 3. Remember, you cannot have a child without a parent. So let's look at your employee ID 3. So just run your select star from employee. Yeah, your employee table is empty. So insert your employee table. Insert the record into the employee table. No. Select the whole thing. Yes. Excellent. Yep. And now go and run the statement giving you issues.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay,
So,
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, hello, sir. How do I edit an entry? Say, if I make a mistake with the employee's gender and I want to change it back to the correct gender, how do I do it?
Update. Use an update. So that's the next thing I'm going to show you guys real quick. So let's return from break and then we do that. But let me look at your screen and help you with that. But that's what we're going to do.
Let me do it quickly.
But give me 1 minute. I'll be back. Just 1 minute. All right, let me look at your screen. Yeah, can we see your screen?
Yes, yes.
I can see your screen, but we need to see your query window. We need to see your management studio.
Okay, yes, I'm
Share your window. Please, you could stop sharing and then try
All right, then
resharing
stop
and select.
sharing. Let the next guy goes and come back when you're ready.
Okay.
Could you please stop sharing your screen so that we move on to the next guy?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello. Please,
Hello,
I
sir.
haven't. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hello. Please go ahead, please. Go ahead. Share your
I'm
screen and
having
go
problem
ahead.
with mine too.
Yeah, but share your screen and let's help you. Courage Ado. Do you have a question? Do you have an issue? Courage?
No, please.
All right. Then let somebody share their screen. Benjamin Kofi Owusu. Benjamin. Benjamin.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Yes,
please.
please.
The creation of the orders, mine doesn't work at all.
All right. So let's see what's going on.
Yes, please.
Where is your create table?
Is it?
Well, we are seeing inserts. You already created. Okay, do select star from orders. Run the select star from orders and let's see.
Okay. Sir.
Yeah.
It says
Run select star from orders.
Yes,
Highlight the select star from orders.
I have done that, and it says invalid object name orders.
Really, I don't see. Okay. All right. So now show us. So create the order. What is your order? Create orders table.
Orders table.
Yeah, I see create. Yeah. So run the create orders table.
Okay. So I've done that.
Yep. Exactly. So now do the insert. Do the insert.
Okay. Sir.
So it looks like your employee table is empty. Do select star from employee and let's see.
Okay.
Do the select star from employee. Select star from employee.
Okay.
Select star from employee.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's empty. So
yes.
it's empty. So insert the employee records.
Okay.
Insert the employee records.
Okay.
So insert the first one, the one up there. The first
Yes,
one
please.
first.
Okay.
Yep,
Yes,
and then
I've done that.
insert the next one, the next batch.
Okay. So there's a
Conversion
problem.
field. So now hold on.
Yes, sir.
Look at your month and years. Yes, it's the month. You have 16. There's 16 for Joanne. Change the 16.
Ah, okay, okay. Okay.
Do it a single digit on the silver side.
Okay. 6. Yes, sir.
Okay, so run it.
Okay. Yes, sir.
All right. Cool. All right. We're gonna go last person.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
hello, sir.
Last person, and then we start.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, with the edits. Just a minute.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying that how do I edit a particular entry when it's so I'm sharing my screen now. If you look at the employee ID number 4, the gender is supposed to be female, but I mistakenly made it male, M. So how do I change it?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do now. That's what we're gonna do now. So yeah, so let me share my screen and let's resume. But that's what we're gonna do. The next thing we're gonna do.
Okay, all right.
All right, guys, let's get back. First, I'm gonna send you an email address, please. Everybody send your names for your certificates. So please, this email address I just shared with you. Do you see it?
No, please.
Oh, how did it go to?
No, please, it's not yet there.
Okay, hold on. All right, you should see it now. Do you see it now?
Yes.
Yeah, please send your names to this email address for your certificate.
IAST. Oh.
Yeah.
At.
All right, look into the chat. Look in the chat window. It's in the chat window. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna switch to my screen.
He has sent his email.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
All right. Yeah, hello, go ahead.
Please, what details are we sending to the email?
I can hardly hear you.
What details are we sending to the email?
What's that? Your names. Your names.
That's all.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on. So we're gonna do a few basic things, and from there we're gonna run. But once again, how am I doing? How is the teaching going? How is the presentation going? How is the content going?
It's great so far.
It's good.
You're very good. You know, we've started since morning, but we don't feel tired.
Yeah, and you have time
exceptional.
for
God
we
bless
the
you.
new learners.
Personally, I'm a bit confused though, but I know. Yeah.
We are catching up. We are catching up.
I say you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
You're good.
Okay. For confused, don't worry. I mean, I know people will be confused. But the important thing is,
yeah. But I'm proud of
try to
myself for
understand
my
the key
progress.
terms.
Yes.
Yeah. Start to.
Yeah, I'm proud of what I've done so far.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, important thing is you don't need to understand everything.
Okay.
Important thing is understand some key things so that from here you can go run with it.
Yeah,
yes, please.
You know, yeah, but I don't expect you to understand everything, you
Yes,
know,
sir.
but understand a few things. If you understand a few things, you can go and play with those few things, and then you can start to bring in the rest. That's the objective for
Yes,
the
please.
workshop. And so the workshop is not for you to understand everything, you know, but understand a couple of things so that you can build on that and run. Once you get a couple of things, you can know the rest without a problem.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
But hello,
Yeah,
sir.
sure. And anytime you think the way I'm teaching is becoming a problem or you are not too good with it, let me know so that I can change or I can adjust. You know, so it's very important to give me your feedback so that I know we are all on the same page and we are in tune.
Hello,
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
let's
so please, please, I wanted to know if at the end of the workshop, you can just give us 5 minutes to ask some general questions, please.
Oh yeah. After the class, in fact, today we first of all we may end up extending the class a little bit.
Yes,
you know, and I will also stay behind for a while for questions and issues. So that's fine.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So now let's move on. Now let's go and do updates, learn about updates, how to update records. You know, we just learned how to delete record, right? We just want to learn how to update record. We've learned how to insert records, right? So to update and record, remember the important thing we did here with the delete is that if you delete without a where clause, you're going to delete everybody. You don't want that. So you typically want to delete specific records, right? So if you go back to our employee table, select star from employee. If you go back to employee table, let me do begin tran. You want to do begin tran so that if you make mistake, you can roll back. You know, if I do delete, employee, you know, we did the others, right? And it emptied the table. You don't want that. You want to delete specific record. So if I want to delete one record, let's say employee ID 2, if I want to delete that, I'll do delete where employee ID equals 2. If I do this, it will delete employee ID 2 and not the whole of our employees, right? So if you look, employee ID 2 must be gone. See, it's gone. We no more have employee ID 2, right? Okay, let me bring it back. So roll back. Roll back tran will bring it back. Right. Now, if I want to delete multiple records, multiple records, let's say I want to delete employee ID 2, employee ID 3, and employee ID 5. You use equal to only for one record. If you want to do multiple records, you use in. So I'll say where employee ID in 3, 5, let's say 6. If I do this and I execute, 3 records gone. If I do this, you see, employee ID 3, 5, and 6 is gone. So let me roll back tran. Then we have them back, right? Now, what if I mistakenly made Eric, let's say Kate. Kate, I mistakenly typed her name Lee, right? Instead of, let's say, Lech, right? Then you want to do an update. So you do update employee where. Remember, if I don't bring your where clause, so let me give you another example. Let me do a begin tran because this is very, very important. Begin tran. If update employee set last name equals Green. Let's assume we want to change Kate Lee's last name to Kate Green. If I do this, what will happen? If I run this, what will happen? From what we've done so far. Update employee, set last name equals Green.
You'll get an error.
But you are not finding the specific.
The whole column will become green, green, green.
Exactly. The whole last name will become green, green. It will change everybody's last name to green. So let's try it. Now let's look at our employee table.
Oh,
See, everybody's last name is Green. So imagine you work at the University of Ghana and they ask you to go change one student's last name. And you go and do this. And every student's last name is Green. Or every student's last name is Ofori. I'm sure the school will not be happy with you. You know, so what do you do? What do you do with this? Let's roll it back and do the appropriate thing. So how do you correct this? What is the correct thing to do? What is the correct thing to do so that you don't have everybody's last name changed?
So you bring the where
Use employee ID.
Exactly, you do the where clause. So where, and always, please, when you are using a where clause, always, unless in extreme situation, use the primary key column. And let me tell you why. Imagine if I go do where last name, where first name equals Kate. If I use where first name equals Kate, and there are 20 Kates, all the 20 Kates, their last name will be changed. So imagine if I'm doing for Mary, and I say where last name is Mary, then it will change all the Mary. It will change Mary Blue's last name to Green, Mary Ofori's last name to Green. So you don't want to also be using where on columns like first name, last name, and stuff. It will affect other people. Always use the ID column. Use the ID column or the primary key column. So where, hello?
Yes, sir. Does it mean that if you are creating any database at all, even if you don't particularly need a function for this primary identifier, you always need to have it in case of some of these things?
You always need it, and you always need it anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, but there are a few exceptions, a few times, very few times that you need tables, that you have tables without primary keys, that you may not necessarily need primary keys.
Yes, sir. So that's what I'm asking. So for instance, you have a data set where in the data set, it's not an issue of maybe ghost names or something, but just to make sure that you are able to relate very well with them like the way you are doing now, you have to identify each.
Yeah, but remember, 99% of the time, you want a primary key column.
Okay.
It's only 0.1% of the time that you have tables that you don't need primary keys. 99% of the time you need that. So for best practice, always bring primary keys unless in those few instances that you don't need primary keys. All right, so let's move on. All right, enough questions. We will come back to questions, but we need to move on. But we will surely open up to questions. So where employee ID equals Mary's employee ID is what? Kate's employee ID is 5. Where employee ID equals what? 5. Now, when we do this, it will update only Kate's last name to Green.
Now,
as you can see, Kate's last name is changed to Green, right?
Set gender.
So it's update employee set last name equals Green, where employee ID equals 5.
Somebody's microphone is on.
Please mute, please mute, guys. Mute. All right, so that is update. So you can use updates on different columns, you know. So I think we're going to move to the next. We're going to move to the next topic. So we've done this, we've done constraint. Yeah, so we're going to go to queries.
Where you are doing it for multiple rows or IDs, where you are doing it for multiple IDs, because in this case, we are just doing it for one. So if you are doing it for multiple IDs, then you would, you said you'd use in.
Yes, you use in.
So the in then becomes employee ID number, right?
Exactly.
Okay, all right.
But let me caution you when it comes to updates. When it comes to updates and you are using in, it's a bit tricky because it will apply to all the records. So imagine I'm changing last name to Green. If I use where employee ID equal to 5, 6, and 7, all the 5, 6, and 7, they will be changed to Green.
Okay,
but
so
if you are changing,
I am referring to, let's assume that maybe order number
Updates.
or
Update
an order, they all bought banana and you've done maybe 3 IDs bought banana, but they have different elements. So if you are changing banana
because F.
and then employee ID, you then use in, select
last
the ID
gender,
number.
employee set gender.
Yes, you use in. You
Okay.
use
the
in.
employee set gender.
All right.
Please mute, guys.
Gender
Mute, guys. Mute. Mute if you are not talking, please. All right. All right. So now let's move on. Let's review where we are. We're going to move to queries and then do a few things quick and then go to stop procedure and okay. All right. So let's do this so that you all get access to AdventureWorks. So please go to Google. Hello?
Please allow me to
only one question, and we'll have to close questions for now.
I might not be able to follow you if I don't deal with this one. That's what I want to ask.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to execute rollback tran, but it's giving me an error.
Let's see your screen real quick.
Okay. So let me expand.
Maximize your screen.
I don't know why it's giving me.
Did you first of all started with the begin tran?
Yes, please.
Did you highlight the begin tran when we're executing the the updates? No, you can't execute that. You need you can't do that alone. You have to do it together with the statement you're executing.
Okay.
You have to execute your begin tran together with the update statement. But if you didn't do that, then yeah, execute it together with the update statement. No. Just execute your begin statement together with the update. No, not that.
This worked. When I did this, it worked. But I want to roll back.
Your rollback will only work if you execute the begin together with your update statement. If you didn't do that, your rollback will not work.
Okay. Thank you.
If you executed only your begin or executed only your update statement, your rollback will not work. Always execute your rollback together with your query.
In that case, what do I do?
Well, it's gone. So what you can do now is go back and do manual insert. So go back to your your insert script and execute them again to populate your table. So empty your table, yeah. By the way, let me use that to show you guys one thing. If you have to empty your whole table, do truncate. Do truncate. Truncate. So
yeah, we
for
can't
instance,
see your screen. We can't see your screen.
Oh, okay, sorry. All right, you have to do truncate. So let's do begin trun and truncate. Let's say I want to truncate my orders table. If we're emptying a table, don't do even delete, do use truncate. So truncate table orders, right? If I do that, my orders table is gone, it's empty. So let's start from orders. It's gone, right? So truncate empties a table. Let me bring it back. Roll back, trun. Okay, yep. I will leave you to explore the difference between delete and truncate. It's very simple. Delete and gives you the option for a where clause. With truncate, you can truncate doesn't give you the option for a where clause. All right, now let's move on. Let's move to the next one. So we've done updates, so you know updates. We've done drop, so you know drop. So now let's go to introduction to queries. But before we do that, let's do this real quick. Please go to Google and then type AdventureWorks. AdventureWorks. AdventureWorks 2016. All of us, please go to Google. Let's be on the same page. Type AdventureWorks 2016. And then go to the AdventureWorks. Go to AdventureWorks sample database like you can see from my screen. Do you all see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you want this one, AdventureWorks 2016.BAK. AdventureWorks 2016.BAK. Are we all on the same page? If
No,
not,
sir. No, sir.
okay,
Yes.
if not, put in this link in the chat window. Use that link.
Okay, please.
Oh.
Not to worry, somebody has pasted a link.
Someone that puts a link. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Then use that link. But how come I don't see my chat box? All right. So use the link that somebody just posted, and let's. Are we good, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So now,
Sir,
this
which
is
one
what
are
you
you
do.
downloading, please?
Sir, please.
Download it, but please download it. You have downloaded it. This one, AdventureWorks 2016.BAK.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Which one did we install? SQL Server. Was it 2016 or 17?
2017.
We did, okay.
It was
2016.
2017.
We did 2017. All right, then
Yes, sir.
let's download the 2017.
I got mine from 16.
2016.
Okay, hold on. Let's do the 2017. Let's do the 2017. So please do the 2017. So download the 2017.BAK file.
Okay.
So click on it, and it will be downloaded.
So what about those of us whose studio is 2016?
16.
Yeah.
Well, if 2016, just download the 2016 one. That's fine.
Okay.
But make sure you don't download the data warehousing one. Download the O.I.A, the one on the O.I.A. Right. When you download your file, Please, if you have downloaded, make sure you go to show in folder. Go to show in folder so that you know exactly where it is. This is it. You need to know where it is because we're going to use it right now. You
Are we
know,
supposed to open it?
and it will most likely be in your downloads. It will most likely go to your downloads folder. Please don't open it. Don't open it. You don't need to open it. Don't open it.
Okay.
So now, go to your management studio, right click on databases, and then select restore database. Select restore database, and then choose here from device. Follow my screen. From device, and then you see this Eclipse right here. Click on the Eclipse, and then click on add. Click on add, and then browse to your downloads folder, right?
Do it again, please.
Okay, all right. You know what? Let's do this for it to be very easy for everybody. Everybody, please go to my downloads folder. Go to your downloads. Let me know if you have a problem. Go to your downloads because that's where it will be downloaded.
Yes. It's here.
Go to your downloads, and to make it easy, copy. Go and copy the AdventureWorks 2017, 2016, whichever one you did. Go and copy it. And then go to your C drive and go and put it somewhere in your C drive. Go to your C drive. Go to your C drive, and if you can put it in any folder in your C drive, that's fine. You know, if not, just create a folder in your C drive and put it in there. Create a folder in your C drive. You can call it UG and put it in there just to be easy for you. So again, go to your downloads. If you already downloaded it, it should be in your download. Go to your downloads, right? Go and copy the AdventureWorks backup file you just downloaded, copy it. And then go to your C drive, create a folder. To create a folder, just right click on your computer, go to new folder, create a new folder. Name it UG, like I've done here. And then paste your AdventureWorks backup file there. Is there anyone who has a problem? Any problem?
Yes, I'm having problems with it.
What's your problem?
When I downloaded it, it said it couldn't, file does not exist or something like that. So I'm trying to redo it.
All right, share your screen.
Okay. 1 second, please.
Okay.
Sir, please, you are still sharing.
Okay, thank you. All right, share your screen, please. Please share your screen.
It looks like everything went off, so I'm trying to redo it. Then I'll call back and then probably share. Everything is off.
All right. So the rest of you, that's what we do. So let me go back to share my screen. It looks like the rest you're okay. So if you have downloaded, it will go to your downloads. Go to downloads, copy the file you just downloaded, go to C drive, create a folder, name it UG, and paste it in there. If you're all on the same page, now go to Management Studio. Go to Management Studio, right-click on Databases. Right-click on Databases, and then select Restore Database. See Restore Database right here. Click on Restore Database, and then choose from this device. Choose the device, come to the right of it here, and then click on the eclipse, this eclipse right here, this dot, 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 dot here. Click on it, and then click on Add. Add here. Click on Add. I'll repeat this, so if you don't get it, don't worry. And then here, under your C, look for the UG file, the UG folder you just created. This is mine. If you click on it, it will give you your database, the backup file. Select it, and then click OK, and then another OK, and you should be good to go. And then click another OK, and you should be fine. Let me go over this. 1, go to your downloads folder, your downloads, because that's where your file, the file you downloaded, is going to go. So go to downloads, look for the file. This is mine. Copy that file, the AdventureWorks file, the backup file, and then go to your C drive. Create a folder. To create a folder, right-click, New, Folder. Create the folder, name it UG. Open that folder and paste your AdventureWorks in there. Now, go back to Management Studio. Right-click on Databases. Select Restore Database. Restore Database, right here. And then choose Device, select Device. And on the right of device, you should see this eclipse with the dot, 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 dots. Click on that. And then you get this window. Click on Add, Add right here. And then scroll up here, make sure you're on the C drive. And look for the UG folder you created. This is my UG folder. When you click on it, you should see your AdventureWorks. Select the AdventureWorks and then click OK. And then OK again. You should have this window and then click OK again. And you should be all set. Is there anyone who need help?
Yes, please. Can you please just go through the process quickly? I've opened it in download.
Okay, so if you go to downloads.
Yes.
So here, do you see my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm in downloads. This is the file I just downloaded, right? So I copy the file. You go and copy the file.
Okay.
You go to your C drive. This is my C drive.
Okay, I've put in my C drive as well.
Okay, create a file called UG. So right click, New, Folder, and create a file and name it UG, as I have here.
Okay.
Double click to open it.
Okay.
And then paste. Paste the file you just copied. Paste it over here. That went to it.
Okay. Okay.
And now go to Management Studio. Right click on Databases. Select Restore Database right here. Restore Database. Are we good? Are we on the same page?
Yeah, so I've come to databases. Restore,
okay.
Yes, please, yeah.
Databases, right click, restore database, and stop me if I'm moving fast.
Okay, so yeah, so I'm restoring the database.
Okay, so restore database, and then over here where it says device, click on device,
Okay, I think you're sharing your C drive screen still, please.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I think it's the network. I think there's delay in your network.
Okay, so I can see it now. I see device. Yes.
Yeah. So device, on the right of device, you should see this eclipse with a dot, 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 dot.
Yes.
Click on it.
Okay.
And then click add. You should see add. Do you see the add?
Yes, yes, yes.
Click add.
Okay.
And then here, scroll up here.
Okay.
And then make sure you're on the C drive. Make sure you're on the C drive. And then look for the UG folder you created.
Okay.
Click on it once, and you
Okay.
should see AdventureWorks. Select the AdventureWorks. Are we on the same page?
Yes.
Select AdventureWorks. Make sure it's selected.
Okay.
And then click OK.
Okay.
Click
It's
OK.
done.
And then click OK again.
Okay.
And then click OK again.
Okay.
And you should see successful.
Yes, I see the green thing.
Does it say successful?
It's still thinking a bit. It says progress.
Okay. All right, it's working.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Sure, but let's make sure it says you are successful.
Okay. So it would say where there's progress, it would say done, right?
Yes, it will say done, and it will actually tell you
It
it's
says
successful.
successful. Yes, it says successful. Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Then now, come back here to databases. Come back to databases. Right click on databases and do a refresh. Do a refresh.
Okay.
And you should see AdventureWorks 2017 and UG. So when you see AdventureWorks 2017, do you see AdventureWorks 2017?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Click on the plus sign
Yes,
next
sir.
to it. And then click on databases, and you should see all the AdventureWorks database. Are we good?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So now we're gonna have to speed a little bit. Now you have everything, and we are good. You have some good basics. We're gonna move a bit faster now. You don't have to understand everything, but you get a script, and you also have 1 week between now and next Saturday we meet again. So when I send you the script, review and learn everything. And if you have any problem, we can take it from there.
Excuse me, sir. I have a
Some
problem.
of us, we are now
The
trying
adventure
to.
works. Mine is 2016. And
Yes.
you said when we get there, we should click something, and we don't see what you are seeing.
Okay,
Yes.
so let me see your screen. Let me see your screen. Let me see your screen.
Yeah, sir. Okay.
Bigger. Make your screen bigger.
Can you maximize it a bit because I can hardly see? Okay, all right. So now, yeah, so you have Adventure 2017. I see Adventure
2017 is there.
So click the plus sign to open it.
The plus sign is not showing.
No, you just need to move your window. Remember, from your screen, part of your window is cut. You just need to move your window.
Left, go bottom and scroll to the left side. Click the.
You need to scroll.
Scroll to the left. Scroll to the left.
Bring your management studio. Bring your management studio. Okay. Otherwise, let's do this. You bring your management studio and let's do this. Bring your management studio.
Okay. Yeah.
If you cannot open, that's fine. Just bring your management studio. Bring up your management studio. Hello, mister.
Hello.
Could you bring up your management studio?
Please, a lot of microphones are on.
Please mute, guys. Please mute, please. Excuse me, sir. Could you bring up your management studio?
Okay, please, I'm coming.
Please, can I share mine so that?
Yeah, please go ahead and share yours, but he needs to log off. Could you please stop sharing your screen so that we can see the next guy?
Okay, please.
All right, go ahead,
Please, this is mine.
Okay. So I don't see AdventureWorks.
No, I've
let's
now
see your
downloaded it and stored it
So let's
in
see.
my
Let's see.
downloads.
Let's see
Okay.
what in your downloads. Have you
Okay.
copied it to your C drive?
Yes, please.
Let's see what's in your C drive. Let's see what's
This
in
is
your
it.
I don't see it.
So it's here.
I don't see it. I think there's some latency. I don't see your
This
screen.
is my C drive. I have.
Where's your C drive?
Actually, there's latency. We can't even see anything. It's frozen.
Yeah, there's latency. So your connection is kind of slow.
Okay, I have the same issue. So probably if you take it off, I could project my screen for us to.
She should just go back and then share again.
Okay, so let me share my screen.
All right.
Yes, this is my screen. Can you see?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay.
So go to your C drive. But you already have AdventureWorks.
AdventureWorks has appeared.
So go to tables, click on tables. Yeah, you have it all there.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So let me share mine again.
All right, share yours.
This is mine. So I'll go to my
Let's see your C drive.
Okay.
We don't see when you change your screen. We are still looking at the same screen.
Please, can you see my downloads?
No, we don't see your downloads.
Kindly share the video will be available, so we can go through.
Okay. Okay. Maybe if I get the processes again, like the procedure from the database, where
but that's what we're trying to help you. But we need to see you on your screen. We need to see your screen. If we can't see. All right, let's make one last attempt. Let's do one last attempt. Share your screen. Quick.
Okay.
Oh, your screen is not up yet.
So let me go to my downloads again.
Okay, go to your downloads. Let's see your download. Are you using two screens? Because maybe you share one screen and not the right screen.
Mary is sharing.
Okay, said you know, maybe you should just show me how to go about the process.
Please go online. Go online. Just go online.
Please, Mary is sharing. Please, who is Mary?
Use your link. Use the link we sent.
Yes, I have that. I've actually downloaded the software. So I want to know the processes whereby I go to. Like, I want to know. Yes,
Have you put it in your
C drive? Yes.
Okay.
I've created the folder, the UG folder.
Okay. Right-click databases.
Yes, please. I have.
Select restore database.
Okay.
Well, your computer there's something wrong.
Oh.
All right, let's do one last and then
I think you should download the video.
Sir, please, from database, please, where else?
Sorry, guys, we got to move on.
Sir, please, from database, where do you go next, please? Device.
From database, what do you mean device?
No, I mean, I'm creating the backup. The backup set, please.
Restore from database. You restore database.
Oh yes, please.
All right. So this one, I'm giving you 2 minutes, and then we move on. If you have a problem, bring it right now. 2 minutes, just 2 minutes, and we go.
Sir, please, on device.
Share your screen. I can only help you if you can share your screen, right?
Yes, please.
So if you want me to help you, just share your screen. It's difficult to help you without seeing your screen.
Yes, please.
All right. So have you downloaded a file?
Yes, please.
So right click on databases.
Yes, sir.
Select restore database.
Yes, please, I have.
Nothing is happening.
Well, I think there's a delay because I have.
I don't see.
So please, I think there's database and then there is device.
Okay, what do you see on your screen?
I see database and device.
If you right click on databases, you should see restore database.
Yes, please, I'm there, sir.
So select restore database.
Yes, please, I have.
If you have selected restore database, you should select device. Next, device.
Yes, please, I have.
Okay. You selected device. On the right of device, you should see some dot there.
Yeah, please, I have.
Yes, click on that dot.
Yes, please.
Click on add.
Yes, please, I have.
You've clicked on add.
Yes, please.
So scroll to your C drive, scroll to your, wherever you have the file and select it.
Okay.
Do you see your file?
Yes, yes, sir.
So select the AdventureWorks file.
UG. Okay, I've seen UG. Okay.
If you see UG, click on UG and you should see AdventureWorks.
Yes, please. Okay.
So select that.
All right.
And then click OK. And then another OK and another OK.
And okay. Yes, please. I'm done. Okay.
Are you good?
Yes, please.
All right, let's move on. Okay, stop sharing your screen.
Yes, please. Okay, successful.
Could you stop sharing your screen, please? All right, thank you.
Yes, please.
All right, guys, we're gonna move. We're gonna be a bit fast, but you don't have to worry. Focus on having an idea, but I can't be doing this one with you. But just focus on on the understanding the logic, because we have a lot to cover for the rest of the day. So first thing I want to show you is we want to write queries, right? So you all have AdventureWorks now. We start with the employee table. So select. If you go here, you see all the stuff I showed you this morning.
Some mics are on, so we are getting feedback.
Mr. Baite, could you mute everybody?
Sir, you are mute.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's move on. So at this point, we can resolve issues. If you have a question about what I'm teaching, then let us know. But for the meantime, we're going to go ahead. It's going to be very fast, focus on understanding the logic, you know. So now everybody have AdventureWorks. This is our AdventureWorks databases. As I explained this morning, we talk about schemas. So everybody know that schema is an organizer, it's a container, you know, or you can see it as a hall. This is all water hall. Human resources is water hall. These are the water hall blocks or tables. This is Commonwealth Hall. Persons is Commonwealth Hall. These are Commonwealth Hall, the tables for Commonwealth Hall. You know, if you go to production is a schema. These are the tables. So we all know tables and schema. So let's start with the employee table. So you're gonna start select star from AdventureWorks. Human resources. Employee, right? And as usual, highlight, execute, boom. This is your record, right? You don't have to, the star. Star means every column. Star means every column, right? So select star means give me every column, every single column on the table. What you don't, if you don't want every column on the table and we just want just a few columns, right? If you just want a few columns, you can select, specify those columns. So let's say you want to see business entity ID. You want to see business entity ID and job title and gender and let's say date of birth. Birth dates. Yeah. What if you want to see only this and you want to see maybe sick leave? Let's assume these are the only columns you want to see. Then just select the same only columns you want to see, right? And execute. So we don't need to see every column. These are the only columns you are interested, right? What if for this, we don't want to see for everybody. We're only interested in looking for the ones for only men or female. Then of course, as usual, your where clause. Where gender equals M. We want to see only for females, right? You see, if you look at returning only added men, so only males, right? What if out of these males, we want to also see order? We want to order so that we see job title by in alphabetical order. Then you can say order by, you can include order by job title, order by job title, right? If I do order by job title, as you can see, now the job titles are ordered from A to B to C, right? What if I want to order job titles starting from Z, starting from the last alphabet? Then your order by, you want to do descending, right? Order by without specifying, by default, choose ascending. You know, so if I do order by descending, you see now I start from the last character, which is V, right? Okay. So now the next important topic we want to learn is joins. Join, how to join a table. So now with the, our table, employee and others, let's insert a few more records. Select star from employee and then select star from others. Now we want to do join. What is join? Okay, so these tables, okay, we have these columns. Maybe let's insert one more record in the others table. Let's insert one more record into the others table. So let's insert order ID 103. Yeah, let's say the person bought orange. And let's say the person actually bought it 2020. And the month of, let's say 6. And the student ID 3. Okay, great, excellent. So now, we're gonna have some fun now. You're gonna love this. So now, if you want to know all the students who purchased, who made a purchase, as you can see here, some students have never bought, some employees have never bought anything, right? Employee ID 5, 2, 6, 7. They have never made any purchase yet, right? Or, they've never sold anything. They've never made any sale. So if you want, how do we know all the employees who have made sales, right? That calls for inner join. So types of join. We have inner join. We have outer join. Don't worry, you're going to understand. It's going to be fun, so don't worry. We have right join. We have left join. We have cross join. You know, these are the key joins. So what's an inner join? Inner join retains only matching records in both tables, right? The intersection, right? So if you want inner join between these two tables, it will return records that are in this table and also in this table. So in other words, we're talking about 1. 1 is here, 1 is here. 4 is here, 4 is here. 3 is here, 3 is here. Those are records that are common between the two tables, right? Okay, so now let's write a join for that. So select star from employees. We have something we call alias. E. For now, I'm not going to bring the alias, I'll bring it later. Inner join others, right? To join two tables, if I want to join Ghana and Nigeria, they need to have a common language for me to join them, right? Think about African Union. If a Ghana man wants to speak with a French man, they need to have a common language before they can speak, right? If an Achim man wants to speak to a Ghana man, they need to have a common language for them to speak, right? So in database, before two tables can communicate, they need to have a common column to communicate. So the common column between these two tables, what is the common column between these two tables? Who can tell me?
Employee ID.
Exactly, employee ID. Employee ID exists between the two tables, so it's the common column or the common language. So in this case, we can call it the ACAN. The ACAN, because ACAN can be understood by a Fanti, a Kriapim, Ashanti, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the accents, they will understand themselves. So the common column or common language between these two tables is employee ID. So if you want to join these two tables, we want to join on employee ID. So join the key, you bring the keyword on employee table dot employee ID. 2 equal to mean 2 in this sense. 2 the others table dot what? Employee ID. Right. Then I can join the two tables. So all I'm saying is join these two tables using the employee ID in the employee ID to the employee ID in the others table. So join the other employee table and the others table using the employee ID in the employee table and match it to the employee ID in the others table. Are we good, guys? Are we good? Okay, so now I'm going to highlight
Yes, sir.
and execute.
Yes, sir.
See what we have. Now it joins the two records from the two tables. And guess what? It only joined records that have matching, right? So to make it sweet, Let's make it sweet. To make it sweet and do this is best practice. It gives you better visualization and you understand this much better. Always bring the select star from your two tables together with your join and run together, and I'll show you why. This way,
The select star from the employee is repeated.
No,
select
it's
star
a
from,
select star from employee, right?
yes, it's also
Remember,
here.
we have select star for employee here, right?
Yes. Yes. And
This
this one.
select star, this one, it's a joint. It's a joint.
Okay. All right.
It's select star from employee and is joining this.
Okay.
So
Okay.
this is one block. This is
Okay.
together.
All right.
This is together.
Okay.
But instead of running only this one, we want to get a better picture of the original tables so that we can compare the records.
Sure.
That's why we bring in this, right? So if you run this, now you get records from the original table so you can compare our join. So now we can make sense of this join, right? This is a result of our join, right? So now let's analyze how this table came about, how it did a join. So check this out. It took this employee ID. Remember, it did a join based on what? The employee ID. Remember, the join was made on what? The employee ID. He joined the employee ID of the two tables. So which is that he joined this employee ID from the employee table to the employee ID in the others table. So pick this employee ID, come to the employee column here, scan through. Is there one? Yes, it found one. Who's that one? It's Mary Ofori. So you pick Mary, one, and then come and pick his matching record, which is this one, order 100. So order 100 belongs to Mary, so he puts it next to it, he joined it. This is how he did a join. So you pick this record with ID 1, come and matches ID 1 here, and then join it, as you can see from here. So we can tell from here straight, Mary Ofori bought orange on this date. Now you pick one again, it doesn't stop there, pick one again, come and scan through this column in the others table. Is there another one? No, there's no other one.
Please, we can't see your whole screen.
My whole screen. Really? Let me make sure. Is all of you, you can see my whole screen?
No, we can see it. You should expand this window.
Can see.
All right, so expand your window. Yeah, I think it's to expand your window. You're welcome. All right. So again, it picks the one from the employee table. Come and scan the employee column in the others table to find a matching. So I'm from Nigeria. I pick this guy, Kofi Mensah's passport number. I come to Ghana. I go to Ghana passport office. I'm looking for him. I scan through. Oh, I found him. This is him. I'm matching. Right? I don't stop there. I want to see, is Kofi Mensah has another record? I come and scan. No, he doesn't have any other record, only one record. So I'm matching. Now I skip to 2. I pick 2, employee ID 2. I come to the employee ID column in the others table. Is there employee ID 2? Nope, there's none. So you can see 2 is not part of this. Now I take 3. Is 3 in the others table? Yes, there's 3. If there's 3, now I pick 3 is who? 3 is Rose Wilson. I pick Rose Wilson, and then I add his other record. She bought orange. I add right here, right? I don't stop there. I pick 3 again. Is there another 3? No, there's no other 3. So I move to 4. Is there a 4? Yes, there's 4. Who is 4? Eric Owusu. Eric Owusu bought apple. Eric Owusu. I pick Eric Owusu. I pick his Apple record. I attach it. I match it, right? I don't stop from there. I come again. Is there another Eric Owusu? Oh, yes, there's another Eric Owusu. He bought banana. The same Eric Owusu bought banana. So I pick Eric Owusu again. I attach the banana he bought. So this is inner join. and I don't stop there. I pick 4 again. I go, is there another 4 record? Did he buy something else? Nope. So I move to 5. 5 come, there's no 5, there's no 6, there's no 7. So inner join returns only matching record. So these are the matching records. Only record that exists between the 2 tables. Any question, any question, any question? Any question? So that is inner join. It joins only matching records, only the intersection, right? We only want students who registered for this semester only. We don't want the whole of University of Ghana students. We only want only first year students, or we only want only final year students. That's inner join. Okay, so now, let's do a left outer join. A left outer join, go ahead, please.
Whilst you were explaining, I got a question I want to clarify.
Sure.
Clarification on.
Sure.
We imported or used data from AdventureWorks, but if you need to use data from an organization, right?
We'll come to that. You have to import. That's ETL.
Okay.
That's what we'll do tomorrow.
All right, okay.
That is the extraction, transformation, and load.
Sure. All right, okay.
Yeah. All right, so left outer join retains all the records on the table on the left. We'll come to what that is. And it's matching records from the table on the right. That's left outer join. So let's make our work easy. Let's just copy this.
Please, the sentence. Let's check it again.
So a left outer join retains all the records. Thank you. All the records on the table, in the table on the left, and it's matching records from the table on the right. Okay, so what does that mean? It means, so here, we're gonna change this to left. We're gonna change our inner join to a left join. So once we change this to our left join, what is our table? Our left table, the employee table. This is our left table. Right? Now this is our right table, the table on the right. Right? Remember, this is a left join. So what we said is a left join retains all the records on the table from the table on the left, which is this table. So we're going to take all the employee tables. Let me add one thing. Regardless of whether they have matching records or not, and then match the records. So this left outer join will retain all the records in the table, from the table on the left, which is the employee table, regardless of whether they have matching in the others table or not. Just bring everything in the employee table. And then everything in the employee tables, that have a matching record in the others table, match them. So let's see. Let's run it together. First, let's run only this. And remember, we are still joining on employee ID by just redoing a left outer join, right? Okay, so that's what it gives us. So again, it took everything from the employee table. So let's verify. employee ID 1, 2, up to 7, right? We have employee ID 1, 2, 3, up to 7. We have all employees here, regardless of whether they have matching record or not, right? And then from this table, we only pick the matching records, you know. So if you look at this table, the matching record we have 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Whereas this table, we brought everybody, right? And the records, employees who didn't buy anything, we have no for them. No, right? No means unknown or empty or blank. Actually, no in database does not mean blank, does not mean empty. It just means unknown. But for now, understand it as empty, right? Okay, so that's a left outer join. It retains all the records from the table on the left, regardless of whether they are matching or not. And then the table on the right, only matching records. As you can see, return all employees, you can employ the table on the left, and the others table return only the matching records. Just coincidentally, in our others table, we only have records that have matching employees, right? Okay, any question? Any question? Any question? Okay, let me point something out here, which is very, very important, very crucial.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
sir.
Go ahead.
Please, can you repeat from the selection area when you did select? Can you just, yeah.
Select star from employee, left join others.
Okay.
On employee.employee ID equals others.employee ID.
Okay.
So give me everything in the employee table, left join it to the others table, using the employee ID in the employee table to join employee IDs in the others table. Are we good?
No.
Okay, great. So what it means is that return to me everything in the employee table, right? This is the employee table. And then left join it to everything in the others table, or only the matching order, actually only the matching orders in the others table, right? So let's take Ghana and Nigeria again. I want to see all Nigerians, regardless of whether they have been to Ghana before or not. And those who have been to Ghana before, I want their matching Ghana records as to when they went to Ghana. Right? So let's say I want to see all the Legon students, and among the Legon students, I want to see all Legon students. I'm matching Legon students in Ghana and Legon students in UK, right? I want to see all Legon current students. It doesn't matter whether they've been to UK before or not. And those who have been to UK, I'm joining it to UK table. So those who have been to UK, I want to know when they went to UK and their flights information. So give me all the Legon students. I don't mind whether they've been to UK before or not. It doesn't matter. Just give me every Legon student. And then join it to UK embassy table, right? And then tell me how many of them, which of them were given visas, match them. But I want every Legon student. I don't care whether they've ever been to UK embassy before or not. You know, but give me every Legon student, and those who have been to UK embassy, I want you to match their UK embassy records for me. More and more fake bank statement.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so sir, does that mean that when you have so
anyway,
where you have the null, after joining the employee IDs, where you have the null means that the person actually doesn't have any other ID, no products, no order date, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So let's pick, for instance, employee ID 2.
Yes.
If you pick employee ID 2,
okay, I understand now.
If you pick employee, remember, key thing is forget about all these columns. Focus on this one, because this is the one we are joining on, right? So if you look this column, you can tell employee ID 1, he has an order because he had employee ID 1 here. He bought orange, right? Employee ID 2, it doesn't have anything in the orders table. So you get what? No, 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 no. Because it doesn't exist in the orders table. There's no 2 in this orders table. Are we good? There's no 2 in this orders table, right? If you go to employee ID 3, employee ID 3, this employee ID 3 in the employee table. Rose has an order. This is his order. So when he did a left join, Rose came. This is his matching record. If you pick employee ID 5, employee ID 5 does not have a matching record in the orders table, right? So employee ID 5, you get no, 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 because it doesn't have anything in the orders table. Into all the legal students who have never been to UK Embassy, you just get no, no, no. You don't have any information in UK Embassy. Unless, what's the sound of passport? But for your record, for current record, no, you're the match UK Embassy. We need to be until no, 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 no. Does that answer your question?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, great. You're welcome. You're welcome. You know, you may not understand it fully, but have an idea about this, and then later you can get an idea. But for now, just try to get an idea, and then ask me your questions. You know. Okay. So the bottom line is a left outer join retains everything from the table on the left, and the table on the right only matching records. So this left join is on employee. So retain everybody in the employee, regardless of whether they have orders or not. And those who have orders, they are matching orders. Are we good? Are we good? Okay. Now let's go to right outer join. Right outer join. Right outer join is just the opposite of left join. It will retain everything from the table on the right, regardless of whether they have matching records or not. And those that have matching records on the table on the left, they are matching records. So let's copy the same thing. Okay, so I'm just going to change this left to right. Right? So give me everything from the employee table, right join to the orders table using employee ID again. Meaning, I want everything in the orders table. I don't care whether they have matching record to employee or not. And then for the employee table, only matching records. That's all. So let's run this.
Excuse me, sir, I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Please, the joining that we are doing, when we put the statements, we always we sort of put the parent table and then the child table after. Is that, if you switch it, is it going to yield the same thing? There's a reason why.
For join, we don't want to deal with parent. We don't want to see the table of parent and child when we're doing join. But you can flip your table around, but I just need to know the implication. But I'll emphasize on that very soon for you. I'll point that out to you very soon. So let's do this and then we'll come back, we'll come to that. So this is a right join. If you look at right join, this is our result, this is our employee table, this is our orders table. If you look at the results, it returns everything in the orders table, right? So let's confirm. Order ID 100, 101, 102, 103. Order ID 100, 101, 102, 103. They are all the orders are here, right? But here, because all our orders also have employees, we didn't have any non-matching. So we didn't have any no. That's all. Because all the orders are matching. But the good thing is we have all our orders. Okay, so to answer your question, this is the issue now. When you flip your tables, you need to understand. I don't want to confuse you, so I'll only go on it just once and then move on. Here, for instance, if I bring my table orders here, and I bring my table employee here. Now orders become what? My left table. Employee now become what? My right table. Do you get it? So you can flip your tables around, but just make sure at that point, which one become your orders and which one become your, which one become your left and which one become your right.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Okay, so next thing is this. Let's go back to our left join. So,
sorry, before you move on,
sure.
When you flip the table, you will still get the full join, isn't it?
No, yeah. If you change the table, remember to affect the results, right? So, okay, let's do this fantastic stuff. So let's keep this as right, and you get a picture. This right? Remember, at this right, our orders table is at the right. It's on the left, right? Our employee is on the right? So let's look at our results. And it's a right join. So our right join, now employee is the table on our right. So remember, so give us every employee. Employee is the table on our right. So give us every employee. And orders table only matching orders, right?
Okay.
Now, if you flip this and bring employee here, and then bring orders here, and then we run. See, because now orders is the right table, it brings everything in orders. And employee only matching records. So when you flip, it affects the results, so you need to know.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, very important, and let me flip this to left and you see something here. If you do this, notice we are joining what? On the employee ID, right? We are joining employee ID. So therefore, this column here is very important. Notice we have two employee ID columns because this one is coming from the employee table, okay? Everything in the employee table is what you have here. Employee ID, first name, last name, birthday, salary, gender, right? So in a nutshell, this is your employee table in the nutshell, right? And this is your other table. So therefore, this employee ID is coming from your employee table. And this employee ID is coming from your orders table. This one is very, very important. There's a reason why it's important. You can explore this column. If you don't understand it, don't worry, but I'm just doing for others who are into IT or want to have some other fun. If I come here, I can easily exploit this and say, so just here, if I tell you, okay, here, I want only the records that have do not have none. In a way, that means I just want to know the employees who have made sales, right? I can explore this column and say, I want only for where employee is null, meaning I want the employee who have never made any sale, right? So let's implement that. So I can bring where
Employee ID.
Dot employee ID is not null. That will give me all the employees who have made purchase. So check this out.
Say employee ID, the column.
Oh, thank you.
The ID.
Sure, thanks. You see, I return only the employees who made order. What if I say where employee ID is null? Where others.employee ID, where the employee ID in the others table is null. You see, return all the employees who have not made any order, right? So this column is very important, very, very relevant. You can explore it to do a lot of magic. Remember, let me come back here and you see exactly what we're talking about. This is our orders table. This is our left join, right? This is our left join. This employee ID is the one from the orders table. So it's very simple. If it has value, it means there was an order. If it doesn't have value, it means this employee didn't make any order. So that's all we are exploring. So all we are saying, hey, if the employee ID in the orders table has a value, give me all that. It means you're going to give me 1, 3, 4, and this 4. They made sales. Give me all the records where the employer ID in the orders table is null. It means you're going to return me this 3 plus this 1 who have not made any order. That's all it is. All right, are we good? You don't need to understand this part of it. This part of it is for people who want to take it to the next level. So don't worry too much about it. But understand the inner join, left outer join. Now let's move to the next part of join. The next type of join is cross join. Cross join is where you want to match all the employees in the orders table with employees in the employee table. It doesn't matter whether they made a purchase or not, right? Think about it this way. Are there any vendors here? Any vendors?
Yes, yes.
Any
Shop.
Any voter who are girls? Any voter who are girls?
Of course.
All right, great. We are all adults. The best explanation I give in all my classes, I use an adult explanation.
Vikings too are on.
Okay,
don't forget about the Vikings.
Okay. All right.
An almighty Katangi here. Almighty Katangi.
Oh, okay. Welcome, Katangi. Welcome, Katangis. All right. So this is an adult class. It's a university class, adult class. And by the way, all my class, I use this example. It's the best example to explain this. We want all the vendors to sleep with all the voter girls. And we want each voter girl to also sleep with each vendor. Right. That is how you do this. So let's say you have one females in one class, male in one class. So we want each female to sleep with each male. We want each male to sleep with each female. So obiawa kobi. Right. That is cross join. Put it this way. Let's talk about vaccination. We have, let's say, a vaccination, right? What is the popular vaccination we can think of?
Polio. Polio, measles.
Polio. We want everybody to be vaccinated with polio. Let's say polio have 3 different vaccinations. We want everybody to be vaccinated with these 3 different vaccinations, and we want each of these 3 vaccinations to also go on everybody's skin. Right. That's all we're doing here. You know, so that's cross join. So let's do cross join. Select start from employee. You can do cross join orders, and then see what happens. You see, you can get a picture better to confirm that if every voter or girl slept with the vendor here. You see, this voter girl, 1, slept with all these people, right? This voter girl 2, 4, slept with all these people. And then this one too, right? So you see, each record has something to do with the other record from the other table. So what you get is you get a product of the 2 tables. So you get all the records in table A times all the record in table B. So we end up with 28 records. Okay, I'm not going to dwell too much on this. I'm going to leave this to you. You can explore further, especially those who want to enjoy the romance part of it. Okay, the last thing I'm going to do with this is you can also write this way. Select star from this instead of specifically specifying cross join. You know, whenever there's romance, there are shortcuts because you have to have vibes to wrap. So you can wrap like this and avoid this long wrap. And then you get the same records. So that's cross join. There's assignment I'll give you guys. Go and learn, go. I'll send you guys the link of great stuff about self-join and have some fun. All right, now let's move to the next item. I believe case statements. Let's do case statement, city. Any question with join before we move on? Any question with joins? By the way, before we move, let me do something real quick, very important about joins. So let me do that with inner joins so that you have a good idea why. Okay, so as we write our joins, you don't want to write this long names. You can do what you call alias. So I can make alias my table. Alias is like a nickname. Instead of me calling you John Dovlaw, I just call you Jack. So instead of calling this one employee, I just call you E. Instead of calling this one others, I call you R, right? And if I'm doing that, then I have to come here. Instead of here putting employee, I just say E. Instead of putting others here, I just now O. So I've nicknamed others and employee table. So when I'm using them in this query, wherever I want to type in employee, instead of typing employee, I just type E instead of typing long employee and others, right? It's the same thing. I'll get the same result. It doesn't change anything. It just makes my writing simple. So this is called aliasing. Nicknames, alias. No, all right. So now let's move to any question before we move on? Any question?
I have a question with the cross join. I don't know. No. It has nothing to do with the romance. I just wanted to find out, in like if you are preparing data sets, in what's the application?
Good question. Good question. It's rarely used. Cross join is rarely used. In fact, throughout my entire career, I've used cross join only once. You hardly need cross join. You know, it's rarely used. It's not used that often. But it's just good to know about it. But it's rarely used.
Yeah,
but you use it in situations where you are doing distribution and doing matching, where every other entity needs to have an affiliation with the other entity. That's when you use it. So it's rarely used.
Okay, sir.
All right. So now let's move on to the next item. Next item. So we've done joins. So let's do group by, and then I think I'll shift CT to the end, but let's do group by. So group by is very important. Are you having fun? Are you having fun? I know there's a little bit confusion. You won't get all
Sure,
that.
sure.
That's normal. You know, but are you getting?
Yeah, confusion. The confusion they be. The confusion they be.
But beside the confusion,
it's good.
Oh yeah.
It's
Because I
good.
knew
Yeah.
thing, but he wants to.
Okay,
It's good.
It's
Okay,
good.
I
When we
expect
get the video, we'll do the practice all over again.
Oh, no, I
Exactly.
don't want you to wait for a video. So I typically don't give videos, but you guys are going to get video because I want everybody to understand whilst I'm teaching. Once
Right.
people know there's going to be video, they pay attention waiting for the video. So we don't want that. Try to understand it right in the class, you know. So, all right, so let's move to group by. Group by. So group by enables you to aggregate values, you know, or records. There's no mathematics here, so please, no mathematics. So let's assume our employee table, we want to know the total number of people, the total number of females and males, for instance. So you select, select staff from human resources, adventure works. Human resources dot employee. Okay. So we want to know the total number of people per job title, right? There's something here, but I'm not going to teach, but I'll advise you guys to learn. We call aggregate functions. It's nothing but maximum, minimum, average. You don't have to do any math here. They're already in the system. Sum, count, right? So let's assume we want to know the total number of people per job title. So we select job title. We want to count the number of job title. So you can do count star, but in this case, I'll do count business entity ID. Business entity ID. Okay. So we are selecting each job title, count the number of business entity ID, right? Group by job title. Group by job title, right? So if I do this, so accountant, 2 people, account manager, 1 person, you know, application specialist, there are 4 people, buyer, there are 9 people, right? This basically take each job title and count the total number of people. Let's say I want to pick every region, I want to count the total number of people. Central region, I want to count everybody. Ashanti region, I want to count everyone. Volta region, Greater Accra, I want to count everybody. Same thing. So I pick job title, and each job title, I'm counting the business entity ID. Business entity ID, remember, is just like employee ID. Or I want to take every hall in Legon and count the total number of students. That's all. But I know each hall, the total number of students. Are we good? Are we good? Okay. Yeah.
No, please, I want to understand this command. You said when you select job title, counts business entity ID. So for the accountant, for instance, it counts a value and knows that it is 2. And then is it the group by that makes it display it this way?
Yes, it's the group by, which is grouping it into different baskets. So the group by is grouping each job title into different baskets and then count the total number in that job title basket. In the inference of water, you create a water hall basket. That the water flow in here, right? You create another basket for Commonwealth. You can all the Commonwealth guys. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. The end.
Okay.
Legon Hall, Equafo Hall, the same thing. Are we good?
Yes, please. One more question. The output file. The output file, we have something like no column name per the count for the count. Is it possible to specify a column name?
Good question. Yes, you can do here. You can do as and name it. So we can do as total. Now it gives you here total.
So this is why I was confused.
Right, thank you.
So does it mean that the job title that is after the group by is the one to the left column of the table, and then the total is what is named the right column?
Come again?
I mean the job in the command we have two job titles. We have select job title before the account, but we have the another one group by then job.
The other
title.
one is grouping. Yes.
So the last job title is the one that actually names that column. Then the column that
actually
was,
no, it is this one. This one that's being named.
Oh, okay.
This one that's being named.
Okay.
But great question, and it brings this the what it brings out. Every column in the select line that is not being used by an aggregate function should be in your group by. And what does that mean? Every column that's not used by an aggregate function like this, job title is not being used by an aggregate function, right? BNTID is used by aggregate function count. Remember, these are aggregate functions: average, minimum, maximum, sum, count, right? So any column in your select line that is not being used by an aggregate function should automatically be listed in your group by, right here. Are we good?
Okay, okay.
Okay. The next thing, you don't have to understand this. This is for those who want to take it to the next level. So those who want to take it to the next level, so this is what we can also do. We can do select this, job title. What about within each job title, we also want to know the female gender. Gender, and then count. And remember, again, any column that's not being used by an aggregate function in the select line should be listed in your group line, right? So we need to bring gender here, right? So check this out when I run here. And by the way, before we go here, let me do something here so that you get this picture clear. See the two accountants. If you want to see the two accountants, let's go and look for them. Make sure it is true that there are only two accountants here. You do select star from, right? Where job title equals accountants. If you run this, we should get 2. Yep, these are the 2 accountants, right? All right, so now let's have this fun. We want to group by job title, and within job title, also group by gender and count. So if you look this, let me add an order by, and you have a better picture. Order by job title.
Order by.
Oh, thank you. Order by job title. So if you do this, these are the two accountants, right? The two accountants, there's one female and there's one male, right? If you look here, these are the account specialists. There are 3 of them. 2 of them are female and 1 male, right? Let me add one more. Please don't worry about understanding this. This is just for people who want to take the next level. What if within gender, we also want to find the single? So marital status. Marital status. So how is it? How come it's not coming up? Marital status. And remember, any column that's not being used by an aggregate column, aggregate function, you bring it to your select line, right? So if I do this, let me add the order by. Now you get one here, but let's go to buyer. Buyer has a lot of records, so you can have a better idea. So if you look at buyer, so there's one female who is single. So in other words, there are 2 females. Out of the 2 females, there's one single, there's one married and one single. If you go here, buyer, there are 2 males, right? I mean, not like there are 2 males. There are 7 males. Out of the 7 males, 5 of them are married, 2 of them are single. So the chiwes. This is good for the chiwes. Does Lagos still use the word chiwes, or there's a new term?
They still use it. Not shy.
Okay, good. All right, so that is group by. Let's go over a few things about group by. But it looks like our time is, what time is it in Ghana now? Let me check. Yeah, it looks like our time is about 5. I'll ask if it's possible, can we add 45 more minutes?
Fine by me, sir.
Is there anyone who have a
4
problem
or
with
45?
45 more minutes?
That's okay.
All right, then let's do this. Let's take a 5 minutes break and come back. And then do our 45 minutes, and then we'll finish everything we need to do today.
Okay.
All right, so let's take 5 minutes break and come back. Thank you all for accommodating that. All right, let's be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll join here.
Wait. The class, here.
Oh!
Please, those who speakers are on, please mute, okay? So that I don't go and say anything and we'll catch you. Hosted muted.
Go ahead. So, any question before we start? Any question? Any question, please? All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes, please, we can hear you.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, great. Yeah, any questions? Any questions?
So far, so good.
All right, great. Don't worry too much about the confusion. Just focus on, as I said, you can then, important thing of today is making sure everybody can create tables, making sure everybody can insert records and update records and delete records. Those are the key things. Once you get those fundamentals, I mean, you can really run with the rest, you know. So those are the key important things, and you can write select statements, you know. All right, so let's move on to the next. So group by. So let's go to the basic group by we had before. So this. So this group by statement, what if we want to do this for only let's say bias and a few job titles, right? So first, meaning that we need a where clause. To do a where clause in group by, it should come before the group, right? So this database structure. You have your select, you have your from, you have your where, you have your group by, you have your order by, actually haven't, and order by, right? So this is the order of your database precedence. You should follow this order. So this is the precedence. So this means that if you want to apply a filter like where, it should come before the group by. So if you want to use where clause, it should come before the group by. So if I want to say where job title in, for instance, buyer and a couple of these job title, it should come before the group by, right? So then it should be where job title in, for instance, buyer. Remember, I need a single quote here. In buyer, accountant, I know this, so I know some of them. Tool designer. You know, if I want to do for this job title, then my where clause have to be here. Right? Okay. So what if I want where the total number of people is greater than 9? Then I can't do a where, because there's a reason why. Because the aggregate function is not a column in the table. This column total is not a physical column in the table. It's what we call a calculated field, right? is coming as a result of this aggregate function. But there's no column on the employee table that is called total. So in this case, you want to use having. So we say having count business entity ID greater than 2. So if you want to apply a filter based on the result of aggregate function, you use a where, right? So now if I run this, incorrect sentence, having count star greater than 2. Oh, sorry. So if I run this, it gives me only 9, right? Okay, so this is when you want to use a filter for an aggregate function in your select style. So use having for filter or to filter on the results of an aggregate function. Okay, so that's group by. Now let's go to case statement. Case statement. What is case statement? Case statement is fun. So let's say I want to write a case statement so that if, let's say, your gender is male, give me this. If F, we want to see it fully spelled female, for instance, right? So give me one second, you're going to understand. It's very simple. So if you look at this, if you look at this, if you look at gender, gender come at M and F, right? So all we want to do is, hey, if it is M, we want to see it fully spelled. If it's F, we want to see it fully spelled. How do we do that? So let's say we do select business entity ID. Select business entity ID. Let's say job title. And then we say case. Case. Gender. Right? And then we say when M, then give us female. Right? And then when F, then we want the fully spelled, oh, sorry, when F, they want a fully spelled female. When M, we want to see the fully spelled male. Right? That's it. And then we want to end this. Okay. So if I run this, you see, instead of M, it's giving it female. Instead of F, it's giving male, right? Let's do one simple more example and then move to the next one. So what, if you look at this table, if you look at this table, you will see the vacation hours and sick leave, right? So let's exploit this sick leave to write a case statement. So what we do is select Let me do the same thing, business entity ID, job title, and then case statement. We say when sick leave. When sick leave is less than 20, then tell us, let's say,
say good. One is less than 20, then it's good.
Okay. As a matter of fact, let's say healthy.
Okay.
Healthy, right? Or we can say, good health.
So less than is greater than.
Oh, thank you. So less than 20, we say healthy, right? When sick leave is greater than 20 and sick leave is less than 40, then let's say average health. Let's say average health, right? And then you can say else. Instead of bringing another when, you can say else. Else, let's say poor health. Else poor health, right? And then end. So if I run this, you see, it rates our employees. It classifies our employee according to their health status. And by the way, you can alias this as a column, so you can say, you can call this health or employee health, or actually call it health status. You see here, it says no column name, so we alias this to employee health status. So when I do this, health status. Are we good? Yeah. You don't need to understand the details, just understand the concept, what you are trying to accomplish. Just understand what you're trying to do. So case statement, just do conversions, right? We are trying to evaluate our employees' health based on their sick leaves. So employees who have taken less sick leave, we classify them healthy. Employees who have taken sick leave greater than 20 but less than 40, we classify them average health. Employees who have more than 40 sick leave hours, we classify them poor health. Are we good?
Okay. Yes, we are good. But I have a question.
Quick one, go ahead.
Yes, with the health status, is it possible to order them from poor health, average, and to good health?
Yes, you can order.
Okay, that's fine.
You can order. For order by, you can always order.
All right.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you're welcome. Let's move to the next topic. The next topic is store procedures. You can do database class without store procedures. Very, very important. So store procedures. Store procedures have to do with variables. So I'll do a quick brush on variables. So what is a variable? Variables are just objects created to store value, right? So let's say, for instance, I declare variable. You declare variable by using an @ sign. So I declare at var, and then I give it data type int, right? And I declare another var at val2. You can name it anything. I can name this ABC, whatever. So val is not a reserved word. Val2, and I also say int, right? Now, I can say set at val1, set at val equals to set at val2 equals 4, right? Now, when I do select at val plus at val2, and I run this, it gives me 6, right? So what? I declare value val. It's like I made a vast. I've made a car. This car, that car. I say this car is integer. This car is also integer. I say this car, the people who are sitting currently, 2 people who are sitting. This car, 4 people who are sitting. And then I come here, I say, hey, give me car A and car B. These 2 cars, how many people I need? 2 plus 4, 6, right? The importance of the variable is that so that any point in time, I can change these values. So for instance, I can come here and say, okay, now this time I'm storing 5 in this, I'm storing 20 in this. So now, if I do this, 25, this 5 plus 20, 25, right? So variables, I'm creating these variables and storing these values in them. I'm creating objects, I'm creating car, or I'm creating bow, or I'm creating caps. So this cap, that cap, this cap, I want to store 5 in it. This cap, I want to store 20 in it. The objective is that so that just like a cap, any point in time, I can pour a different cup of water in it, right? So right now, I'll pour Sprite in it. Next time, I'll pour Coke in it. The same thing. Cups hold different content at different times, right? Okay, so now let's go to store procedure. Let's use the same thing we've been using.
A little question.
Sorry.
So go ahead.
You declare the variable to be integers. So is it possible to change the data type, maybe a string or maybe a floating point?
Yes, you can do that. You can even change them to varchar and char. Let's do one quick example. You can declare this as varchar or char. Right? And then I can set this to Mary. Here. The only thing is if now these 2, if I do this, put Mary and Hill together, right? If I want to be nice, I can bring in space. So plus space plus. Remember, don't try to understand when you keke.
Okay, thank you so much.
So Mary, this and now I just bring space because the person Mary Hill never boom without space. So I just bring space. That's all. Yeah, go ahead, your question, please.
Yes, please. You lost me on the variable part.
Sure. The variable part is like creating cap, right? I create this cap. I'm storing 2 in it. I'm creating this other cap 2. I'm going to store the value 4 in it, right? Cap where me din show me negum. Cap where me din show 4 negum. Me say cap A ne cap 2. Insure hin a womb. Insure 6 ne womb, right? Or this cap I put peanut, 2 peanuts. This cap I'll put 4 peanuts. If I add cap A and cap 2, the content, I'll get 6 peanuts, right?
Yes.
That's all this. So this one, cap A, this cap way, me the Mary na Hashem Sisia. This cap way, me the Hill na me the Hashem Sisia. Me kabu mo a Mary Hill. Right? Hano, me kabu mo no Mary ne Hill no, or my boom, a quimby and dom them. But first name and last name, at least you want a space in between them, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Into
Yes.
space, I created a space here. Now Mirania, Mary Nihil. You look a natural first and last name, right?
Okay.
Okay, good. So now let's go to stored procedures. So let's use the same queries we've been using. Select star from AdventureWorks. Human resources.
Hello.
Yep, go ahead, please.
So
Employee.
I just joined and I think I missed a part of it. But if you can just tell me the section that we are currently tackling, I can pick it from there.
We are doing stored procedures.
I mean, the previous ones, you declaring the variables and stuff.
Yeah, but thank you. But unfortunately, we're running out of time. So I just can't go back.
I mean, even if a title or something, so I would just follow.
Yeah, the title is variables.
Variable, okay, okay. All right,
yeah.
Thanks.
Are we good? I'm really sorry, but we need to move on.
I'll
So I
find my
also
way
wasn't
around.
around when we started. I don't know. Did you treat the normalization?
No, we've not done normalization. That's why I'm rushing anyway.
Okay.
We haven't done normalization yet.
Thanks.
You're welcome. So business entity ID, job title, let's say gender, and birth date. Oh, birth date is not coming. All right, let me use sick leave. Okay, so let's assume we have this. We want to put this in a stored procedure. So stored procedure, create proc or procedure. And then we're going to take a variable. We're going to give it, as a matter of fact, let's do a job title. So I'm going to create a title, will be my variable, right? And remember, it's a voucher. It's a voucher. I'm going to give it 30, right? Us. So this stored procedure. This is how easy stored procedure is. Nothing difficult. So this first stored procedure without a variable, right? I'm typing less, but later I'll fill in the blank for you. Create procedure. Oh, I forget the name. So we have to give it a name, just like a table name. So it's good to start with SP so everybody knows stored procedure. So I'm going to name this employee. Create stored procedure employee, right? And then we give it this as. Let's create this. I don't know why it's screaming, but let's create to see what's going on.
I think the parenthesis wasn't the first line. It includes the parenthesis.
Which one? Oh, okay, good. Is this? Yep, thank you. Oh no. Yeah, this should be it. So we pray the voucher 30. Let's see. Okay, our stored procedure is created. If you want to see your stored procedure, you come here under UG. Let's refresh. And then go to programmability, which is right here. And then stored procedure. And you should see your stored procedure. This is our stored procedure, right? So this is stored procedure without a parameter. I'm going to call stored procedure proc without a parameter, right? So if you want to call this, you do exec proc, and then the stored procedure name. The stored procedure SP underscore employee, right? If I execute this, exec proc. So what's missing? Incorrect sentence. How could that be? Oh, even exec should be fine. Oh, yeah. Actually, I made a mistake. I didn't want a parameter. So, and if you want to correct, you can do alter proc. So we are altering the procedure, meaning we are modifying it and create it. And then I'm going to execute. You see, this help you so that you don't have to write this query every time. Imagine you're writing a complicated stop procedure. So you just put it in a command like this, bam, so that you don't have to keep writing. Now let's write a stop procedure with a parameter. So we're given this parameter a title, voucher, 30. And then we come here and you see the beauty of this, where job title equals at title. You know, so, and I'm doing an alter again here. So if I do this, it's created. The beauty of this is now I can execute this with a job title. So let's say buyer. And it will return all the buyers. See, return all the buyers, right? So that just with this simple command, okay, I want to see accountants. You just put in, call in SQL and put in any job title and it will return you the job title. Oh, no accountant. I'm missing. There's accountant.
Could it be the spelling?
You wrote account.
Oh, okay, thank you. I wrote account. Okay, accountant. Yep, you see here, true accountant. So this is stop procedure with parameter. You know, I'm gonna cut this short and then move to the next topic. So this is stop
I don't
procedure.
understand something. The parameter. I'm not seeing what the parameter is doing between the first proc and this one that we've done. I'm not like the one
The
without
first one, there's no parameter. The first one is stop procedure without parameter, right? So this is the first one. It's a stop procedure without parameter. There's no parameter. It's just this simple query. We put it in a stop procedure, that's all. So there's no parameter. It's the second one.
So the voucher, the title voucher 30, like exactly what is it doing? The parameter.
That's the parameter. That means now we are creating this. So anytime you pass in a job title, it will accept this one. You supply this job title, and then I'll return the records for you.
Okay. Now I get it.
It's like, okay, let me give you a simple example. It's like you go to Legon at a administration, and they ask you, hey, what's your student ID? You give it to them, they punch in, and your record, you push your record. Right? So over here, what we ask you, hey, provide me your job title or the job title you're looking for, and I'll pull you all the people with that job title. Are we good?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's good to do begin and end. So that
a question. With the procedure you specified, it takes only one parameter. Is it possible to take several parameters?
Yes, you can take several parameters. We're going to do that, but we don't have time. That's why.
Sure.
But let me try to do that quickly here. But then it means now I need to ask you guys for 1 hour. Then I need to ask you guys for 1 hour.
Hello,
Okay.
I would want to ask this. When you create the stop procedure and then you run it, right? Is it being stored on a database? So when you're about to maybe make changes to it, then you have to use the alter or you can just go ahead and, okay, so just as you did before, you first initialize the store procedure. Okay, and so that aspect was stored in the database. So anytime you would want to run it, you don't have to run the whole initialization of the store procedure, right?
Yes, you only do alter.
Oh, okay.
And also, let me tell you one thing. You can always come here and script. Come here and script. You can come here, script, and script it. This is it.
Oh, okay.
But I wanted to do some stuff, encryption and all that, but we don't have time. So we can't do that. But I wanted to, so now we need to just cut and go. But I wanted to show you guys all those things, but unfortunately, we don't have that much time for that.
All right, thanks.
Okay, so let's do stop procedure with multiple parameters.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. Yes, go ahead. But that'll be the last question. Go ahead.
It's not really a question. What you see, because we'll be taking the script later and we're working with it. If you type and you clean, we might not be able to follow later when we are trying to work on it again. So I'll plead if you could just keep typing, even though the time is far gone.
What's your question?
It's not really a question. It's a submission. That because we'll be working on the scripts later to follow what you've actually done, since we are not able to follow like practically as you are going. Because if you type and you wipe and later we are going through, we might miss certain things. So if we could just keep going under and under instead of wiping that way.
Yeah, that's why I'm keeping everything for you. This is the first one we did. Stop procedure without parameter, right? This is the one. This is stop procedure with parameter. I'm keeping it. And now we are going to do stop procedure with multiple parameter. What is missing?
I realize that when you're executing the procedures before the alter procedure, before you did the alter procedure, you just went to create procedure. But when you were altering, you just clean the create procedure and put alter procedure. So there's no procedure anymore.
Okay, great. Let me put this crate here for you. All right, so at least you have one crate. All right, cool.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on. I'm really sorry, but just unfortunately, but I think at this point we just have to spend some more time. That's all. So okay, so now let's do stop procedure with multiple parameters. Stop procedure with multiple parameters. So here, for instance, okay, we want job title. Decide a job title. Let's say we want business entity ID. So provide a job title and let's make this ID int, right? So no, let's do gender rather. So agent char 1, right? So where this equal this and gender equals agent, right? So if I come here, and by the way, you can be changing these names, you know. So for instance, I can make this M gent and come here and make this crate. You know, you don't have to use the same name all the time. So if I come here and I do this, it's created. Now if I want to execute, I come here, exec this, and then supply, let's say buyer. There's a job that you want to see, and we want to see for only maybe females. Right? You give it this. Are we good?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, now let's do one last stop procedure type. That stop procedure optional parameters, and then let's move on. So Sprock with optional parameters. So let's do the same thing. Just capture this. So let's say, let me reduce this to 1 to make it simple. So we want a situation that you can decide to supply parameter or you can decide not to supply parameter, right? So begin, end. So what I'm saying is, hey, now I want you to either provide me with a parameter or not, right? So what I would do here is, as if this job title, after title, if it is supplied, what will it be, guys? If I want to say if the sub is there, this parameter supply, what will it be? If job title is not null, it's not null. If it is supplied, then begin, do this for me. Run this for me, and it will be supplied here, right? Else, what if it's supplied? So else, do this. Run it for me without a where clause, right? So what we are doing here is, if this job title is supplied, then run this for me with this, because the person is going to supply this. If the person doesn't supply me anything, then just return to me everything. But if the person give me a job title, then go and return me only the people who the guy provide the job title for, right? So let's create this, and you have a good idea what we're talking about here. Alter. So it's created. So now let's see how it works. Exec Sprock, the name of our store procedure. Now, we're not supplying anything. Could not find this. Thought we created. Author. Okay, let me actually even make this great. And then just make this employees. It's created. Oh, I put here
because of that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. So employees. If I do this, exec. Oh, sorry. If I do this, you see now return every job title, as you can see here, right? Now, if I want to run the second part, the first part, if somebody supply me job title, let's say the person supply me job title of buyer. You see now return only buyers, right? So this optional store procedure with optional parameters, right? Okay, now let's do functions.
Please,
and then
I have a question. Where you declare the variable title at the top, please go up. Please go up. Where you declare the variable title, the equal to now. What if you took it out of there? Will it still work?
Come again?
Where you declare the variable, create procedure, the title variable. Yeah. When you take the equal to now over there. When you take
no. Remember, that's how I'm making it optional.
That's what makes it optional.
Yeah, with this command.
I thought it was the if clause that's making it optional.
Come again with your question. Come again with the question.
I'm saying, is it the equal to now that is making it optional, or is the if clause that's making it optional?
Oh, for the optional, is this logic right here.
The logic is making it optional.
Yeah, it's the logic. The logic is what's making it optional, yeah.
Then what is the equal to now doing? Like what was this function over there?
Oh, that, I mean, there are different ways you can handle this. Just I choose to prefer to do that, to bring in an to explore the null situation for supply on, but you can write in a different way. That doesn't matter. What matters is this part.
Okay. Let it be the default parameter.
You can write
Let's
in a
its
different way.
default parameter.
Yeah. Go ahead, or if you want, we can talk more later. Right? So let's move on. But you can reach me back later. We can I can give you more about your question. Just I will need to run a bit, you know. Okay, so now let's go to functions. Let's do functions, and then we do normalization quick, and then we end for the day. I think there'll be a little left. I'll chip in tomorrow. Okay, so functions. What are functions? We're gonna focus, there are a couple of functions, but I think we're gonna focus on only one. So we have scalar value functions. We have table value functions. And then we have multi-statements. You can choose any of this. I mean, I'm sorry, these are different functions, right? Let's do the scalar value function. Let's assume if you give me, I walk around, just give me your date of birth and I'll tell you your age, or give me any date and I'll give you an age, right? Let's focus on that. So create function, let's call it age, and say it takes a date, and data type is date. And then we say, let me bring DBO to make this easy. It's good to do that. DBO dot age returns, is going to return an age. So that'll be integer as begin, end, and end, right? So if you give me a date, I want to convert that date. So let me create a variable here as @var. First, let's see how to determine age, right? To determine age, you use what we call date diff. So let me write that real quick here for you to see what it does so that you understand that one. So if I do select date diff gives you difference. So in terms of, let's do date diff year, right? You can give you a year of, let's say, 2000, the year 2000. Let's say 1/1/2000, and let's say today's date, get date. Let's see what it gives us. It gives us 20 years, 20, right? So date tells you the difference between the year you give it and today's date, right? So as a matter of fact, we can use this. We can use this date diff. So if I come here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a variable and call it @val. Declare @val, and then call @val as int, and then set @val equals day diff, year, and then the date the person is going to process, which is this date, right? So when you give me a date, I'll bring your date here, and I'll work the date diff here, right? And I do returns, and then return this adverb for you, right? Okay, so let's create it and let's try it. Bam, it's created. And if you want your function, come here. You should see your function right here. If I refresh, you should see my function under scalar value function. This is it here, right? So now let's call our function we just created. Select dbo.age, and then let's give it any age, any date. Give me a date. Somebody should give me a date. Okay, let me just give a date.
24th September. 24th
September 9th, 24th.
1986.
1986. 1986. If I do this and execute, it tells us 34 years. You know, now let me show you the beauty. So anybody give me any date and I can give you your age, like magic. Now the beauty of this is once you created this, it's like an application. You can use it anywhere. So let's use this on our AdventureWorks to check people's age and see. Select star from AdventureWorks, .human resources, .employee, right? Now let's apply this. So business entity ID, business entity ID, let's say job title. Now remember, birth date. Is it date of birth? I think it's date of birth. Birth date is birth date. So now we're gonna bring our DBO, our function, DBO .age function. And guess what? We're gonna pass our birth date to it. And it will calculate the age for us. So now if we apply this to this, check this out. It's calculating people's age for us. And here you can just alias this as age. You see? So you can use this. You can use this function we created to do great things. You know, you can pass it regularly to any date, or you can apply it to any table with date. You can even apply it to know how long people have been with a company, right? So for instance, let's do this. For instance, I can come here. We also have high dates here, right? So I can do DBO.age. I'm applying the same function, right? To the high date, the high date column. And we will know how long each person has been with the company. So if you check this guy, right? He's 51 years old. He has been with the company for what? 11 years. So we can make this duration. Or even tenure. All right, now let's move to normalization. Let's do normalization and then we bring everything to an end. Sorry, the last part I've been a bit fast, but I hope you have an idea about it. So now let's talk about normalization. Normalization. Normalization First, let's talk about crow feet. I have a very simple diagram. Let me see if I can find it, bring it up real quick. The crow feet diagram. Okay, normalization, E.I.A diagram. So let's talk about actually the E.I.A diagram first. Okay, so this is E.I.A diagram, that's entity relations diagram, right? If you look over here, it tells you different relationships, one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-many. What is one-to-one relationship? One-to-one relationship is where a passport belongs to a person and a person can have only one passport, right? So it's like, let's take Legon. A Legon student can only have one Legon ID card. A Legon ID card can only belong to one person, right? That is one-to-one relationship, right? Okay, we also have one-to-many relationship. One-to-many relationship is a person can place an order. A person can place many orders, but an order can only belong to one person. So that's one-to-many relationship, right? Many-to-many relationship is a student can register multiple courses and a course can be registered by many students. So a student can register history, biology, or geography, right? Geography can be registered by many students. So that is what? Many-to-many relationship. Any question on that? Any question on that? Any question? So first we have one-to-one relationship. A student can have one ID and an ID can only, an ID card can only belong to one student, right? That's one-to-one relationship. And then one to many relationship. A customer can have many, a customer can have many orders, but an order can only belong to one customer. That's many-to-many relationship. I mean, sorry, one-to-many relationship. And then we have many-to-many relationship, right? That is, a student can register many courses and a course can be registered by many students, right? Okay, so so that's the relationship, one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-many relationship is very, very important. So if you come over here, we have this as entities, you know, and if you have, yeah, this what we call crow feet, this crow feet, if you have this box is an entity, that's like a table. An attribute is like a column, and this shows the relationship, right? So if you come here, this is one-to-one relationship, this is one-to-many relationship. I'll send you this link, so don't worry. And this is many-to-many relationship, right? And if you come over here, it shows you here, a customer can have 1 or 0 customers can place multiple orders. So this is one-to-many relationship. The important thing is, whenever you have a many-to-many relationship, it's a problem. So whenever you have a many-to-many relationship, you need a third table. We can do that today, but whenever you have many-to-many relationship, you need a third table. This is the reason why. Whenever you have many-to-many, your primary key will break. It will not allow, right? Think about it this way. If I have many students registering for economics, that means economic ID. In my course table, I have each course listed there. I have economics, geography, all the legal courses registered there. Each course has a course ID, right? So if many students register for economics, I can only insert economics once. So meaning I cannot insert the rest of the students, right? If I say I'm going to insert it in the student table, one student can register 3 courses: geography, economics, history. In the student table, I can only insert student ID only once. So meaning I can only insert a student for only 1 course. What about the other courses? The primary key will allow me to insert the student ID only once. So whenever you have many-to-many relationship, it means there's an issue. It means you need a third table, which we can do that today, so I'm just giving the concept so that you can pick it up from there. So now let's go to typical normalization. Normalization is where you want to reduce data redundancy and repetition, and you want a very efficient and organized database. You don't want duplications, So for instance, you don't want first name, last name of students, which is already in student table, over in course table, or over in student registration table, right? All student first name and last name should be in one table. If you want it, you do a join, right? So for instance, if you look at AdventureWorks, you come to AdventureWorks and you go to person.persons table. Go to person.persons table right here. So that's where you have a first name and last name. So if I do, so far we've been doing select staff from AdventureWorks to the employee table. Just know the employee table, human resource employee table, does not have first name and last name. It has business entity ID, right? So if you want first and last name, what do? You need to go and join it. You need to go and join it to adventureworks.person.persons table. And the 2 column there, you want to join business entity ID. So on E.business entity ID equals P.business entity ID, right? And now I can have first and last name. So if I have E.business entity ID, and I have first name, last name, and let's say job title. See, now I can have first name, last name with the job title. So just know, in the employee table, we don't have first name and last name there. They're all in business entity table. So with normalization, you don't want to repeat column names all over, right? But the first thing about normalization is you want to put all, take it this way, like you have Excel. In fact, I have a very better example here. Let me bring it up. it will really help and make this very simple. Normalization. Okay, I have a very good example here. Okay, and I'll send you this. This is the best normalization tutorial I've ever seen. So let's say if you pick this receipt, it has what? Company information. This is the company, right? This is an invoice, right? It has invoice information. This is the customer who bought the product. It has customer information. It has item information, right? So normalization, first rule of normalization is remove all relating attributes or columns into their own respective tables, right? So remove all the company information to a different table, remove all the invoice information, invoice number and date to a different table, remove all customer information to a different table, remove the other information like price, amount to different tables. That's the first thing about normalization. And then after you do that, you create a primary key on each table. And after that, you create a foreign key on each table. So if you look, this article walks you through, you know, so now if you go all the way down here, if you go all the way down here, see, you break those invoices into orders table with the order ID, customer ID, order date. And then you come here, item ID, items table with the item ID, price and description, right? The relationship between order and items is many to many. An order can have multiple items, can have banana, orange, pineapple in one order. And an item like orange can be purchased by different customers, so it can be on different orders. So it's many to many. So whenever you have a many to many relationship, you need a third table. That's why they have here order items table to resolve the many to many issues, right? And now you see, they put all customer information also in the customer table. The reason is that you don't want all information in one table like they try to do here. You have invoice information, you have customer information, you have item information. Imagine putting student information in the same table, putting registration information, putting cost information there, put professor information there, and put all, you don't want that. You want to separate each information in their respective tables, and create primary key on it. That's the first normal form. So you want to separate all related information into one table, into respective tables. And then two, you want to create primary keys on each table, right? And the next thing is you don't want partial dependency of non-key columns. You want each of the columns have direct relationship with the primary key column, right? So therefore that leads to foreign key. So you want to create foreign keys on relevant tables, right? I'll send you the article so that you can have a good idea about normalization. Sorry, I can't do more details because we don't have the time. But basically, that's first normal form. So first normal form is basically creating the table and so that's first normal form. That's where you separate all the table into the respective tables. And then you have the second normal form. second normal form, and third normal form, there should be no non-key dependency. Normal form. I'll polish this up a bit and send it to you. But just know that first normal form, you want to separate everything into their respective table and create primary keys on it. And then second normal form, you want to create foreign keys on them. And then third normal form, there should be no partial dependency. Sorry, concatenate keys. Okay, let's pick from here. You don't want repeating objects, repeating columns that we went through for the first normal form. Second normal form, you don't want partial dependency on concatenate keys, and then I think I'll send you this article. It makes your life easy. Third normal form, let me bring that up. Third normal form, no dependency on non-key attributes. No dependency on non-key attributes. Like for instance, first name is a non-key attribute, right? What about order date? Order date is dependent attribute on order ID. This is the kind of stuff we're talking about, But I'll send you this article. I know it's been a rush, but let me go a quick one and then we end the class. So just 5 minutes and we end the class. So now let's look at data warehousing. Data warehousing. So if you understand what you've done already, data warehousing should be a piece of cake for you. So data warehousing, you can download this. The same way we did AdventureWorks, the link, if you go, you see the data for data where you can download. So data where what we're talking about fact and dimension tables. Talking about fact tables and dimension tables, right? What's a fact table? And what's a dimension table? So what we've been doing so far is normalized, right? What we've done so far is normalized. Normalized table is what we've done. So creating a primary key for on those things, all the table we created, those are normalized table. Data warehousing, we're talking about the data is denormalized. Denormalized means instead of separating, relating columns into their respective tables, denormalized data warehousing, you are rather bringing all the tables relating information into one table, right? So let's look at one example. If you look at data warehousing, by the way, DIM, if you see DIM, it means it's a dimension table. Dimension table is nothing but the regular table we're dealing with. They have first name, last name, job title, stuff like that, right? Those are dimension table. Those are descriptive attributes. So let's look at the DIM employee table, for instance, and you have a perfect idea. And believe me, you will understand this in no time. So let's start from AdventureWorks data warehousing dot dim .dbo dot dim employee, right? And once I run this, you have a perfect idea about this. Now, if you look at the employee table in data warehousing, you realize that they've combined data from multiple sources into this. So if you look here, they have first name, which you know came from the person or person table. They have job title, hire date, birth date, which you know is from the employee table. They have email address, is from a different table, phone number from the contact table. So they've combined multiple information from different tables into one table. That's data warehousing. They are denormalizing, bringing information from different tables into one table, right? And now what is fact table? Fact table contains aggregations, right? So for instance, fact table, you deal with calculation of, let's say, salaries. taxes, all informations you can aggregate, right? So your dimension table just contains the descriptive column table, columns in the table. The fact table, we're talking about columns you can aggregate, like salary. So let's look, for instance, about the finance. Finance fact table. If you look at the finance fact table, you see there's a key column, element. And also important thing is this. One thing you want to know is that all the columns in your base table become alternative keys in your dimension tables. So if you look here, you have then finance key. You have org ID, it comes from organization table. You have department group key, it comes from the department table, and all this. The most important table column is this one, amounts. Account keys coming from the account table. So basically what it does is that all the foreign keys in your dimension tables, all the primary keys in your dimension tables, they become foreign keys in your primary table, right? So in data warehousing, this is the best explanation. All the primary keys, or the primary keys in your base tables, in your original tables, become the what we call alternative keys. In your dimension tables. And the primary keys in your dimension tables become foreign keys in your fact table, right? So let me give you this brief, and then I can give you a simple picture, and then we can really understand this. So that also brings the fact to star schema and snowflakes, and then snowflake schema. So let me show you this quick, and then you understand, and then we'll close in just a few minutes, 3 minutes max. So if we Google, and let's say we're talking about star schema. Okay, so let me give you a picture. So if you look at this, see this is your fact table, right? If you look at this fact table, it's containing revenue table. Important thing is revenue and units sold, right? You see all this is ID, ID, ID. This ID are foreign key columns. They're coming from the primary key tables, right? Dealer ID is coming from the dealer table primary key, right? Branch ID is coming from this primary key table, right? So is this dimension product table, product ID, right? So basically, what it does is that with the star schema, you have one fact table which is being joined by multiple dimension tables, as you can see over here, multiple dimension table connecting to what? One fact table, right? That's the star schema. If you look over here, another example, let me connect the example. This is another example, as you can see, one fact table connecting to multiple dimension tables, right? Okay, let's look at snowflakes and then we end the class. Sorry, the last part of the class, I mean, quick, but just to give you an idea, and then you can figure it out later. So let's look at snowflakes. And plus tomorrow, if we get time, I may revisit some of this tomorrow if we get time. So for snowflakes, For snowflake schema, as you can see over here, the tables are not, let me go back. If you look this snowflake schema, the fact table is not necessarily directly connected with the dimension tables. They are intermediary tables, right? Let me find a better example you can see. Let's look at this one that we used before. So if you look at this, if you look over here, now you see a table like, for instance, the product table. It has a subcategory table. So this table goes through there before the fact table. So you have the fact table, but the fact table is not necessarily directly connected to the dimension tables, as you can see over here. So if you see a dealer table also go and connect the location table and country table. So basically, country and location table, they connect to dealer before they connect to the fact table. You know, so this is what you call snowflakes table. Snowflakes tables connect directly or indirectly to a fact table, whereas the star schema, all the tables are directly connected to the fact table. What this means is that in data warehousing, you have less joins. You do less joins because you have few tables compared to the regular relational database. Any questions before we close? Any questions? Any questions? But I think we're going to wrap it up here. We spent a lot of time. Any question, guys? Any questions? And I'm really sorry I had to rush. Any question, guys?
Yes, please, how are we going to get the recording? Are you going to send it to us on this
Yeah,
platform?
it will be sent to you. Yeah, I'll hand everything over to Mr. Baite. So
Okay.
Mr. Baite will make sure he sends all these things to you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, sir. My request is, could you copy what you typed from the beginning to now and just paste it in the chat box so we can copy and probably practice whilst we wait for the document to be sent in by the organizers?
Yes, I can put in the chat for you, but let me do that right now, but it will also be sent to you. But for some reason, I'm not seeing my chat. For some reason, I'm not seeing my chat. I don't know why.
Click on participants. Click on participants.
Participants.
Go down, you see chat there. Go down to the bottom where the share screen is, there is chat and
I don't see that. I don't see that. No.
I think
there's a place with the two dots. So you have mute, start video, share, participants, and next to participants, you should be able to have other options. Disconnect audio, chat, raise hand, hide non-video participants. Can you see that, Emmanuel?
Yeah, that's where I had it before.
Oh, okay.
That's where actually I had it before.
I think,
but
first of all, disable screen sharing first.
Uh-oh.
Oh, disable screen sharing. Okay, let me disable screen sharing. Okay, that's right. Now I have it.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Could you just paste it for?
Okay, I just pasted it. So hopefully you got it.
I am not seeing it.
Hold on. I think it went to private.
Okay, I can see it on mine.
All right.
All right.
Everybody should see it now. Yeah.
Emmanuel, my battery is going off, so I just wanted to say thank you once again. I think that I can speak for the participants that it has been a very interesting program, and we have learned a lot. And once again, thank you for being so helpful. So folks, for those of you who don't know Emmanuel Sagoe is actually the past president of the UG Alumni Association North America. And last year, the reason why this started was because he traveled all the way from America to come for our alumni homecoming in Ghana so that he could teach some students a few IT skills at the career fair. And he did all of that again for us for free. So for those of you who joined us today, please say a quick prayer for Emmanuel, because we want him to be alive and healthy so he can continue to be helping people like us who don't have the option otherwise to be able to learn these things. Thank you so much from everybody in institutional advancement, from everybody in the IAST, and everybody that I know who's taking part in this. We're so very grateful, Emmanuel. God bless you.
Amen.
All right. Thank you very much, Adra. Thank you very much. Only that I'm not religious, so I can only say thank you. Okay. All right. This brings the end of the class, but we will meet again next week to do report development. So next we're going to do report development. We're going to do Tableau. We're going to do SSRS report development. And then we're also going to do, importantly, ETL. ETL is super hot. If you know ETL, you are getting a job. It's super hot. So we're going to do all those next week, Saturday. So Saturday we'll do the best we can and to do all this. But I believe once you get a foundation, so please get a foundation of what you've done today very well, and next week will be very, very easy. Because it's all about once you get a foundation, we can run with speed and it will be fun. Any question before we go? Any question? And importantly, also a big thank you to Ajua again, and big thank you to the organizers and the team. Again, a big thank you to Rodelin, Professor Odro, Professor Heinzen, Professor Sowa, Mr. Bayete, Professor Sentem. Big thank you to all of you again. You've done a wonderful job making this. They are the ones who made this possible. So that's a great one. Yeah. Any question before we go, please?
Hi, sir.
Yeah.
I just want to know whether from everything that we've done, it can be practiced without an internet. Like, do I have to be connected to the internet before I can practice everything?
No, you don't need the internet anymore. You've already downloaded onto your computer, you can practice. But where you need the internet is, it will be good for you to Google some of the stuff that you don't understand when you are practicing. But as far as practice is concerned, you don't need internet. You should be fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Any other questions, please? Any other questions?
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it looks at what you pasted in the chat. It doesn't cover all the things that you typed.
Oh, really?
Yes, please. So if
hold on. But everything is selected.
I think the reason being that he was clearing some of the things that he typed when he was walking us through the whole thing. So currently,
let me do it
this is what he has.
But I let all the materials
I
will be
don't think
sent
that
to
is
us,
the
right?
problem.
Okay.
You didn't
let
copy
me
from
do
the
it again.
beginning. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, it's
But I
from the
learned
beginning.
the materials to be sent
Everything.
to us. So why?
Okay, so this is it. Let's review it. This from the beginning, right? Evolution of database management system, right? Oh, you don't see my screen. Let me share my screen so you see. So that I'll send it to you all again.
Yeah. That was the beginning.
This is the beginning, right? Evolution of database management system.
Yes, that's true.
And then to the end, this is the end, star schema, right?
Yes.
So I'm copying everything and post it again.
So that's it.
Yeah.
So I copied it. I'm going to post it. Okay, it's true. When I'm sharing, I can't type. So let me unshare my screen.
But sir,
Yeah.
please, that you save this SQL query, so you can you can rather send the file to us.
Yeah, the script is going to be sent to you.
So send the script to us.
Yeah, the script is going to be sent, which is a better way. That's a better way.
Because copy and pasting will not capture all that links.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, sure. So the script will be sent to you. Yeah, I'm going to send the script to Mr. Abraham, Mr. Baite, and Mr. Baite is going to send it to you. So you're all going to get it. And don't forget to send your names to the email I sent out so that you get
You
your...
can send it to the Zoom too, like the file. You can send it here and then we'll download it.
What file?
The script. When you go to the participants and you see the file, you click on it on your computer, you'll be able to browse to where you save the file and then you'll just
Okay,
share
so
it here.
participants,
Yeah.
Participant.
Far down. It's like if you want to type a message, you can see a file with a note icon next to it.
I don't think it's the one who recorded.
I don't see that here.
Oh, okay.
He's not.
All right,
He's not
you
the
know,
one who recorded.
don't worry about this. This is gonna be sent to you as soon as possible.
Okay. Okay.
It's gonna be sent to you as soon as possible, so you're gonna get it. Believe me, the organizers does a wonderful job. They put this together within a short notice.
Okay.
Made it
Thank
possible,
you very
so
much.
you're probably gonna get all these materials, you know, in no time. So don't worry about that. You're gonna get it. Yeah. Anything else? Anybody? By the way, I have a little time for anybody who was having issue who want to resolve their issue. So if you have issue you want to resolve, I can stay a bit to resolve your issue.
Okay, I do. You referred to the data warehousing. And then you said if we type it in Google, we should be able to download it. But when I typed it in Google, I had options. Vertical.
No, use the link.
Which
use
link?
the link we sent you.
Okay.
Use the link that we sent you this morning.
Okay. All right. Okay.
The link you used to download the database, right?
Okay. Okay.
If you go over there, that link also, let me try to get you there so that you see what I'm talking about. So we did Adventure Works. Right, that's the one we did. We did 2017, so we do 2016, right?
I did 2016, yes.
Yeah, data warehouse. So what we did, we did ATP. And the data warehouse, you can download the one you want.
Okay, okay. All right, okay then. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other person? Any other? All right, it looks like everybody's good. So on that note, I would like to say a big thank you to you all. You know, I hope this become very resourceful to you. You know, so I look forward to seeing you all next week Saturday, and we have some more fun. Hopefully now everybody has the basics. Importantly, please try and learn this as much as you can during the week, so that by Saturday you will have fun. On Saturday we're going to do reports, we're going to do ETL, we're going to do more the pure analytics. So it's going to be fun, you know.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Have a good one, everyone, and thank you all. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye. See you next week.
God bless you, sir. Bye-bye.
Thank you.